Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you.
Jeff, what 3 items would you put in a time capsule for people 100 years from now? Time
That's a
capsule
tough one.
100 years from now. What 3 things?
Okay, I thought about mine. I'm thinking. Tom Brady would be one.
You're a sick guy living in the Bay Area and rooting for Tom Brady.
Yeah, we could just throw the ball around. Nobody else left.
I just thought a Monster, like a canned Monster energy drink. I would want to see if that's even sustainable for 100
Hey,
years or if it
Harry's
actually
back.
like, melts through the can like it's as toxic as I think it is.
Toaster, my Roadrunner's back.
Welcome, Esmeralda.
Beep beep.
Oh,
He hasn't been back.
by
Hello there.
surprise.
How's your day going, everybody?
Good. Good.
Good. Nice.
Esmeralda?
Yes, that's my middle name.
It's pretty.
That's a nice name.
Oh, I see. What's the icebreaker again?
What 3 items would you put in a time capsule for people 100 years from now?
I
You
have
said
one.
Tom Brady.
The planet.
There we
Because
go.
it's-
Save the world for at least
Yeah,
100
it's not
years.
going to be the same in 100 years. It probably won't even be here.
That's what I'm thinking. Who?
So I was thinking like some seeds. What could we put in there that would actually last 100 years?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe a Jimmy Buffett CD.
See, and I'm thinking seeds for like plants and foliage and things to grow.
I'm thinking music. Or there we go.
Crystal.
An iPod with a charger.
With no charger.
Yes, with the charger.
No, with no charger.
With no charger? No,
With
no,
the-
with the charger. That way they can have the entire music collection.
This is gonna
And
be
no
band
premium,
fee.
so people could just do that for themselves.
A band tee.
A what?
T-shirt.
A band t-shirt.
A
Mm,
Maybe
really
3
comfortable pair of
items is
shoes.
too much.
3 items is too much, you said?
I said maybe 3 items is too much.
It just takes a lot of thought.
Besides, if I said the planet, what else is there? It encompasses everything.
Oh, a compass. A map.
What
and
are maps?
T-shirts.
A map.
What's a map?
Yeah, that's a lot deeper than I thought.
Yeah, because
Really
I'm
a tough
still
one.
trying to think.
Let's just do a item.
I guess some like fun little merch thing would be cool.
Put a snitch in. A stitch in. Yeah, snitch. Wow.
Yeah.
Thinking Harry Potter.
Okay, I got it. I would put one record. I would put Harry Chapin Greatest Stories Live album. I would put A Day in the Life by the Beatles, just a single. And one other, but I forgot it. Give Peace a Chance.
Give peace a chance. I wish the world would give peace a chance.
Yeah, because after 100 years, like we couldn't put any medication or something in there. It's not like penicillin would do anybody any good
Right.
that far away. We'll probably all be bots by then anyway.
Do you think there'll be people in 100 years?
Exactly. So maybe those that really comfy pair of shoes might go to waste too.
Petrified wood.
And now I'm thinking of Discovery, the first thing sent out, that gold disc that has like hello and
Hello, in 87 different languages that nobody out in space understands.
yes, but it's also engraved with a star map, and it's like thousands of years from now, some spacefaring
Chocolate.
is going to find it. And what would happen is if something like that landed on Earth?
Jeff would probably see it. Got some
Oh.
badass pictures of rocket launches this morning.
Yeah.
Well, in truth, if something like that landed on Earth, it wouldn't have the guidance system that the rockets here have. So it would crash into Earth, throwing it off its orbit and thereby destroying the Earth.
Okay.
And you can
Logic.
ask Mark and he'll verify that.
You had to bring logic into it.
I'm sorry.
Probably landing somewhere in water. Maybe
Reality.
there's some kind of defense
It
system
doesn't
already.
matter. If it landed in water, it would throw massive flooding all over the world. It would
So is
affect
this
the
thing that's
tides.
landing really big?
Yeah. Even if it's
Oh.
not, it's coming at millions of miles an hour.
Oh, so it'll still cause like a tsunami.
Right.
Yeah.
It'd be like the meteor that killed the dinosaurs.
Okay, so nothing like the gold frisbee that I had in mind.
Nothing like the gold frisbee.
Okay.
Gold frisbee? Come on, what's
I
gold?
mean, when Toaster described it was gold, and I couldn't
A
tell if she said
disc.
round or a disc.
It's I thought it was the size of a record, honestly.
It's a record. It was a
is.
record.
Oh, okay.
But the capsule that encapsulates it, I only thought it was as big as like my bedroom.
It's a rocket with an antenna attached with a record player.
All right, well, I'll stick with Stitch,
Oh, not Discovery.
a can of Monster,
Voyager.
and some really
Sorry,
comfy
Voyager.
socks.
Voyager. Voyager
Sorry.
1.
Yeah, I don't know why I was singing Discovery.
Uh,
Voyager.
Or as it's known, V'ger.
V'ger. V'ger, yes.
V'ger.
Now we're going into Star Trek. Sorry we left you behind.
All right.
We'll meet you at the end.
So what does everybody else come up with?
I'm just gonna go with the socks, a Stitch, and a can of Monster.
They'll be worshiping the Stitch.
I'll go
I
with
got
my
two.
oldest son, Tom Brady, and my epilepsy medication.
Oh, if you could pick somebody to time travel.
Pick Jeffrey. If we're gonna do, if people could survive, it would be. I already have the names: Matthew, Nicola, Jeffrey.
Hmm.
But things.
Tesla?
Nicola, like Nikola Tesla.
Yes.
Yeah, that's his name. That's my middle
Interesting.
son.
That's an interesting name.
Yep, he was named after Nikola Tesla.
I would only send my oldest 100 years away. She would probably be the only one that I know that could actually sustain.
Survive.
Yeah.
So, first question. It is not ready yet.
Does anyone send messages that don't make sense when you're having a seizure?
I seen that
Every
message.
time without fail,
Oh,
when I have a seizure, I send messages like this, and it's always to my sister. Yep, especially Egypt and Syria. It's hard to use that as an excuse, but why is that? Epilepsy really is a curse, honestly. The edit says, I just saw a selfie I took during that seizure where I'm grimacing. It's a face of extreme disgust. It's really freaking me out. This is the kind of stuff that happened like before seizures were under control. When I just kept thinking it was going to keep getting worse and worse, is when stuff like this would be discovered after the fact, or when like 5 text messages had been sent to the same person for, whatever. And it was, I think it was closer to like a grocery list to the ex, but it was always for, what was she into? She liked some kind of gummy. I don't know. I don't remember, but it was something we never needed. And once you notice the trend, it's easy to get freaked out, but just take it as a sign that your seizures aren't under control yet. That's all. It's data, if anything. Appreciate the timestamp. Over time, that's how I got to look at stuff like that.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Messages, no, but I have been known to just. My writing is terrible after. I mean, I mean, like I will put
Inspired.
different, no, different words like in the wrong place and forget, spaces. And there's a random capital letter. Just
Come on,
sticking
you're
out
talking
there.
grammatical. I thought you were talking about like swapping out your like dad's name for a character or something.
No, though I did call Juniper Jeffrey this morning.
Wow.
Just trying to call him the dog and yelling out Jeffrey instead of Juniper.
That happens in the morning too.
Yeah,
Yeah, no biggie.
Yeah, you can pass. It's the morning time.
I can pass as normal.
Does
Um,
anybody buy anything that they don't need after a seizure or during a seizure?
I've done that.
I have not done that. All
I
my
freaked out
purchase.
the other night. I was having vocals, all like 4 of them, and in the middle of it, I called a dispensary and ordered 3/4 of an ounce of weed that I didn't need.
Oh, don't worry, it'll get used.
Oh, of course it's getting used, but it was just like, I don't know why I ordered it. I didn't need it. I'll eventually need it, but I totally freaked out about it.
Did you get a good price at least?
No, I paid more
No.
than I usually would. I couldn't reach my usual dispensary, so I had to go elsewhere.
Oh.
And the prices were higher. So I had to get somebody that delivered, which is the
Yeah,
great thing about California.
yes, it is. The about your question, Kate, with texting people. I don't think I've done that. I do have a tendency of going to meet people, I guess, walking off. Um,
If I've done it, I don't recall it.
yeah,
I don't put it out of the realm of possibility, though.
yeah. I was just thinking that might be an interesting text because I don't really text a lot of people that
Actually, I am
often.
quite sure that I have. I just can't recall a specific instance. How about that?
Well, that's why I like the text idea better than the phone call or the meet in person because it's documented. Otherwise, you got to take their account of like what was said, what happened, and I might not remember 2 or 3 hours later, and that's a bitch.
Texting, I
Some of
don't.
the comments too agree, saying, not always, but I have sent a few to my mother and my boss. I thought it was because I always notify my mother after a seizure and muscle memory kicked in, but sense clearly did not. And boss, because I had to ask for half a day off. I don't remember any of this afterwards. Is the sister someone you connect with post seizure? Also, I've had seizures, got up and babbled senseless things to people. One time a guy laughed at the blabber and I punched him. So
Oh,
senseless messages are better comparatively. Reply is I laughed at mine too. What is the alternative? I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I think it's funny looking back on it. Wonder how many times we've actually done it. You're absolutely right. It's extremely funny when I think about it now. The faces of those who you see laugh at these stories are absolutely hilarious. By those, I mean those who haven't had the seizures. And
It's a mixture of horrified and laughter.
And sometimes I Googled things that didn't make any sense and laughed at that later on.
That I've done. That I
Really?
have so many tabs open. I'm like, I don't even know when I looked up this. Like, okay, I can. Let's get an example. Let's go to my tab
Hey, parental controls are there.
and
That's why you make sure it's on that device. You can tell who's been using that browser and yeah, parental controls are a big deal.
yeah, I have no idea who T-Pain is and why he's listening to Mom Jeans.
Hold on, what did you
Yeah.
just say about T-Pain?
I don't know who T-Pain is or why he's listening to Mom Jeans, but that is what's up on my phone.
Um,
Okay, that's some random stuff.
so I got something. Says, had my first seizure a few days ago. I'm terrified what this might mean for my life going forward. I'm a 25-year-old woman and I had my first seizure on Sunday morning. It was a nocturnal. It happened while I was sleeping. So I have no memory of any warning signs. It was a 1 to 2 minute seizure, definitely tonic-clonic, and I have no memory of anything until EMS was awake while it happened. So he witnessed the whole thing. I didn't lose bladder or bowel control, but I did bite the inside of my lower lip. All the tests were ran at the hospital, came up normal. EEG, CT, MRI, blood tests show no vitamin deficiencies or infections that would contribute to a seizure. All in all, I'm in good health, and the fact that the fact that I had a seizure seems incredibly random. People of this subreddit, in your experience, how likely is it for someone to just randomly have a single seizure like this and then never again? The doctor made it sound like this might be the case for me, but I don't want to hold out on false hope if it's unlikely to be my only incident. Do the in quote normal test results mean I definitely don't have epilepsy, or is it possible that I still have it and just it didn't present itself once I was in stable condition? I feel like I'm in denial and I'm trying to come to terms with things I don't even know for sure. I'm seeing a neurologist tomorrow, so I hope more questions will be answered. It's been hard for me to go to sleep. I'm scared of it happening again. Any advice or words of encouragement would be appreciated. The main questions in here were, what's that mean for their life? Um, how likely is something randomly a seizure? Is this supposed to happen never again?
I would suggest start getting everything recorded this early in diagnosis. It sounds like they're not taking any medication, but definitely had a seizure documented and definitely want to catch it early, pick up on any others that you might have, even if it doesn't feel like a seizure. So if there's not somebody around 24/7, then get those cameras up, put the effort in early to actually determine if this was a one-time thing and you can be a miracle for the rest of the world. So yeah, one-time seizure. I hope so. Andrew,
But
the
you
question
believe
was,
so.
yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe so? Not whether you hope so.
I want to believe. I want to believe that I'm not going to have another seizure, and it just doesn't always pan out like that. But you
I
can
want to
hope
believe
and
I'm going to win the lottery next week.
right.
That's a good comparison. You could
Yeah,
believe that you're actually only having a seizure because you prove it to yourself. Like you only had that one time thing because that can be proven, you
yeah.
know, for the most part. But the lottery, on the other hand, no, not until I actually like have the
Same
cash in my
odds.
hand. I don't even trust the bank account.
Same odds? No.
Listen, I don't know anything except what you guys taught me, and it's the same odds.
Andre,
Yeah,
how
Does
you
that's one
doing?
time.
anybody know?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
Good, good. Um, the icebreaker was three things you could bring with you. Um,
Three
and
things to put in a time capsule for people 100 years from now.
there we go.
I have no idea.
I know this got deep for us too, right? Like, do you go with people or like something that 100 years from now could actually like help them sustain, or just something like really cool, favorite book? Who did?
Oh, okay. You meant put something for someone else, not for me.
You're
Hmm.
not
Oh,
going to be
that's a way to
alive in
think of
100
it.
years.
I thought
Okay,
it
Yeah,
I
was
have to
like I
say,
was going in the capsule too. I thought that, I thought that was the plan.
I have to say
so
one
that's
thing
why
from
you were bringing people too. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing people. I mean, I'm not sending those people without me.
if you were going in a time capsule, I'm surprised you picked Tom Brady and not like some hot chick.
uh, yeah.
Okay, so you can look at the time capsule question either way. You're going along with or three items, and I pictured three items in a time capsule as like some little treasure chest that they dig up like 100 years from now for something.
That's kind of how I looked at it.
Okay, so
But
yeah, I went with some really random stuff. Oh, you know what though? You'd be happy to hear I said a can of Monster
Some,
and
some,
this little creature.
and Stitch,
Yeah, yeah, I like that Stitch character.
probably some herbal medication. That's what they need. They need some herbal medication.
See, but would it really be effective 100 years from now? I already invested in some probably bullshit like herb guard thing to keep my stash like fresh. So I don't know if it'd be worth like useful 100 years from now.
I think I'll be the least helpful. I might send something funny.
If I were
I
gonna
can't
pick
imagine
weed
what.
seeds, it would be weed seeds.
Okay, so condoms, what?
Vaseline. No, I'm just kidding.
Could be one of those days, huh?
um,
No, most hilarious. Somebody should send sex toys and see what they even think it is.
I mean, I'm just saying, like in general, like yeah, just a little prank. It's gonna be very unuseful at that time, but
I'd send a singular Lego brick, like the head of one of the little minifigures.
One little
that's like
Lego man head
Yeah.
and some cannabis seeds.
Uh-huh.
Really high quality ones.
mm,
Light up shoes. There we go.
The batteries would be dead in 100 years.
Wait, who's dead?
The
batteries on
batteries would be.
shoes.
Oh, they still kind of look like a monster. I don't know. They would fit somebody. I don't know why shoes is such a big thing for me. Like comfortable shoes, it really can like make a big
Yeah, I can
difference.
imagine it now. And they'd still know that they're light because I'm guessing they at least still have the technological advancements that we have. So they know that it's lights, even if they don't light up. And they're like, this was the previous flashlight.
Okay, back to questions.
The question I had here was, it was just asking, is it likely that the person have a seizure and then not have another one? You can hope, hold your breath. I mean, don't hold your breath, but you can hope and wish that it's just a single situation and it never happens again.
Aren't
Personally, I
most
think,
seizures like that the first time?
yeah. 2 days later, I had another one, so I was just hoping and wishing that it didn't happen again.
I made it almost 6 months.
Mm. I made it
Oh,
4 months and a week.
I'm 10 days.
I'm 4 months and 11 days.
I don't have a clue because I don't watch and count.
I
2 days.
do just to see how many I'm having a year and when.
The only reason I know is because I had a therapy appointment today.
Oh, it's all logged somewhere. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It was several months ago since I had a tonic clonic, and I think my last focal was the beginning of September or something like that.
Nice.
Wait, you
Scottbury's
said
doing
you had
good.
a said you had a focal in September?
The very beginning of September, I think.
I think 3 months is a success. If I can go 3 months without anything major, then you have a chance of getting it down to like 3 in a year, and that's the goal for me. Three tonic-clonics or less in a year.
What are you at now?
I should know. Let me count it.
I'm at 3, so I'm hoping to be there for the rest of the year. And yeah.
I don't know how many I'm up to. I had that cluster like a month and a half ago. So that kind of jumped my numbers.
Mine are completely random.
Do you have the number wrote down of how many, like, so far this year?
Liz has it somewhere. I don't keep track of anything because I forget.
Okay, you're lucky. You got 2 fingers up so far. Only 2 this year.
Yep, I'm all the way back to June.
Okay.
That's great.
My last tonic
Oh,
clonic
fuck, never
was
mind.
10 days
July
ago.
was bad.
There's a few comments here. One says, yeah, that would scare the hell out of anyone. The fact that everything came back normal kind of points to one off thing. So try and hold on to that until you see a neuro. What happened after you guys' first seizure? Did they point it out to you that you might have epilepsy?
No.
Drugs. So started, gave a bunch of business cards for programs and get her tested and don't trust and don't believe and blah blah. But that's
Told me I had a stroke.
stuff.
I
Started the
had
meds
you
though.
imagine it.
Started the
You
meds right away,
get a
but still
grip on
suggested
yourself.
other causes.
Say that again, Toaster. I didn't hear you.
I had you're imagining it, get a grip on yourself. When I first started having seizures.
Get some rest, and whatever goes wrong is your fault.
Yep. Why are you so spacey? Stop doing that.
I'm
Pay
sorry to hear that.
attention.
Get your shit together.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Then after I got diagnosed, it was kind of like, oh, everything makes sense.
But don't you find it hilarious when the loved ones have to like recant or say I was wrong about something and don't?
Well, now it's they know, and so they tease me about other things.
Say that again?
They tease me about other things. We can't give you more than one instruction at once. You'll forget. Which is true.
Right.
And I don't mind. It's loving teasing. Not complaining. It's just there's a difference between complaining and fetching.
And that's a beautiful family dynamic when you can actually not cross the line.
Yeah. And
somebody else here is saying trying to let go of resentment. Why is it so hard? The context isn't really all that important. Family has never made an effort to educate themselves on the disease, which ironically happens to be genetic. Advice appreciated. So if the family isn't educating themselves on epilepsy, you know yours is genetic. You can't make them want to, but you can at least provide the information, save a bookmark on the toolbar or just leave a little brochure on the counter. Use these great family gathering times to bring up a topic, something encouraging that might not make them uncomfortable, but still give some useful information.
Yeah, like you said. Yeah, like
and talk about it like it's everyday life, as it is. Oh,
wait, say that again?
I interrupted you.
I didn't hear you, though, so go ahead.
I said, and talk about it like it's everyday life, because it is.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think of what I was thinking of now.
As everyone says, hey, how are you? Take that opportunity to say, I am tired. My medicines are kicking my butt today.
That's what I was thinking.
Medicines.
Um, oh my goodness, I lost it again. Oh, when you said like leave some pamphlets around or whatever, that's a helpful way of just saying like here's the information, so you can at least say I tried. I didn't exactly hand it to you, but it's there. You might have walked past it, or you might have seen it. Maybe at least you can say you tried.
And picking some creative headline piece of like epilepsy isn't the end, so something encouraging that, might actually intrigue somebody who's obviously not educating themselves because ignorance is bliss. So, favorite comment. The resentment is only hurting you much more than their actions. Deep box breathing, meditation, and therapy are all practices that can help, with therapy the best route, but resentment will destroy you. That was one of our own who typed it.
Box breathing. Learned that from Raven. Breathe in for 4, hold for 4, breathe out for 4, hold for 4, breathe in for 4. Basically, it's a box.
Mm.
My head was telling me to keep up with you, and I was trying. Then you were just like saying the next one like right after. It was like that's out 4 seconds, but yeah,
I didn't count the seconds, sorry.
yeah. That's when I noticed. So she's not talking to me.
BBT was suggested here. Other people saying that they've been through similar things, they know how it hurts. Time usually helps. Saying don't take it personal. So yeah, I guess honing in on the resentment part. Don't let those like that frustration get to you. Maybe get a pet.
Kitty.
You said get a pet.
Andrea's kitten came
Jesus.
on screen at the right time. That reminded me too. But yeah, no, I think a pet would be a good idea if you feel overwhelmed by some thing that is, causing any tension, stirring up any hate, and anything that is just like a negativity you can't escape from. Animals can help with that.
Mm-hmm.
Would you just lay down, please?
I have a post here. It says, "Does anyone have pulsing auras? We already have to cope with medication in the aftermath of a breakthrough seizure, but I was wondering how many of us have pulsing auras. When I say pulsing, I mean either a leg or an arm feels like someone is tapping or gripping. Then a first wave of all I can explain it as is tactile energy running down and the tips of my toes or fingers through your nerves, and it doesn't it does that for a few hours over and over. I have Jacksonian seizures that affect my right, and if I wake up too early, my arm pulses like a possible seizure imminent. If I go to an indoor concert with too many bass, I get those pulses. If I'm in a situation with people I'm not fully comfortable in or just want to leave, I get pulses. These pulses are almost like an inner baby yelling whenever I'm not just staying at home all day. I take 4 meds for epilepsy specifically, and I haven't had a breakthrough seizure in probably 9 months, but these auras are almost worse. The apprehension of having a seizure is so rough. I've been on this epilepsy train for over 20 years since I was 12, so I am used to it, but I am alone in the experience to date. In my experience to date. And I'm so sorry that you're alone. I don't have pulsing auras. Um, is feeling your heartbeat pulsing? That would kind of be right.
I looked it up and it looks like the medical definition they're calling is tingling or numbness that spreads. And then this person described it as like a tapping.
I could say my pulse goes up, and I maybe, because mine was similar to panic attack with the impending doom and such things. I don't know if that would be a pulsing aura, if they meant like vibrating or.
They're talking like a crawling feeling. They compare it to the sensation of ants crawling on your skin. Like that's what gets that Jacksonian diagnosis.
One of the comments here is I get, in quote, Jacksonian seizures too, currently on 3 meds plus 1 rescue med after 6 different meds or something. Since I'm allergic to keppra-dilantin and oxycarbazepine, I get most of my myoclonics and focals. Since 2018, my, in quote, diagnosis and mine start just the way you described them. I could I could be minding my own business and then a jerk would come on. LOL. I do get those, like the random jerk, like I'm doing something and minding my business, but I wouldn't say that was Jacksonian. I get like those small jerks. But the B12, I can feel it kicking in because I'm getting less and less.
Shout out.
But after stop taking it and when I was in the hospital for the stroke, yeah, it was a lot of them getting back on the B12. It was a lot of them happening, but it's getting to less and less each day. Eventually, it's going to be 0 again. Um, yeah, that's the hope.
So that's more proof that it is an important part of your treatment plan.
Yeah, yeah. Because without it, I'm noticing the more and more, and I noticed they went away when I first started taking them. So I say, if you're going to take B12, don't just stop taking it randomly. You gotta keep taking it. Or else those same urges come back and those same tweaks that I get. Another comment to this, does anyone have pulsing auras? It says, in quote, auras or focal seizures, but focal seizures present differently depending on where in the brain and they start and can present in many ways, muscle, nerve pulsing included. And if you're on medication for tonic-clonics or full seizures associated with you, it is quite possible to still have the warnings of those seizures since they are focal seizures that happen in one side of the brain in specific spots, but can spread anticonvulsants, help them not to spread to the other side of the brain to cause a full seizure, and all you feel is an aura. Many of us here, including me, have our TC and other, end quote, full seizures under control, but still fighting to get our focals under control. It will take a while to be split the association. I haven't had a focal in a very long time. Can't even remember the last time. I think it was in April.
Got one about from somebody that's still in the workforce saying, should I go home? Just had a focal aware seizure at work. Now I have a pounding headache in my right eye and just feel weak and disassociated. Should I go home? I can probably get through my
Yes.
shift fine, but it is busy. I work at a coffee shop. Standing, I was standing, and the right side of my face and right thigh started twitching, and my coordination and reflexes became terrible. I was also confused, disoriented, disassociated. Nobody noticed it. Go home. Coffee
Go
shop, you're
home.
working around things that could do some damage, so definitely go home.
Hot boiling things, steamers, hot coffee, go home.
Yeah, making it through
Actually,
the shift is not a risk worth taking.
get an Uber, call a family member, get home. Don't drive.
Some of the comments are even telling her to go to the hospital. Maybe not a hospital trip, but
Think,
not safe to be at work.
or yeah, definitely when safe to be at work. Cookie can attest to working with seizures with his fryer story at the donut shop. Um,
No.
It looks like they
it's
came to the conclusion of let the boss know, saying, I'll let the boss know. Thank you guys. And that was the last that I know.
I let the boss
Update.
know during the interview, but I had already had the job right by then. We were talking about, you have the job, we're going to do this, this, and this, and get you here started next week. And I was just like, by the way, I have epilepsy. So,
what
yeah.
was the reaction? Just because of curiosity.
He was like, oh, okay. I don't think he knew what it was. He thought I don't know what he thought it was, but yeah, he didn't, looked confused for like 3, 4 seconds maybe. and then it just went away and was disregarded ever again.
Until
Never
you
brought
stuck
up.
your hand in the fryer.
Um, I think there was one seizure before that where it might have been brought up. But I think that was just like standing in place. I was in the back. But after the fryer, I tried to go back the next day. And they never told me I couldn't. It just happened. And then I went to see what's called workers' comp. And then I had one day off because it was my natural day off. And when I went back, they're just like, yeah, you got to get a doctor's note. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, you got to get a doctor's note before you come back. It's like, oh, this sucks. And I called and I was like, I can't get a doctor until this month or that month. And they're just like, well, we're going to have to put you on leave until you can do all that. So then I just got another job and then had another seizure on that job. And that was my life then.
That sounds like being belittled. I noticed the OP did give an update. I told my manager, and she said I looked fine enough to work and that she doesn't feel good half the time. So she disregarded what I told her. I went to the store director. He told me to go home. I can't believe the manager would belittle me like that. I'm home now, though.
Wow.
Oh, that was really smart to go next level up. If obviously whoever's talking to you is not seeing the facts or hearing what you're saying, then that was really smart to go to the director when the manager didn't listen.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hope this OP is listening.
I've had seizures at other jobs where I was a cashier that day, and I had a seizure, and then they just asked me, "Do you want to stay?" And I was just like, "Sure." Finish the shift and continue to get money. At that time, I needed money, so I was like, "Yeah, why not? Let's keep going." And me not paying attention to my health, or I don't even think I was. Yeah, I don't think I was paying much attention to my health. I was like, "Okay, let's." I'm a single father at this point. Let's make it happen. And yeah, I've seen people leave for a bad finger, a hurt finger, or a thumb or something, and they asked me would I stay after a seizure. After having a seizure at the register while being cashier, I went back to being cashier for 3 more hours. Yeah, man, good times.
I'm thinking you're counting change, you're having to do stuff like that post-ictal. That's a little too much. Some jobs would be easier than others, but if you're having just a day of clusters or a lot of focals or even just feeling like one might come on, staying on the job is just never the best way to do it. We do for as long as we can, though.
Yeah, and that was another job that didn't exactly tell me I was fired. They were just like, they didn't tell me to go see a doctor, but they put me like on the calendar to work, and there was a day that I didn't work, and then some of the people at work were like, "You're not on the calendar," and I'm like, "Okay, I'm looking at the online one and it says I'm on the calendar." I went up there, and that's when they told me, "You are fired. You've had too many seizures at the cash register." And I was like, "That's why everybody was like, you're not on the calendar." And I was like, "But online it says I'm on the calendar." And yeah, I went there and they pointed it out. Sorry, man, it's been too much. Too many of these seizures at the register. I tried to talk to them, and just be like, well, I could go back to moving stuff in the back. You guys used to have me in the back, like moving stuff around. And I guess at that time they didn't need anyone in the back to move anything around. So just lost that job. And I decided to get another job. And yeah, until my family decided to say that was it for you. Do got something else here? It says anyone gets longer seizures or aura issues, aura continua. So I found a post from just one person here 2 months ago that I don't think is active anymore, but I had many comments, so I thought I'd give it a try myself. I have unusual long episodes up to an hour and even a full day with minor changes in intensity, and they're completely unsensory, left side body heavy, weak, numb, heavy, weak sensation with no real weakness or numbness, more like subjective. Doctor said it's possible the epilepsy, and I also read about something called aura continua, which is focal seizures that last long. Sometimes also focal status that doesn't hurt the brain, as the status epilepticus does. They started 3 months ago, almost daily, even multiple times a day. I did all tests you can imagine and excluded 20 plus diseases by now. Did anyone experience similar seizures, at least in length, if not the symptom? And what is your experience? I've had seizures that lasted for maybe 2 or 3 hours. Um, and it was like on the podcast, and there was like 2 hours left. And I was just like, okay, we can do this. And then I don't know if some of you guys haven't. Oh no, it'd be Andrea. You haven't met Sailor Mom. She was there and she just like took over, and I was like, okay, good. And then like every 5 to 10 minutes, she'd be like, "Are you okay?" And then I'd come back, and then I was like, "Yeah, I'm okay," and I'm laughing and smiling and doing stuff that made no sense. Like when it would be my turn, I show her pictures of face masks and costumes and stuff, and when I went back and edit the video, I was just like, wow, I'm doing stuff that makes a lot of no sense. Like during it, I'm just like, here, look at this mask right here. And she's like, is that a person's real face? And I'm like, I don't know. I think it's a mask of something. It just, but every time she like comes back and like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. And I laugh because I'm not okay, but I'm laughing at myself because, yeah, over and over. And then I was just like, yeah, I gotta go. I was like, I can't do it. I'm trying. And yes, second episode, I think, maybe third. And yeah,
But you got
didn't
great
rem-
footage in the meantime.
I didn't remember the day in particular, because when I found that one and I was editing through videos, I'm like, I don't remember this day. But I was just like, let me just edit it as the day it says it was, in the order it says it is. And I was just like, all right, well, yeah, I guess I don't remember this, and just kept going. Anybody get long auras?
Not really.
I never had auras, but long seizures happened, and that was so it's just what prompted if it was more than 5 minutes, then before Nasalam, it was a ER visit and a really long, tiring ordeal. So yeah, long seizures suck because you feel worse, and usually the consequences are a lot more time consuming, and like the last thing you can do is just crash. That's what I always wanted to do after a long seizure.
Yeah, that was also the another question. I only read the auras, but it says anyone gets longer seizures. Basically, like they're asking if we get clusters, and have you had any similar experience? One of the comments here says, "Yes, I've had this. It is like when you have nausea and you just want to throw up to be better. I would I would have ongoing focal seizures for hours and just want to finally turn into a full tonic-clonic seizure just to feel better." Yes, been there.
I really don't know if that's what happens to me just because I didn't have cameras and I've been alone so many times for my tonic-clonics. So I have no idea what I do.
I do have another comment here. Yeah, when you said you don't know what you do, it just makes me think of like the times that I just like wandered around and stuff. Like I, I always wondered, what did I do just those times that I blanked out and came back in a different place? Like, what was I doing on the way there?
Right. I have no idea. I showed up to my new neurologist and they're like asking me all these questions. I'm like, I have no idea. Like, I'm sorry, I can't answer any of these questions for you, but I have no idea because I am unconscious and I don't remember anything and I'm home alone.
Have you had a feeling that you had a seizure?
Oh yeah, I mean, like if I have a tonic-clonic, I know because I'm like want to die and I feel like I want to puke and I like my last one, I have no idea how long it lasted or what, but I know I spent like a day or day and a half in bed afterwards. But I have no idea.
Yeah. Hey, James. I did see you there. I think I was reading at that time.
Hi James, how you doing?
I'm gonna read this.
Hey guys.
Hey, I seen your message. You said you weren't feeling so hot. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it was a few days ago, Wednesday. That I don't know if y'all want to hear this shit or not, but
Go ahead. Nice haircut.
well, I've had it for a while. I always have my hat on. I actually don't have a hat right now. Yeah, and this morning got even crazier, but yeah, I went last Wednesday. Got home from work in the evening. I was just, I don't know if it was the meds, my pancreas, dizziness, whatever, but I just basically spent like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday just throwing up anything I would try and, try and stay hydrated, obviously, try and keep my meds down. Nothing was staying down. So I just, yeah, kept, kept throwing up just over and over and over and over and over. And yeah, since I couldn't keep my meds down for, couple of days or so, ended up having a seizure, and then that was thankfully I was already in bed. It was the middle of the night, so obviously we all know you get sore, you have different muscles that hurt and everything from it, but thankfully I was already laying down and in my bed from that. So it's been, yeah, couple of weird days just getting over that. But started feeling better the last couple of days. Got a good bike ride in yesterday and this morning as well. So I'm doing better. I'm able to keep food down and everything. So kind of gotten back to my normal, if you can even call it that, normal self. So yeah,
Baseline.
little bit, yeah, this life exactly, or as normal as you can get for somebody that has like the epilepsy that we do. So yeah, just hanging in there. It's good to see you guys again and everything, and yeah.
Glad to have you.
Proud to know you. Somebody who can go on a bike ride the day after a tonic-clonic? That's some superhero shit. And you went on another bike ride this morning? No, I
I
hope
can
I
tell
would.
you some even crazier ones too, but yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm bragging or anything, but yeah.
So since you, I think you said it was since Wednesday, how many seizures have you had?
Just that one. Um, my my
And
body's
then
not
you,
too crazy. It kind of keeps it in check. But I mean, obviously, still one is more
yeah, I'm
more
with
than
Kate.
anybody
I'm
should
like, you
have,
rode
right?
a bike.
But what
Um,
was that? Sorry.
I said I'm there with Kate. I'm like, you rode a bike after that? I'm gonna take a few days off just to recuperate, and yeah, a bike isn't happening.
I mean, yeah, I still had a couple of days of rest, in there. It's just that's my only way of getting around, running errands. It's my hobby. Um, I don't know. To me, that's just normal. So I don't know what else to. I don't know what else to do. My only other option would just be sitting here, laying down in bed or in my chair here watching random shit on YouTube, and that gets old real quick, as I'm sure you all know, right? I mean, it's yeah, that gets old quickly. So
I think we all have some one-track minds after a seizure. Post-ictal, I know I'm very like tunnel vision type. This is what I want, and I don't see any reason not to. And
I'm
that's maybe not post-ictal, but just like days after a seizure, even when you don't feel good.
yeah, and I'm pretty lucky too. Like very very close to my house. I have um it's called the a creek trail. I don't know what else. It's just yeah, it's called the Alameda Creek Trail. Um, so it's a very long Pookie knows since he was close, but it's a very long like bicycle path.
Yes.
Um, so you can hop on it. You don't have to worry about cars around you or
Traffic.
stoplight, yeah, traffic, anything like that. You can just hop on it, just ride your bike, keep safe and everything. So that makes it a little bit nicer too. It's just you just kind of hop on, just keep your eyes a little bit in front of you, watch out for whatever, and you're good to go. It's not having to watch out for stoplights and pedestrians and
You
cars and
can,
all the other BS that you would know on like a like a busy traffic street or something. So that does make it a little bit easier too for me. But
you're on a trail in a suit.
I mean, yeah, that's how I dress.
I'm just imagine seeing somebody. I'd be like, whoa, man.
I
See
want to get
that
a
guy?
drone out there now.
I do get funny looks. People are, yeah, and I get asked like regularly, like, "Oh, what are you dressed up for?" And I'm like, I left my house. What do you mean?
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, vest, the pocket watch, everything. I mean, it's just, yeah,
I didn't even have to ask. I knew that much.
it's just normal to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
You kind of just blew by what you were saying. Yeah, you were saying, yeah, that's only one part of the story. Um, Care to elaborate?
oh,
Kate was talking
yeah,
about you riding a bike, and you were like, yeah, that's only one part.
oh, just just random. I don't know, random shit having to stop at different places, and then this morning too, woke up and then I was just like, oh shit, it's Tuesday. Need to make sure I have my tablet charged. But then the power kept going out like
Mm.
multiple times this morning, so it took forever for the tablet to charge, and then I couldn't shower because the power was out, and just like a bunch of other stuff. The power kept going on and off, and finally it's been on for a couple of hours now. But it was interesting trying to just get random chores and stuff done this morning too. On top of just everything the last few days, but I think I'm pretty much back to normal. I've been able to keep my meds down for a couple of days now. I've been able to eat, keep hydrated. So I think I'm back to normal. I think I'm back to normal.
Okay.
Or I hope. Or that's what I hope. That's what I hope at least.
I hope you're back to normal too.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I got a post here. It says, how do I tell girls that I have epilepsy? 20-year-old male from the UK diagnosed at 19 following heat stroke. No photosensitivity, clear EEG and MRI. Seizures only occur in evenings and nights. I had a seizure last night, but it's controlled as long as I don't push the boundaries. I went out of I went out to 2 bars last night, and every weekend or 3 weeks, and drank 3 to 4 units of alcohol each time, and didn't sleep until 2 a.m. and the sleep was terrible. I've never had a girlfriend, but I've been getting some opportunities recently, and I don't know how to tell them. I want to say something like, in quote, I had a heat stroke last year, and I take medication because of some of the side effects that cause such as falling unconscious. Does anyone here have any advice? I understand that the majority of girls are looking for perfect men at my age, but you're a 20-year-old male, you're in the UK. Um,
And girls over there expect you to be perfect. Don't be hard on yourself, man. It can't be that bad.
yeah, you're in the club. I mean, yeah, going out to a bar 3 times a week. Yeah, you're living a good life. I don't know. I've never had girls like against the epilepsy, and
Lower
that's
your
interesting.
expectations for yourself.
Yeah, it's yeah. I've never had anyone say anything like bad about the epilepsy, or most people um don't know what it is, and I usually have to explain it myself. But
And again, if he's got the epilepsy and he's drinking that much, I looked up a unit and it's 10 milliliters or 8 grams of alcohol, which is what they're saying around the amount that an adult can process in an hour. So they're having 3 or 4 of those Saturday and Sunday. Maybe you'd be more comfortable getting in the game once you really know you're doing the best you can to control the epilepsy. If you do make the decision to tell the girl you're having seizures or you've had seizures, this is why you take your meds. You want to have some kind of follow-up of like what you're doing to control that or why it's not anything to get hung up on for her. So, I don't know. Maybe you're not having a hard time meeting girls. It could just be you're not controlling your epilepsy well enough to feel comfortable to tell them.
If you're not comfortable with yourself, they're not going to be comfortable either.
there you go.
There's the wisdom.
And I
Yeah,
was gonna add in too. I know I'm obviously we've had other talks. I know I'm the worst to be saying this, but yeah, it seems like you need to clamp down on the drinking there a little bit, and that would help out with probably the epilepsy and the awkward situations maybe with the females as well. Um, but yeah, it's not something that I always would tell people, instantly. You want to make sure that you kind of have a good, I don't know what the right word is, like a good solid ground with the person first, and then maybe tell them. Um, the the only people I've dated since I've had, my up or had it since I've gotten divorced and everything. I already kind of knew them in the past, like they were like old friends type of situation of dating them. So they kind of already knew, so it wasn't a huge deal. So I don't really have any true experience of breaking the news to somebody, so to speak with it. So yeah, I don't have full uh examples or anything to give for that, but I would say that yeah, most people aren't going to be very
right.
receptive to just having it, thrown like, the first date or something. I wouldn't do that
Well,
for
not only
sure.
that, I mean, you're setting the tone for how important it is. If you throw it out there like that, then it kind of makes it a priority, like you said. I mean, you want to start on solid ground, so getting to know each other is totally understandable. But if you started as, hi, my name is, and I have epilepsy, like that's kind of setting the tone for this condition being a priority of who you are and like your life in general. So I would say don't even bring it up until you get to know them. See if it just kind of casually comes up in conversation, what you got going on this week. Oh, I have an appointment over in, wherever, because I still go to a neurologist every now and then. I was diagnosed, whatever, with epilepsy, got it under control, and this is just how I still take care of it to get prescriptions. And, if you throw it out there like that, maybe that would be easier.
Yeah, it seems almost like if it goes, if it goes slower, you slowly introduce it to them, or maybe you have one during the time that you're, getting to know each other and you're dating and something. It might be they might have a little bit more, they might be a little bit more sympathetic to it. Whereas if you just go out there, like I mean, epilepsy is, it's a medical condition. Like you wouldn't like I know this is like over dramatic, but I'm just doing it to make a point. But like the first time you meet somebody, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I have herpes. Nice to meet you." Like,
Oh wow.
yeah, I know that's why I was saying I was being over dramatic. But like, certain health things, like you don't just automatically just go out of the way, and that's like the first thing you say is you're introducing yourself. So there's no reason to do that with epilepsy. Either get to know the person, see what's going on. Because for some people, I mean, it really could be they could be just be like, I don't know what the fuck this is, or anything about it. I don't want to deal with it. Like we're done. Like, and you could kill the relationship. But if you slowly get into it and you get to know the person, they get feelings for you, they're sympathetic towards it, then you might be able to work the relationship out. In the long run, it could be
Especially if you
somebody
spent
that,
time together and never had a seizure.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Or you could go, the first year of dating that person, never have one, and it could be a nothing issue. So every situation, everybody's body is different, as we've talked about a million times. So I would I would just kind of, yeah, pull back and keep it in and slowly introduce that medical condition to that person when you're dating them.
Me, I kind of, I wouldn't say lead with that, but I make sure that specifically is known, like in our first day of talking. Like it wouldn't be the first thing, but I'd eventually throw in there, you know what epilepsy is? And that usually helps lead into that conversation. Just like, you ever heard of epilepsy? And then some of them are like, yeah, some of them are like, no. Then even the ones who say yeah, or the ones who don't know anything about it, but they heard it was on a movie or something. So yeah, usually it's no one knows anything about it and you got to tell somebody about it. Actually, I have met a couple of social workers who did know something about it, people who had met people or worked with people who were going through mental health things, and they knew a little bit about it. But other than that, usually it's teaching people. It's a teaching process. The next 10 questions are about epilepsy.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
that's more
another.
with girls, because I think guys are way easier to tell you have epilepsy, and then they're just like, oh, okay, no more questions. Especially if they don't know anything about it. I think guys are way less likely to get curious all of a sudden and start learning from you right after you meet. And yeah, there's definitely a different dynamic there. Andrea gets that vibe.
Well, guys are thinking with
About that?
their other head when you're first meeting
Bro,
somebody.
come
So
on. You're the one who just said keep it in.
Yeah, you're the one. I mean, it's for a guy, it's like, all right, well, you have
especially
seizures.
if you don't know about it, you're just like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go along with this. I'm totally into this chick. I'm gonna just
As
do
long
whatever.
as long as you're not having seizures, it's like, all right, then she has seizures, she has epilepsy, and it doesn't
Uh,
bother me. I
I was
mean,
gonna say
not
another
with
thing
me.
too is,
With certain people, they're like, it doesn't bother me. I can get through it until they see it. Then they'll even like, oh yeah, I can't deal with that, or it's
yeah.
traumatizing. In the beginning, just conversation, and she's pretty. I can imagine someone just ignoring you. Oh yeah, she has epilepsy. It's all right. We don't live
I,
together.
I was gonna say another thing too is, like we've talked about, most people, like, they don't know about epilepsy. The only thing they know is like the stereotype. Like what you see like in a TV show or a movie, like somebody has epilepsy, or somebody has a seizure, and then they just have, the full grand mal, their body's flopping around like that. That's what they think. They don't understand the side effects, the medications, the other things that go along with it. So even if they do know a tiny little bit about it, usually it's just that, and they're just like, oh, okay, it's something that happens for like 30 seconds, and then they regain consciousness, and then we're back to our date night, or like something like that. You know what I mean? Like
they don't understand like the I need time to bounce back period.
exactly, yeah. Like everything is sore afterwards, or it takes a day to kind of get your brain out of the fog, or different, all the different side effects that we all, everybody has.
I can imagine another guy just thinking, for you women in particular, just like, you all right? And you're like, yeah, I'm all right. It's just a seizure. Then they're just like, all right, well.
But that's when you can tell the difference in somebody who actually heard you say epilepsy and like it meant something, and the ones who really did just kind of not have any questions about it, because then you yawn or kind of look out the window, and he's like, okay, do you need to go home? You okay?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, then they get worked up really easily because they don't know what the fuck is wrong with you.
I
And
can't
that's
tell
what
you
they
how
heard.
many times I told Andrew, I'm fine. You don't need to come home from work. He's like, yeah, I'm coming home. And he came home and spent the rest of the day at the house, even though nothing happened, just because I told him I had a.
That's sweet.
I can say for a girl, for like a girl having a seizure and a guy having a seizure is different. Like I could say me having a seizure, that person's gonna be like, you all right? You sure? And a woman's gonna keep asking, are you all right? And a guy is gonna be like, you good? You sure? All right, let's go about the day. A girl is gonna be much different for us. She's gonna keep asking to be all right and be like, yeah, I'm all right. And then she's gonna keep asking.
Till you
And
get pissed off.
Nope,
yeah.
that's when you have to decide, okay, do I tell this guy that I'm not going to remember like any of the next 2 hours tomorrow? And obviously that's not something you want to bring up if, yeah,
I was gonna
no,
say, depending on the guy, you might not want to say that,
exactly.
Get
unless you know
pissed
him
off
pretty
if you
well.
don't remember. But then they're mad if
That's
you
when
don't.
that's when timing is everything. You guys talk about the night the next day or a couple days later or whatever, and put two and two together that you don't remember anything. Does he take it personal? Or does he choose that time to ask a question about it? Listen out,
It
ask the
might
right
be
question.
personal.
That's a good test. I mean, there's another post here saying that, oh, never mind, it was the wrong one. I saw something about like how can you turn epilepsy into a positive? Something about what's the positive of epilepsy. And yeah, I mean, if you guys can ever manage to use those situations to say you learned something or say that something good came out of it.
Yeah.
Awesome too.
When it comes to dating, I have kids, so I lead with that. If you can get past me having kids, then I throw out their epilepsy. And then if you can get past that, then usually it's all good from there. But if you can get past kids and then you can get past me having epilepsy, perfect. But if you can't, then we can't go further because this isn't
Plenty
things
of
I
us
can
got to
just
get
get rid
past the
of.
not driving or working too.
I got a
Mm.
whole lot of shit.
Uh,
See,
I'm,
from
I'm
30s to yeah. And that's exactly what we're prepping for.
yeah, but I'm almost 50, so there's a difference.
yeah, usually I lead with the red flags, and it usually works. Epilepsy usually isn't the biggest deal. Like I said, people usually don't understand what it is. And then I think with their thinking, when I say I have seizures, they're thinking, oh, it's just a seizure and he's just going to get right back up and he's going to be okay until they see it. When they see it, then it's a different story.
I would say though, it's probably a bit harder for the person that asked that question, since they said that they're 20. When you're younger, you go out a lot more, you have more options. Once get pushing, 40 or 50 or whatever, and you don't have as many people, I think, are a little more
lot more people are settled down
Yeah,
already.
they're a lot more sympathetic. You know, they've known a lot of people throughout their lives, different situations, different things like that. Or like for me personally, I don't have many options right now, so I'm more willing to kind of put something aside to to get to know a person or something. Whereas, when I was 20, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm done with you. I'm gonna go over and talk to that person 5 feet away, at the bar, instead. So
Well,
I
I
think
think,
for them it's probably a tougher situation, whereas, for us higher up in age, we might be a little
well,
bit
and
more
I there's
willing
a
to.
big difference between trying to meet chicks at the bar and actually trying to meet somebody for a real relationship that's going to last for the rest of your life too.
Very,
But
yeah, very true. Yeah.
that's something that they're not going to learn for another, several years probably.
Yep.
For for some reason, it's like I'm gonna try not to have a seizure in front of this person. That never works. It's usually like one of the early times, and I like, okay, I'm gonna try to not have a seizure ever with this person, and
No, really, I'm good.
yeah, it's usually
Well, I mean,
like
it's not like you can control it, so yeah, definitely.
I'm getting ready that day, and I'm like, okay, everything's good. All signs are showing I'm gonna have a good day, and it'll be that day that we're not worried about, or that we're going to do something important or something. Um, yeah.
Yeah, when so I mentioned I didn't have the greatest last Wednesday. Um, I woke up and grabbed, my phone's next to me on my nightstand, grabbed my phone and it said 9:49, and I was like, "Oh, fuck." I was like, "I need to hurry up and get ready for work." So I sit there, I wake up and I sit for a sec and I try and stand up and I'm so nauseous. I just start, you know, puking and everything. And then, my mom comes in the room and just asks like, how are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, "Oh, I'm not good." And I was like, why are you here? Like, shouldn't you be at work? Like, no, it's 10 o'clock at night. I was like, oh, it's 9:49 p.m., not a.m. Oh shit. Like, my mind was just so far out of it. I didn't even, like, I had my curtains closed, so I didn't see outside. I was just so far out of it. All I did was see the time and thought, for some reason, I had been asleep already for so long. I thought it was the morning. I thought I needed to get ready for work and get going. And then that's when I decided, I was like, okay, yeah, it's probably not the best idea for me to go work around children tomorrow morning. I think I'm going to stay home. So then,
Maybe so.
yeah. So I didn't go to work Thursday. I didn't go work Friday. Took me kind of like, yeah, Saturday, Sunday to kind of recoup, just get my head back into everything. And then, yeah, by Monday I started eating and being able to keep liquids down too. And then, yeah, so uh yesterday was, yeah, when I got, yeah, my ride in. And then, yeah, today too, I was just trying to get myself back up, back going again, back on my feet, be a normal human being again, not just a epileptic zombie.
Some of the comments here from this telling girls about epilepsy. One says, "Hey there, I'm a girl. I'm 36, LOL, who has epilepsy. When I met my now fiance, I took the blunt and honest approach. I let him know I have epilepsy and I'm here for any questions or concerns he may have. I don't think this will work for everyone, but if and when it's your right person, they will be supportive of you and your journey. Sending you good vibes." It's way different talking to a girl. Another comment here says, "I'm a 20-year-old girl with epilepsy, and to be honest, I let it come out and come up naturally. For example, if they ask why I don't drink or why I haven't learned to drive yet, it's an easy to guide the conversation that way. In a first date scenario, in quote, I have epilepsy, so I can't drink as much as others, or in quote, I have epilepsy, so I haven't been allowed to have a license. Depending on if your epilepsy is controlled or not will depend on how easy these conversations go. But to be honest, from my experience, most people, guys at least, are understanding, don't ask too much, and move on to another topic in good time. You be like, all right, well, how was your day? One comment here says, as a woman, I would say it's not something I need to discuss until we are 3+ dates in. The right kind of person will be able to take care of you as long as you do the same. I don't think I wait that many dates in because I want the person to be aware just in case something happens out there. I don't want to wait 3 dates. The first date, I could have a seizure and the person wouldn't know what to do. And you didn't tell me that you did this. Or it's finally that third date and you're like, I'm going to let them know this time. Seizure. You don't make it. Bunch of other comments, and these are mostly girls, and I'm interested in reading a couple more. One says, I'm a girl, but in my experience, it's good to just rip the Band-Aid off when it makes sense to bring it up in conversation. I mention it offhand. Example is if the guy asks if I want to get a drink, I just say, oh, I don't drink. I have epilepsy and alcohol isn't good for that. Generally, there are follow-up questions and I answer them, but usually in the same day, I talk about the weather. How they react is a good way to determine if they're worth dating. Unfortunately, epilepsy is a part of life and that you can't control it. And if your date can't accept that, then likely wouldn't work out, regardless if you told them 1 date in or 3.
And what sucks too is you can't even be like, oh, no, that's fine. I don't drink, but I'll be your designated driver and you can drink. Like you can't even you can't even, you can't even say that to them because obviously we can't drive. So it's just like, yeah. I always felt, younger. Obviously I've said a bunch of times I do drink, but other times when going out when I was younger and first had it and was being a little bit more I don't know, proper about it. I wouldn't drink, and yeah, it was like I couldn't drink, I couldn't drive. It was like, what? I'm just useless in this situation at this age. is what it felt like. I mean, obviously that's not true facts, but that's just what it feels like when you're in your young 20s and going through that. So I understand that feeling for sure.
What year were you diagnosed?
My very first seizure was
What year were
2005.
you diagnosed?
Well, they told me that's what I had, the very first one that I had. So it was April of 2005 was my first one.
Oh, okay. You're a year older than me then. I mean, seizure wise, my seizures diagnosed in 2016. Um, so yeah, going on 20 years, man.
Yeah, it was April of '05. So yeah, a little over 20 now. Because that was my first one. My parents didn't really know what was going on, so they instantly called the paramedics, and then they took me to the ER. And then when I was there, they were like, "Yeah, you had a seizure. You have epilepsy." And they pulled my license and all the other fun stuff that goes along with that.
That hurt.
That's been how it's been going, yeah, ever since. I eventually got it back. I got it back one time, after the 6 month period that they have. And then I had another one like a few months later, and then I was just like, yeah, this probably isn't a good idea. I probably shouldn't be driving a car anymore. And then I don't remember exactly when it was, but yeah, about a year after the first one. So sometime in '07, I think, was the last time I drove a car, and the last time I actually legally had a license was 2010, I believe. Yeah, I think early 2010. I just gave up and don't really care anymore. I no longer have a car, so it's like, what's the point?
I still feel like reading these comments for some reason. And I'll read a couple more then. One says, as a girl around your age, I'm 22, I want to reassure you however, you tell people it's not likely to hurt your chances with them at all. I don't think women are looking for a guy with completely clean bill of health. None that I know, at least. And if they are, then they are very weird and should be avoided. They'd be doing you a favor and revealing a nasty truth about themselves by reacting weirdly, to be honest. I think you could just wait until you're comfortable with someone and mention it as it comes up or as it's convenient. The way you explained it makes sense. I know it's scary to be vulnerable about this kind of thing, but I think most women would really appreciate your openness and wouldn't think of you any differently. Wishing you the best of luck. I beg to differ. She's saying most women wouldn't think stuff like that. Yeah. Usually find those are the ones you find. They're like, no, they don't exactly takes you back or whatever the case. I mean, I've heard that. I haven't went through that, but I've heard people just not getting responses after that and stuff. And girls been like, I know it's okay. And I guess they go and they learn what it is and they don't call back.
If that's the case, they're not worth your time.
That doesn't make the situation any easier, though. You eventually realize they're not worth your time, but it's still
eventually wasted time.
It still hurts. It still hurts.
I understand.
Everybody hurts.
Yeah, they seem to be all girls. I'll read one more. I'm also a woman, 36-year-old female, but I met my husband around 11 years ago, and it was pretty straight up when we met. My seizures weren't super under control, and I figured that was an unfair surprise and a shitty end to a date if it happened that way, which I definitely did more than a couple times. I definitely wasn't rejected and then was rejected by other people who weren't interested in dating someone with epilepsy because they didn't understand, or maybe it just wasn't a part of their plan. Whatever, though, I always looked at it as time I didn't waste building a relationship with someone who couldn't possibly share goals with me. Wishing you the best. There is a lot of amazing people out there in this world. I was going to ask you this question, but you couldn't relate, but you could very well tell someone how to deal with it. He was asking, he's 20 also. So he was asking, how do you deal with telling girls you have epilepsy? A lot of girls answered this post and they were just saying, you got to throw it out there and just don't let them waste your time. It's easier for a girl to tell a guy and then a guy just say, okay, it's all right. We'll get past it, stuff like that. But a girl, it's not easy.
I guess it's hard. I don't know how you would do it at 20. I mean, you're dealing with somebody who's not really mature yet, and they're going to change. So you could tell them at 20 that you have epilepsy, and they're going to say, well, gee, it's no big deal. I love you for who you are. But at 32, they may not feel the same way. Or at 40. It's hard. People change. Especially
that can happen with any relationship.
Yeah, but especially at 20.
Yeah. I did it twice.
Right. You don't know what the hell you want.
No, you don't.
Right.
Not
you
at
think
20.
you know everything. You think you know everything in the world, but you don't know shit.
No, you don't know shit.
Right.
You don't have a fucking clue what you want until you're about at least 35.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But but the point is, you throw it out there and see what happens. But still, you know,
Yeah, gotta let them know. Throw it
let
out
them
there.
know. But still, it's not going to mean anything.
Right.
it may not. There are some people
Right?
out there that meet their soulmate in high school and go on to live forever together. But that is
Oh, yeah, sure.
extremely rare,
Yeah.
These days, it is. It's very rare, and especially people change.
especially picking up people in a bar. You're not going to
Yeah.
meet,
Well,
I'm sorry, but you're not going to pick up your soulmate in a bar unless you're just destined to go be alcoholics. I'm sorry.
Right.
well, there's a possibility.
That is a possibility, but I wouldn't say it's going to lead to a very happy relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah. I met people. I mean, not in the bar. I've met people who um who met people in bars and had kids. Um, I'd say so far they're doing well, but yeah, like 3 or 4 years in, I think. 2 years without a kid, 2 years with. They're
Can
doing all
happen.
right, but
It can
yeah,
happen, but the most of the people that you meet in a bar are going to be like a one night stand or some like 6 month long relationship or something, maybe.
Right.
yeah, yeah. Because that night in particular, it was we were like, okay, we're gonna go meet some girls,
Right.
and now they have kids and they're in a good relationship. But that night in particular, we were not there to find someone to be with for the
No,
rest of
he was
our
out to
lives.
get laid. He was out to
Listen,
get laid.
I wasn't going to say it, but Angie's right. The guys are looking to get laid, and the girls are looking for somebody, you know, to spend their lives with, or at least the next
They're
couple of years. And
sometimes
they're
they're just
also
out looking to get laid
looking to get
too.
laid. Right. I was going to, that was my next thing. Some of them are also looking to get laid. So that's why it works so well.
A lot of the girls hanging out in the bars are looking to get laid too.
Right. Exactly.
Some of
It
them are just
wasn't
looking to go get hammered because they had a shitty day and want to be
right.
left the fuck alone. But some of them are out there because they want to get laid.
But listen, it wasn't too hard for the guys to get laid when they met a girl in the bar.
Right.
'Cause
You
we
meet
were
the
both
right
there for
girl.
the same thing.
We're all here for the same reason.
Right.
Right.
There's always going to be somebody throwing it out there.
I got another post here. It says, anyone else diagnosed with epilepsy as an adult? I'm a 34-year-old female, and I started having focal and tonic-clonic seizures about a year and a half ago. Before that, I'd never had anything, no signs, no warning, nothing. Now I'm on medication, but I still have seizures from time to time, and I'm learning how to live with this condition because it's changed my life for quite a bit, even with my sensitivity to certain environments, noise, lights, etc. Is different now. It's hard to explain to people around me, but I feel like maybe someone here will get it. Has anyone else gone through something similar?
Exactly. We get it. We've all gone through. Andrea and I have both gone through the exact same thing. I mean, we both got it as an adults, and it messes up your whole life, as it does when you're a child. But you're used to doing something a certain way, and all of a sudden that way doesn't work anymore.
I didn't
And,
get it as an adult, so I don't understand, but
yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
yeah. It's in some ways it's a lot easier than getting it as a young person because you don't have to live with it your whole life. But then in other ways, you walk around, it's like all of a sudden, like for me, at 75, my life changed. I was having enough trouble
41.
I was having enough trouble, figuring out what I was doing. And
Yeah.
Andrea at 41, I mean, it's hard.
No, it wasn't 41. I can't add.
46. You're
Yeah.
46 now.
No, I'm 47, about to turn 48, and my first seizure was in 2000, and I was diagnosed in 2001.
Oh, so you were. A young person.
Yeah, I was in my 40s. I don't fucking know.
Man, you had a seizure in 2001?
Yeah, I had my first one in August 19th of 2020 at 5 a.m.
Oh, I thought you said
What?
2001.
That's what I thought.
No, I meant 2021.
Oh,
Sorry. I told you I'm bad. I can't talk today either.
I was gonna say 2001 and those dates you're putting together.
Yeah, I was trying to figure
Man,
out the numbers too.
how are you an adult?
Yeah, we did that.
No, 2020, and then my first one was in August of 2020. The next one was the following May.
After your first one, did they just tell you, you got epilepsy?
No, I went. The first one they called Andrew called the paramedics, and basically, by the time they showed up, I was coming back, and they basically said, "Okay, you're peachy. You had a seizure. Follow up with your primary care doctor." So I called him and made an appointment for that day. And his first comment was, "Oh, you probably smoked some bad weed." Because I told him I had smoked some weed.
Of course,
And
it had to be
referred
your
me
fault.
to, right. And then referred me to a neurologist who immediately put me on Keppra. And I believe within a year and a half, I was angry and suicidal, and they took me off the Keppra and put me on Lamictal, and I was having EMUs, and now I'm on 4 meds and going for surgery eval.
I wonder why don't they just like throw the options out there, like you can take Keppra, Lamictal, or just like give you 4 options and then you like look at the side effects and then take it, but they just give you what they feel like gonna work. Then they
They
change
give
it.
you Keppra because
Yeah, they
Keppra
give
is the
every.
oldest and it's the cheapest.
Oh, I didn't know that was the reason.
I'm pretty sure it's been around the longest, so they just throw this at you, and if it works, great. If not, we'll try the newer, more expensive stuff.
Right.
Yep, that was the first seizure medication. My grandmother took that back in the late 1930s, early 40s when she had her head injury and started having seizures. That was the one that she was on.
Yeah, I think someone told me that Dilantin was the oldest. It was here in the 1800s. That's the first one I took. I was a child still, so I just took it just because that's what was prescribed. Yeah, or some
I thought
common.
I thought it was Keppra, but
Uh,
I never looked into it, so I could be wrong.
I mean, there's
yeah,
stuff that's older. 1912, they were using phenobarbital.
Yes, phenobarbital. That's what my grandmother took at first. There we go. She took Keppra later on. Thank you for reminding me and correcting me.
Pepper was what I took first.
But I just know it's one of the Kepra's one of the oldest. Therefore, since it's one of the oldest, it's probably one of the cheapest. Therefore, that's what the insurance companies probably want to pay for.
Yeah, she was my grandmother was born in 1914. She was 15 when she went to a concert and somebody threw a soda bottle into the crowd, and back then obviously they were glass. She was the unfortunate person that it hit, and directly in the head. So
Ouch.
a few months later, she started having her seizures, and that's when she was prescribed medication. So yeah, she so technically she had it, but it wasn't anything hereditary. It was from the head injury. So yeah, she never got a driver's license, never drove, never touched a steering wheel in her life since it happened. Yeah, when she was so young. just a random 1 in a million
Tragic.
type of thing. But yeah,
Tragic
happens
accident.
happens here and there. Yeah, my grandfather was killed in a 1 in a million way as well. So it was yeah, that side of the family is we got some bad
Been
luck over
through some
there.
shit.
Yeah, we got some bad luck over there. So
Not bad luck. That's stupidity.
Well,
Throw in a
the
glass.
Coke bottle was somebody's stupidity. It's not stupidity
Yeah.
on his family's fault.
No, it's the stupidity of the idiot who threw the bottle into the crowd.
oh
So,
yeah, no,
hey,
no, no.
hey,
I know what you meant. I know what you meant, Joe. And then yeah, my her eventual husband, my dad's parents, my dad's dad, he ended up um, being killed on an operating table um, because the anesthesiologist screwed up and a big air bubble got into the line. He was having heart surgery, so the air bubble went directly into his bloodstream and directly into his heart, um, and he passed away on the operating table. I can't remember the exact medical term for it, but there's only been like a handful of people that have um, been killed in that way.
The air embolism.
There, yeah. I mean, that's the yeah. What it is. There's some like specific weird medical word that's like 50 letters long or something, for the term for what it is. But yeah, it was like super rare. And then my grandmother, my dad, his brother, my uncle, obviously they tried suing the hospital and the doctor, but obviously, they didn't have much money at the time. Obviously, a hospital does, so they were able to get better lawyers and work their way around the law and everything, and nothing ever came of it. Um, I eventually, I'm such. We all know I'm fucking weird, so so I eventually, I gotten into all the ancestry, .com stuff and did all the like family digging and everything, and I just got it so in my head that I just needed questions answered. So I eventually ended up tracking down the doctor, and I called him and spoke to him for about an hour on the phone. He's still a doctor. He's in his 70s. He's still an anesthesiologist working in Long Island. And I called him and I was just like, dude, I have no, like, I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to do anything. I have no hatred. I just want some questions answered, bro. And yeah, talk to him for an hour, just asking him stuff. It was an awkward conversation. It was kind of weird, but, but it gave me some answers toward stuff. And yeah,
that's nice that you got to talk to him.
yeah, I just kind of asked him. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, dude? He's like, it was 1980, so or sorry, 81. So I mean, obviously like legitimately when he said he's like, medical practices, stuff that we know about medicine was completely different back then, and this and that, and blah blah blah, and this is what happened, and I'm already ranting. I'm not going to go into too many details, but he kind of told me what happened, and it kind of made sense, especially for being 45 years ago now. It we all it sucks because we all make mistakes like at our job, but when that's what your job is, your mistake ends up being a little bit more than oops, I forgot to put cheese on your taco, or or something like that. When you're an anesthesiologist, a mistake is very much more
Yeah.
than forgetting to put an item on your food order. So yeah, I understand. I don't understand, but I do understand. I have no, I mean, obviously I can't change the past, so there's no point in being super upset or super mad or anything at him. I was just glad to get, a few answers out of it, and time goes on. So
This isn't a question. It just asks for a few opinions because I thought it was interesting. It says CNN discovers exorcism inquiries that are on the rise in the U.S. This right here is why our research into cures is so hard. Until we all stand to have this ban, we will never make progress. I'm a Christian and strongly support everyone's freedom of religion, but this is just hate and not Christianity at all. What do you guys think about exorcisms?
I that's tough because yeah, like the person that posted it was saying is yeah, anybody can believe in whatever they want, in my opinion, you know. But as long as as long as you're not forcing it on to anybody else,
Yeah.
as that's my opinion at least. So yeah, like an exorcism or believing that somebody that has seizures has a demon or they're possessed or any of that, that's bullshit. When you start pushing it onto somebody else, then that's going a little bit too far. There's not demons and that stuff.
Few of the comments here. I just never really know what exorcism was all the way about. I just hear the word a lot. I don't exactly know like what they do. Like what is it doing to you? I never even researched it, but I will read a few comments here. What in the dark ages is going on? Another one says, "So am I possessed?" That's going to make holiday conversations tough this year. Another one here says, speaking as a recovering Catholic, adult Catholics who really believe this mythicism and magics of it all are some of the most deranged people you can meet. Stay far away.
Well, see, and that's another thing too. Is it depends on what religion the person is. Like a an exorcism from somebody that's Catholic is going to be different from someone that's Christian, and it'll be different from someone that's Protestant, and it'll be different from somebody that's Lutheran, and I could go on and on and on. Everybody has their own slight different beliefs of what the interpretations of the Bible or whatever. So each religion's going to have a different way about going an exorcism. So it like yeah, there's not one certain thing. It just doesn't make sense. Like if a Catholic exorcism works, then a Lutheran one shouldn't work. So why are the Lutherans doing it if the Catholic one works, and vice versa? Like it just none of it makes sense. It just depends on what you put your brain into and what you believe and what you were brainwashed into. Sorry, that was yeah, that was too far. That was offensive. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I don't know what it is. That's why I was looking to see if anyone exactly knew what it is to get an understanding. But anything helps me get further in knowing something about it. I do have another post here. It says, if you have a tonic-clonic and you're not driving at home or work, do you always report it to your doctor or DMV? I have had 2 previous licenses suspensions, so I'm just wondering how everyone will respond.
I'm good. How's everyone doing?
So far, so good.
Great.
Hey, what's up, Kevin?
Hey, James.
The icebreaker today was if you could put 3 things on a time capsule for other people 100 years away, what would it be?
Great, thanks.
James, I don't think you answered that either.
No, I didn't hear that one. I'm trying to think.
Me
Can I
too.
put myself in the time capsule?
I thought about that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Lots of food. All right, now. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
My first one would be at least one of my super old watches, just to carry that on. Um, I don't know about the other stuff. Couple of other things. Well, 100 years. Damn, I was gonna say a couple of other things that I would leave like for my nephew, but obviously he wouldn't be alive by then. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know the other couple things. I'd just save one of my super old watches just so it continues on. But other than that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's like some kind of writing. People need to know in 100 years what writing, you know, a book or something. That'd be very important.
There was a book someone told me I should read. It was called. So when you got here, Kevin, I was reading the beginning of this post, and it says if you have a tonic-clonic and you're not driving at home or work, do you always report it to the doctor or DMV? I've had two of these previous licenses suspensions, so I'm just wondering how everyone respond. Um, I don't report it to the DMV, but I report things. I don't report them to the doctor either. I mean, go to the emergency room, and if they bring it up that it was on your record, then I say something. But I don't call in every seizure. Just write it down,
Yep.
take notes that it happened, and tell them when you see them. But to call and check in, and I have not.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you too, Fuki, if you had that, being here in California, I never reported any of mine, but my license still got pulled all the time. The doctors have to report it, like legally they have to report it. So that's why my license kept getting pulled. I never said anything to the DMV. Is that how it worked out for you? Because I know we live, super close to each other, but
um, what was the question again? Your question?
my question was, it was about the license. Like I never reported mine
Yeah, me
when they
either.
happened. The doctors did it because it's legally required for them, at least
Yeah,
here in our state. So I was wondering if that's what happened with yours as well, because I never reported any of mine. They just always just got thrown onto me.
I never reported it or anything like that. But just like you said, the doctors report things. They have to report it in California.
Yeah.
Um, so I've went to the emergency room, but I don't think I ever brought anything up to my primary that the things that are happening with my neurologist. I just did it. It may sound dumb, but my neurologist and my primary were always on different pages. Um, I think because I had the neurologist for a decade longer. Um,
Yeah, and like they don't, it's weird. They just don't, I don't know what the right words are, but they don't take it seriously. They just kind of like push you to the side. I think I showed you guys one day on chat, I think my ID picture. It was from 2011. I have no facial hair. My head hair is like as long as yours, almost, Pookie. Complete exact opposite of how I look today, but they've never required me to go back in because it's only an ID, it's not a driver's license. So, like I said, yeah, the picture's, 14, almost 15 years old now, and I get double takes all the time. Like the only place I ever actually pull out the ID now is when I go to like the dispensary, and like I still get like double takes, and I'll just be like, I'll just make a joke. I'll be like, yeah, it's not going to help you, but here's my ID. Because it doesn't look like me, but at the same time I'm like, bro, why would I try and get a fake ID that says I'm 40? Like like if somebody's trying to get a fake ID, it's going to be like they say that they're like 21 or 22, not 40 years old, like 39, 40
right.
years old, right? Like so yeah, but it's just annoying because it's because of that.
I guess
But,
unless
but
you're trying to run for president or something.
yeah. But I mean, at the same time too, like I can't complain because who the hell wants to go to the DMV, right? So like, if they're not gonna make me go down there and take a picture, all good, dude.
Yeah.
So
If
yeah,
I would have known that, I probably would have had the picture from my earlier 20s. I always went back to the DMV because they always be like, "Oh, this license or I mean, this ID is expired." They've done that at the dispensary and didn't let me go in because the license, I mean, the ID was expired. So I always had to go in and get it as soon as possible, and that was always the DMV. I
but
mean,
here you go.
because
I know you guys. Some of you were here for it before, but here's me now: beard, mustache, glasses, short
yeah, that
hair.
guy doesn't even look like that guy.
It looks more like
Exactly.
Kevin.
It, it kind of does with the long hair, huh? And for some reason they made me take my glasses off. I've had glasses since I was 6 years old, and the DMV made me take my glasses off for this picture too. So it's just like,
That's a new
how
rule now.
it's just like,
Maybe the glare.
how can we make you not look like how you look as much as we possibly can? Was what they did that day. Yeah, so that was from yeah. And my license, it doesn't expire until 2028. So I still have 3 more years with this fucking stupid picture, dude. Yeah, it's
Go
just
in and
ridiculous.
tell them you lost it.
But then I gotta stand in line, and then I have to pay for the new
Well, then
one.
quit
And
bitching about your picture.
Yeah, you can get it redone anytime.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I could go down there, but
They're
yeah.
still gonna make you take your glasses off.
Are
James,
they?
why do you care?
Because for the first time I got my ID and my
They
driver's license,
changed the rules.
see,
Everyone has to
that's how
take their
little I go down
glasses off.
there. That's how little
I
I go
have to
down there.
take
I don't
mine
know.
off. Well,
Why?
that's just how it is. If you want a new
What's
picture with your awesome beard, then you're gonna have to go stand in line at the DMV.
It's not that I want it because of the beard. I'm just saying I just want something that looks like more like me today. I mean,
Then you got to go to the DMV.
Yep.
why?
yeah, it's
What's the
true. It's true.
difference?
I know. I mean, I'm not that ignorant.
I
One of
couldn't
these days,
imagine.
it's one of these days that ID is not gonna work, man.
I couldn't
Yeah,
imagine like having to go
2028.
to the DMV and like take off my glasses, like you guys say. Like, does
Yep.
like how good can you see without glasses?
Oh, I can't see.
I can't see
I'm
shit.
yeah. I'm like 2 feet away from the my tablet right now. I can't read anything. I can't see the buttons or the whatever you want to call
If
it, the
I
logos.
if
Yeah,
I
at
want
the
to read
bottom.
this, I got to put it right here.
Yeah,
Like
exactly. My phone, if I don't have my glasses on, like I look at it in the morning, it's like right here, like in front of my face. Like I am blind without it. I'm like, I never don't have these on. Why are you making me take them off? Like, there's no situation where like I'm gonna get ID'd at a bar, or I'm gonna get pulled over by a cop or something, like where I'm not gonna have my glasses on. Like you're purposely making it so that my ID doesn't look like me, and you're making it so that I'm gonna get,
it's
harassed. Like,
because changing your glasses style can change the look of your face so much. But if you take your glasses off, they can still make you take your glasses off. If they're questioning your ID, they can make you take your glasses off and just see your face. And you can't change that. You can change your hair, you can change your facial hair, you can
I
change your glasses.
I guess, but I could also go in and take that picture with, my dress shirt and my vest on. They're not going to make me take that off. I can also then be out and about wearing a t-shirt instead of a dress shirt and a vest. That changes how I look.
Yep. Still
Come on,
doesn't
man.
change
That's
your
like
face.
those old Archie comics where he used to wear the glasses with the.
With
Nobody
the
has any
nose
idea.
and
No,
the
I know what you're
little.
talking about. I know what you're talking about. Exactly. Yeah, it's just it's silly. And I know it's just we've gotten
You're
too far into
whining.
it. I know I'm just
You're
bitching about some like stupid little pointless thing, but
you're being
it
a man baby.
it is just it's just an annoying little thing.
To the post about tonic-clonics and telling the doctor. Another few of these comments. One says, every appointment they ask if you've had any seizures. Lying would mean you aren't getting the best treatment for yourself. That's a good one.
True.
Someone said, huh?
That's true.
Yeah, someone here says, no, but I also haven't driven in 9+ years, so there's that. When I see my doctor, I'm always asked how many seizures I've had since the last time I saw him, and I answer as best as I can. But there are often times like now that I suspect a seizure or two because of a sore tongue and other things, but I really couldn't say for sure unless they're witnessed. I don't know. I have bad memory of them. I drive and my doctor doesn't ask, but I also haven't had a seizure in over 4 years. Oh, congrats. Kevin, does your doctor ask you, have you had any seizures since the last time you seen him?
They just generally ask, "How you doing?" Uh, I don't think they. Yeah, I think they just ask, "No seizures, everything good, everything fine." Sorry, I don't mean to be all over the place. It's just,
Oh,
um,
no, it's okay. I got another post here. It says, honest question about preventative maintenance. How do you keep the red stuff off your clothes and bedding? 7 days ago, I was nominated by the U.S. Olympic community to take place in the face to brick wall jumping competitions. It's a tremendous honor and a rep- burden to represent the entire epileptic community. I've been a professional epileptic for quite a while now, and I feel that I'm prepared for such a challenge. I've got what is best described as road rash on half of my face. It just stopped leaking the red stuff Saturday. I'm not gonna lie, I do look like I've been going going to a fight club. Oh snap! I'm not surprised. Oh, I'm not supposed to talk about that. Just forget you read anything and move along. Now comes the hard part: exercising the demon that is removing the aforementioned red stuff from way too many fabric items I own. Cleaning up the red stuff is something new. I'm a master. Oh, it's nothing new, but I'm a master. But I would rather avoid if possible. The question is, how do you cover up huge wound stains? I don't care about how much tape or bandages I use without fail. I'm going to remove them. I'm going to remove them sometime in the night in my nocturnal post seizure stupid state. I just pull the seizure sheets, but this time I somehow forgot to remove the brand new white comforter my wife just bought. Bad doc. Why do you treat the why do bad doc? Why do you treat the comforter so dirty? Um, what are your thoughts? Preventative maintenance for keeping the red stuff off of pretty much everything. I have to go to I have to go clean part of the wall later today. Post seizure, I decided to rest my face on the wall. No clue why. I stopped asking questions a long time ago. This is the reason we choose eggshell paint. I'm not lying. That's the honest to God truth. Thoughts. Um, I haven't had road rash enough to mess up things. Um, or I don't remember the time that I had road rash if it was on the pillows or anything. But um, never as bad as this person is expressing.
The biggest thing I could compare it to is when I got tattoos and they're healing up and you're leaking ink. And it's pretty much just put down stuff you don't mind getting ruined and make sure you can clean it up afterwards. So get rid of that pretty white comforter that you got, because that's going to get ruined. And get it to a cleaners or something, unless you want to clean it yourself. And if it's blood, I would recommend hydrogen peroxide and cold water.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't really have much advice for that. Right next to me, I have one of my sheets, one of my pillow cases, and somewhere in my dresser as well. Um, all have blood, red stuff, stains on it. Um, yeah, there's no way really to get it like out of your sheet. Wait, there, can you
Right
see
as black
that?
sheets. Yeah.
You see that little stain right there? Yeah, that was from one of the times that when I was in bed, had a seizure and had bitten, chomped down on the end of my tongue and then bled on the pillowcase. It's on the sheet that's on my bed right now as well too. There's not really much you can do about it. You just try and wash it. Yeah, like she was saying, maybe take it to a dry cleaner or something. But that usually just doesn't come out of fabric. You just either keep it on there, live with it, know what it is, or replace it with new ones. I don't think there's any real in between with it.
Yeah, I've had clothes in particular, like jeans that had a little blood stain on it, and I was like, oh, I can get that off, and then I forget to wash those jeans for months, and then now when I do wash them because they've been sitting on something, and I'd be like, I'm gonna sit these here so I can remember, and then never wash them. So eventually, when I did wash them, the blood ended up not coming out, and it's like a little, really, very faint um, blood-looking thing. Like you could tell if you've seen what it was, but yeah, when I go places, no one usually points it out enough to. It's not enough for someone to point out, basically.
Yeah, and that's the clothes that you wear out. Like if like this person was asking, like I was showing, if it's your bed sheets, then who really cares, right? I mean, it's not.
The,
Yeah.
the wife's gonna care about the brand new comforter that he just bled all over probably, but she's gonna hopefully cares a lot more about you than the
Yeah,
comforter.
like if they're married, and she should know the situation and be completely understanding about it. I would think, but like we were talking about earlier, every relationship is different with people handling seizures. So
A bunch of the comments here I was gonna go through. One says, "Be grateful you're not cleaning up brown stuff or yellow stuff along with red stuff."
that's a good
Um,
point. That's a good point.
I'm trying to think. What does he mean by that? Because I haven't had brown stuff coming out of my face and mouth or anything.
I don't think he's talking about it coming out of his face and mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably not the mouth, but
Okay. Um, yeah,
number one or number two,
yeah. I was
flowing
thinking
out
like
of you.
I thought they were thinking like yellow stuff, like pus or something, and I'm like, I don't know how to get that coming out of your face, but okay, it all makes sense now. Wow.
That's
I
just
think we had a
funny.
I think we had a conversation about that before on here, right?
Um, I think so.
Like urinating
Yeah.
yourself.
Um,
Haven't It's
It's been
embarrassing, but
discussed.
yeah, it's embarrassing, but I think some of us have done it. I'm not going to lie. I did do it one time during a seizure. Um,
yeah.
yeah.
I was peeing a lot in the beginning. Got past that, but There are some
Yeah,
other comments here. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say I woke up and I just I was like kind of sweaty, so I just thought I was like just it was the summer. I just thought because of the seizure I was hot and sweating a little bit. And then like when I finally got up and stood up out of my chair, I just felt that there was a little more dampness in in one certain area than there usually is. And then I realized what it was, and then kind of felt the chair and was like, "Oh, god damn it! Now I gotta like steam clean this and do all this stuff." And yeah, it was yeah, definitely not fun. It was weird, but it was the only time I had done it too, so it was yeah.
Yeah, it was like my second seizure was the first time that I wet myself, and I was just like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "Yeah, this is gonna get embarrassing if this is what it's gonna be like the whole time." And then it was
Yeah.
like the second, third, and fourth time it didn't have it happened, and then the fifth time it didn't happen again. So I was like, "Oh man!" And then it happened after that, and I was like, "Well, let me just get used to it. Then this is what's gonna happen." Here's another post about preventative maintenance. It says, haven't managed to bleed into the sheets recently through my TCs these days or almost entirely when sleeping. See if Dawn Platinum Power Wash. Wait 5 minutes so it has some time to work. Then cold water, no guarantees, but given Dawn's marketing, the damn stuff is capable of just about anything. There's one here. It says, medication side effect or seizures. Hope everyone's good. I got told I had seizures, especially during sleep and when I transitioned from sleep stages. I'm on gabapentin 1200 milligrams, and I also got put on lamotrigine 100 milligrams. Since I started the lamotrigine, I keep having episodes during during my sleep I wet myself. I feel semi-aware of what's going on, but I feel like my dream is happening in real life, but I can't respond or do anything. I feel really confused and strange after, and a lot of the time I get muscle weakness after and can't stand. I don't really remember the wetting myself or anything about the dreams or anything. I have no idea. I had seizures in my sleep, they often, but they were often then myoclonic or in my temporal lobe. Any advice on which one it could be? Should I stay? Should I tell my neurologist? This has happened. This has only happened since I started the lamotrigine, both 50 milligrams and 100 milligrams.
Absolutely tell your neurologist. I have no idea what it could be, but your neurologist might.
Yeah, personally, I don't think those are side effects of the medication to be
But
having. I think those are
it could
just seizures.
it could be increased seizure activity because you changed meds or something.
Yeah, for me, I don't have or sorry, I didn't have, I don't know, as frequent of dreams and everything um until the last few years when I was on higher dosages, kind of heavier medication, and the dreams feel really weird. I don't know what the right word is. But within the last like 6 months or so, I've started writing just like a quick little note like about them, because there would be sometimes where I would have this dream and it would feel so real. Like a couple days later, I would be talking to my mom and I would be like, "Oh yeah, well, like when I was telling you blah 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 this story," and she'd be like, "You never told me that." And I'm like, "No, I told you that like a couple of days ago." And then, or something like that, like where the dream was just so real that it seemed like it was something that was actually happening, but it obviously it didn't. So it was a really weird situation. and it happened like 3 or 4 times between just different, my parents or different people or something, and I was like, this is getting, too much. I need to remind myself of of these thoughts that I'm having. So if I would have one when I would finally get up in the morning, I would be like, okay, this is what you thought last night. Like this is a dream. So and so didn't tell you this. It wasn't a real thing. Um, Obviously that sounds insane, but having seizures is also insane. So I mean, certain things you gotta do sometimes, right? So,
Doesn't sound insane to me.
That is
I mean,
all of our reality, man. We can all relate.
but yeah, like some advice for that person. I know it probably sounds like a chore or a little bit more of an action to have to do, but I promise you, in the long run, it'll help out, if that person is having those types of dreams or thoughts in the night, whatever you want to call it. It'll help them out in the long run, I think.
one other question was, should you tell the neurologist? I say you should. I say you should write down things like that. Let them know all the side effects and everything that's happening, because they can treat you better when they know everything that's happening. But if you don't let them know anything, then it's very likely that they just keep doing what they're doing and nothing changes because you're not letting them know that things are changing with you personally. But yeah, from what you're explaining, I think that just sounds like seizures. But like Andrea said, increased medication or changes in medication could increase in seizures, which is very much possible. The only comment here is someone says, I'm not a doctor, but highly likely those are tonic-clonics, meaning your meds are not working properly for you. Tell your doctors. Got something here. It says, epilepsy-related dream. So I'm 17 and otherwise healthy person. I've had epilepsy due to an AVM I had removed at 11 years old, which has been decently managed, about 1 to 2 seizures every 6 months. I had a seizure last year, which I was told was successful in removing all epileptic tissue from a 3-month post-op EEG, but they then had a full tonic-clonic. Oh, but then had a full tonic-clonic and possibly some focal seizures too since. Anyway, this is where it gets off. The other day, I was at the airport and felt a crazy feeling that happens every time I have a seizure. Sometimes it goes away and then I have a seizure a few minutes or an hour later. Other times the seizure immediately follows. Anyway, I get the feeling. Parents told me, and then it just went away with no after effects. Now this is where it gets weird. That night, maybe 6 hours post seizure, I had this awful, extremely vivid dream where I was seizing and doing the weird breathing where you can't quite get a breath in because the muscles around your lungs are contracting. IYKYK.
If you know, you know.
Oh, I was like, that doesn't look like a word. Yeah, lungs are contracting. I woke up feeling exactly how I'm feeling after I have a seizure. I slept for nearly 14 hours. I have a distinct headache, muscle aches, jaw pain, the whole shebang. Anyway, I saw my neurologist today and he said it was probably a seizure, but that he wasn't going to do anything about it, which seems really odd. No medication adjustment, no follow up EEG, nothing. I'm in the process of transitioning from children's hospital to an adult one, but the adult hospital said they only treat people over 18, which I won't be until next March. But the children's have already discharged me and sent all the info over. I'm just super confused. If anyone has had any experience, even slightly or similar, could you let me know what you did what you did or do, or what should I do. It's only been really concerning because I have never had a nocturnal seizure before. The question was, what should that person do? That was their question. What would you do and what should they do?
Did you say they don't have a doctor?
I think they said they do. I think they said they went to see a doctor and they're going to be moving to the adult hospital soon, but they won't be 18 until next March.
I'd be calling the
Yeah,
doctor.
it sounded like she was going to be without a doctor until next March.
Yeah.
If the one discharged her and the other doesn't take anybody under 18, he seems not to have,
A
unless
pediatric
they're
patient that's
making.
had brain surgery though that young, I mean, it looks like AVM is a kind of stroke,
Mm.
and that's something that can be managed through surgery, but it's really common to have seizures and headaches, weakness, vision problems. So I'm thinking this girl has to have another specialist. And it definitely can get confusing, not knowing what you have or what to expect. So not, knowing when to say that to the doctor so that they will slow something down, explain it to you again, get with another doctor who's telling her something different. That's probably going to be one of the biggest thing that she has to learn, like patient advocacy a lot earlier on in treatment when you're dealing with a lot of doctors and you have pediatric conditions going into adulthood. You definitely got to learn how to speak up for yourself in the doctor's office a lot sooner than a lot of us.
Yeah, I had epilepsy related dreams, and I don't think I had seizures surrounding them, but I've had epilepsy dreams to where for some reason I just feel like I'm having a seizure and I'm watching myself have the seizure. Uh, but they never actually turned out to be seizures. They were just really bad dream to where they were really bad seizures, and come to find out they didn't happen. Got something here though. It says an epilepsy question. Had my first seizure in 2017. Haven't had one in almost 2 years, I believe, thanks to my medication, oxycarbazepine. I haven't had many partials either, but lately I just have this constant feeling that I'm going to pass out. Or lately I feel like I've been hearing voices that aren't mine, or the feeling that life isn't real. I can't explain it. Does that say Chip? Oh, yes, it does.
It's this chick.
Um, Welcome.
Hey, how we doing?
All right, and yourself?
I'm doing okay.
Um,
Fun day.
Yeah, so far so good. Same here. Usually with new people, we start with um, when were you diagnosed? When was your last seizure? And what are you taking?
Ah, let's see. What was the first question?
You can answer in any order, but it's what
Oh,
were you
it's
taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure?
gotcha. I was diagnosed 2 years ago when I was 50, which is a nice birthday present, you know? And my last seizure was probably 5 minutes ago, but I have asymptomatic seizures, so I have like 4 or 5, 6, 7 of those a day. My last TC was about 2 weeks ago or so, but I only get them once every month, 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, something like that. And what medicine am I on? I have to look to see what the doses are because I don't remember that ever. Let's see. 3,000 of Keppra every day and 600 of Lamictal every day. So 1,500 twice a day, 300 twice a day. And I was on Vimpat, and that was horrible. But so I think that was all the questions.
Yeah.
Oh, and my name on is Ordinary Chipmunk. So
I
that's
know who you are.
cool, man.
Yeah, I know exactly who you are. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, you guys too. I've only meant to come 1.5 million times, but it never works. But today it worked.
Yeah, I'm glad it did. What question were we on? Oh, it was a fast one I could read over. It just is an epilepsy question. I had my first seizure in 2017. Haven't had one in almost 2 years, thanks to my medication, oxycarbazepine. I have had many partials. I haven't had many partials either, but lately it's just been a constant feeling of I'm going to pass out. Or lately, I feel like I've been hearing voices that aren't mine or feeling that life isn't real. I can't explain it. Anyone else? Um, the life isn't real. I have not experienced that. Um, that sounds very interesting and something you should point out to your doctor. Yeah, sounds like a bad dream. The times where I feel like I'm gonna pass out, I haven't had that lately, but I've had it before. And usually I have a seizure. One of the comments here says, I was on some med and I have had deep auras like that, hearing voices and people speaking, but not in my native language. Voices are gibberish without context. They are my own dedicated auras in epilepsy, which the meds should keep away too. I went away. I went away with upping doses, but eventually came back. Now I'm on Keppra plus Vimpat, and those auras are back with a higher rate, but they are very shallow, and they just make me not understanding what I read or spoken language for a short time. They come and go daily, but going to tell my doctor about them. Oh, but I'm going to tell my doctor about them. You should tell your doctor. I do have something else here. Another post. It says, I'm an epileptic and I'm thinking about having kids someday. I had my first epileptic seizure when I was 20 and been on medication ever since. Now I'm 27 and I'm curious. Has anyone had children like this? Sleepless nights, a life that requires attention. Maybe my child will have epilepsy too. Do I have the right do I have the right to do so? Thoughts like that. I don't think even have any plans for it right now, but it crosses my mind from time to time. I'm curious if there are any people who feel experience the same things I do. Um, I went and I had children, and that's out of the way, so I don't have that thought. Glad I got that out of the way while I was younger.
But isn't it
Um,
better for those of us who had not the more unplanned version? Because I'd never had to contemplate all that. Kind of came after the fact, and I think it worked out better that way. Okay,
yeah,
so that comes off as recommending unplanned pregnancy. Scratch that from the record. Um, Contemplate those questions and research all your options. Understand that you're never forced to, you know, do anything. So
Talk to your
again,
doctor.
yeah, learn all your options. If you don't like what that doctor has to say, chances are another one will be able to reason with you, at least tell you what you need to hear. Just understanding everything. I think going into pregnancy is probably the best way to do it. Life in general.
yeah, you guys can answer that better, but yeah, the part with sleepless nights and has anyone had children like that? I haven't had one, but I have had those sleepless nights, and you do got to pay attention to your health and the child's health. So there's that, because even as a man, you can't just be like, well, I had a seizure and I can't do anything. Um, Child is a lot, so you got to put that into consideration when you have it, because you're gonna have to help. Um, I don't know if you just don't help, but yeah, after every seizure, I still had to come back and be a father. I didn't have the choice of not being a father because I had a seizure. So yeah, since you're 20 or no 27, think about it. Um, one comment here
Support
says,
system is worth a lot.
one comment
Yeah.
here says, I have two
My
kids, neither have epilepsy, and I had just as much of a right as everyone else. They're wonderful to give me motivation to keep getting treatment. Things are different. I change the kids. I change the kids on the ground. Don't do bath time alone. I don't carry them up or downstairs alone. It's harder, but it's always hard. Yeah, I say do things with what's it called? Like just be careful when you do things. Especially like this person said, carrying them upstairs and also taking baths and giving them baths. This person had some good advice. Another comment here says, my great aunt and uncle have epilepsy. It skipped everyone else except I had one seizure. I was 36, so halfway there. They say the odds are like 6%. I do have one kid. He's never had any seizures because my seizure struck when he was 8 months. I spent 6 months being ultra cautious, held him while sitting on the floor, bathed him with another person present, used a stroller to move him around indoors, etc. He became a better sleeper than I did. No new seizures since. Yeah, so I wouldn't say you don't deserve to have a kid or don't have a kid. You just got to be ready because it's a whole lifestyle.
Both of my kids were born and moved out and gone by the time I started having seizures, so
Yeah.
I have lots of opinions,
Go
but that's
ahead.
in general, man. I have 3 kids, so my last one just became an adult, so but they all live here. But honestly, when you think about it, if my family has no seizures except for me, but we do have heart disease and and prostate cancer. So if you look at it, should my parents not have had me because tons of people in their families had both cancer and heart disease. So if you don't want to have kids when you have heart disease, well, if you don't want to have kids when you have epilepsy, you don't want to have kids when you have, paper cut. There's always a reason. But I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
good point.
I wouldn't say avoid them, but be ready. Like I said, it's a whole process having children, and it can change your life just as much as epilepsy can. That's just something that's going to be there once you have it. So be ready.
And lining up those schedule changes and anything that might come with the child and be a trigger. So 20, late 20s, I think that was another time. Like I just associate changes in the epilepsy happened like every decade. Major changes as far as like new triggers or new kinds of seizures or like needed medication changes. I mean that was like every other year, but definitely every decade there were some like major changes in the epilepsy in my epilepsy. So and that comes with giving birth as well. So yeah, the sleepless nights that can be a trigger. Definitely every trimester and like milestones, like when you're done breastfeeding and like those kinds of body changes, that could be a trigger for you if you're catamenial. That's something to keep track of. The good doctor might want to, take your levels, do blood tests a little more often than the usual. But yeah, just always keep your needs a priority, and the doctor should oblige. Be with you on the same team for sure.
Another post here says I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I'm diagnosed with epilepsy, and now I have my my second epileptic seizure. My first one happened in August this summer. I don't really know how to cope with all this or what's considered normal. I have more tests scheduled for next week, but it shouldn't be too serious. My biggest fear is to have more tests scheduled. Oh no. My biggest fear is how to live with the fear itself. It is terrifying to wake up after a seizure and feel like I wasn't I wasn't in my own home. Like everything was wrong. How do you live with it? Is it normal that day to day after a seizure, when I wake up, my head feels really strange, like very light? That is normal. Um, yeah, my head's really off the next day. Um, for a head to feel really strange, that's normal. For some reason, mine always feels like Just feels like my brain is loose in there. I always explain it as like feels like when I turn my head to the right, my brain just like goes to the right and it hurts on the right side. And if I turn to the left, it feels like it hurts on the left side. So there's no better thing to do than just sit up straight or lay down. Sometimes I just go and I smoke until the pain goes away and I go to sleep.
After a
Copy and
seizure,
paste.
is it normal for you to not feel right?
I have to
Thank
admit,
you.
I feel completely left. No, there's only one day I remember when I had a seizure. So I lost a whole day every single time I have a TC. And then I feel off for about, I'd say 3, 4, or 5 days until I feel normal again. So it's actually pretty fun because you don't remember what happened, and people are like, "Hey, guess what?" And yeah, it takes days for me to get back to feeling better. Luckily, the only one I remember was when I was on the bus. So, or I have
How
no
was
idea
that?
where I would have ended up that day.
How was that?
That was horrible. So
Were
I
you
went to
alone?
work. I'm sorry.
Were you alone?
Yeah. So, well, there was a whole bunch of people I traumatized, but yeah, I was going to work and I woke up and I heard somebody saying, "Oh, yeah, they're going to meet us at the next stop, paramedics and an ambulance and stuff." And I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, someone's hurt." And then I got up and I was stumbling around and the bus driver was like, "What you looking for?" And I'm like, "I'm looking for my glasses." And she's like, "The ones on your face?" And I was like, "Huh, look at that." And then, of course, the paramedics come on and they're screaming, "What drugs have I taken? What drugs have I taken?" I'm like, "None. I'm epileptic." And they were like, "What drugs are you taking? What drugs are you taking?" I'm like, "Man, I'm epileptic." And they finally left me alone and left the bus. And then, of course, I was like, "Ah, I'll just keep going to work," not actually thinking about it. And then I turned around and was like, "Hey, maybe I shouldn't go to work and I'll just hop on the next bus going home." And then I missed the next bus going home, even though I was standing right there. And I'm like, maybe I'll just get an Uber and then I'll go home. So smashed up my face, had no issues with my head because I wear a stupid bump cap, which protects your head when you fall down. And but yeah, it was horrible. It was a lot of fun. And then I'm texting my coworkers like, "Man, I'm not going to make it in today. I had a seizure." And then they start yelling at me because they're like, "Why are you taking the bus?" Like, "Well, I have to go in." So anyway, to make a long story short, yeah, it takes me forever to feel normal again. But apparently I could still function without knowing it.
Yeah, been there. I've woken up from seizures and asked if I had a seizure, and they told me that was the fifth time I asked, and I was just like, "Wow, it's the first time that I remember." I get
I
those
think
vibes days
I've
after.
I've been like everywhere from I feel mostly okay to I feel like I gotta spend a day and a half in bed and anywhere in between, depending on the seizure.
But I am a true believer that pot cures all and helps all. So
Oh
that
yeah.
definitely helps.
That shit definitely helps me.
Even before I had seizures. So
There
to
was
live in
this
the
post here that
second,
caught my eye about, is medicinal cannabis even medical? Because this kind of freaked me out too when I go into the dispensaries down here in Florida, seeing the THC levels at like 70 to 90%. That's, I don't know, kind of surprising to me. Visiting other states recently who have that, like, not technically not legal, but you can get the THCA that's supposed to be up to like 30% once you burn it right or something. But yeah, that's always kind of caught me by surprise for to see the THC levels so different. And I guess this the way this person phrases it in the post is that I'm trying to find products that are calming, not stimulating, useful for
thought clarity, reducing cravings after work, not something to get baked out of my mind. And they're just feeling confused and overwhelmed by some of these dispensaries in Florida. Understandable. But did anybody else kind of have to learn how to work the dispensary and shop for what is right for you when you first got back into the medicinal spectrum stuff?
With me, I never paid attention to things like that. I mean, paid attention so much to like, I should get this one because it's this dose, or get that one because of this. I usually just go for sativas that are a little around 28 to 30%, if not higher. Other than that, there's nothing really else that I go looking for. That's just me. I'm just indica, and yeah, I'm cool with the indica and deal with that for some days.
I'm actually finding myself partial to some more of the hybrids. Never actually gone back for the same strain, but I'm kind of liking the 30% hybrid at this one place that Mark recommended, and we'll see if we stick with that. But yeah, I've only been 2, 3 months now with the card. So I got it in September, so I'm kind of new at these dispensary things too.
Yeah.
Chip, how do you shop?
I go and I get one of everything. I love it. I'm luckily in a recreational and medicinal state, so
Yeah.
and I'm not going to say I was lucky because my wife had cancer, but she's been fine for 8 years. But and back in the olden days, 30, 35 years ago, you get a baggie with whatever they had for you. But I've learned I've learned quite a bit. My biggest recommendation is find a good store and find a good bud tender who knows what they're talking about, because that was the thing that helped me out the most in the beginning. And find somebody who's actually medicinal, because places around here, they're all recreational. Some have medicinal, some don't. But the best thing to do is find somebody and ask them, say, hey, I know nothing about this stuff. Or why is something that's 70% and something 30%? Why are those different? Um, yeah, it's interesting stuff. And to answer the other question that I don't know if I remember, because I'm like that Finding Dory character. I bump into walls. I remember nothing. Um, so sativa is uplifting, hybrid is neither up or down, indica is in the couch, tired.
Yep.
But if you get, they also now have offshoots. There's always CBD, which is more medicinal. You don't get as high, it's not as psychoactive, but it helps with inflammation, pain, relaxation. And when you get really messed up, CBD will even you out so that you're not as messed up as you don't want to be. But now they're making things like CBG, CBN, and
I know what you mean.
Hold up, I lost you when you were saying the alphabet. What happened?
CBC.
Yeah, audio's cutting in and out.
Yeah. The CBD and CBN, I don't exactly know what it is, and I haven't went
And
there.
CBN is from, yeah, exactly. So whoever has questions, I know a lot. It's good. It's a hobby.
Oh.
And it makes those bus rides so much better.
What state are you in? I'm in California, so it's recreational here too, but not a lot of other places.
I am north in Washington, but I did live outside of San Francisco for, I think, about a year and a half.
Oh, nice. How far out of San Francisco? Because I've been San Francisco.
Probably about 20 miles. So like 800 hours, but about 20 miles. So I lived in a little town called Hercules, which I
I
was
know where
laughing.
that is.
Yep. Right across the bridge from,
Yeah.
oh, I can't remember the name of that town, but
Antioch, Benicia,
Antioch. Oh
Fairfield.
no, Benicia. It was Benicia. That's where it was. And then I had to drive all the way up to Sacramento, and I had to drive down to, I'm not even gonna guess the names of those cities, so too long ago. But yeah, California, interesting place. I love Washington though. Washington's the best place that's ever been made.
Okay.
Beautiful.
But I have to admit, I'm a little biased. So
I've been to a few other states, but for states that I lived in and got to experience certain things in, especially the healthcare system, it's been California only. Um, other places were stops doing other things and straight back. But yeah, I got to try out other states. Like you said, Washington is great, you say. How's the
if
medical
you
system?
if you the medical system's pretty good. Um, I have the best neurologist ever. We didn't like one of the healthcare systems, but all the other ones have been great. So I've had no problems, and we're 5 people here, so I've never had an issue with anybody, and it's pretty nice. And they actually seem to care, but of course they care when they take your money. But
Right.
but no, it's actually pretty good up here.
How's the
And
weather
it,
today?
I was just gonna say the only thing is you have to like dark and cloudy. Today is dark and cloudy, believe it or not. It's I think about 45 and dark and cloudy. And then any day it's dark and cloudy. It doesn't actually rain. They say it rains in Seattle. It actually doesn't rain much, but it's dark and cloudy and it sprinkles on and off all the time. And then come about March, I'm tired of it and I want to see the sun. And then it comes out in April. And then I'm good again until like October.
Yeah, so far, weather here, dark and cloudy, like you said. Uh, it's about mid 50s, mid to low. Um, and they said this cloud's going to be over us about 2 days. So,
You
yeah,
really want me to go on video? What if I'm heinously ugly?
it's up to
Welcome.
you, man.
Come on,
I feel like
sprinkles
I'm
every
at
10
work,
minutes. You
man.
can't have good hair in that.
It feels like, what if I have no hair? That would be horrible.
It
All
doesn't
right,
Hey,
farewell.
matter.
Oh, look good.
no
Did
judgment,
it
man.
actually start it, man? Why, hello.
Welcome.
I
It's great
actually
to see
have
your
an
smiling face.
I actually have an office because I have to work in this place 2 days a week. It was 5 days a week before, but now it's two.
Yeah. Um,
Hey, equally impressive for, you know, all that comes with it. Mind if I ask what you do?
Uh, IT, computery stuff.
oh, nice.
So,
We have quite a few people here in IT. I mean, not here every day, but
oh, yeah.
that come here. I believe, Kevin, you do something IT, right?
I have extensive training and background in IT, but I've never actually gotten a job. So we're
Still, it's impressive
still,
for any of us that play on your strengths and actually benefit from it. And we do hear IT quite a bit as something that is a blossoming work at home job,
Yeah.
even with
Yeah,
the us for disability.
not anymore. But it's hard. But the job market's horrible now for
yeah.
everything. But it was great. We were heroes during COVID. And now it's like, why don't you come back to the office? We miss you. And I'm like, because I don't want to be in the office ever. But and it's funny because they say we have to go back for collaboration, but all we do is sit there and complain about how we have to be in the office. So it's, I guess, collaboration, but we just complain. We don't do any work. But IT is a good field. I enjoy that. So, but besides NHL hockey goaltender, that was my choice, and the first one didn't pan out all that well.
So it was professional goalie or IT. Those were your
It
choices
was
for.
it was professional goalie or something else. And then I went into IT, and I got lucky.
Great.
I've had a lucky career, so I won't complain. But
Great.
yeah, it's fun. But luckily, the stuff I do now, I do. I'm a Unix person forever, and somehow I ended up. Well, I know how. I ended up in backup and recovery, something that I'd said I'd always done, but I didn't want to actually do for a job. And I'm like, cool. It's so easy. I don't care. So so yeah, that's my plan. I'll just stay with my current place, even though they don't give me ADA abilities, disability stuff, and that's my goal.
When I when I was a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut, but that didn't happen. It wasn't in the cards. Unfortunately, those are things your parents have to put you in line for early, and they did not have that plan. Um, then I just tried to do therapy with no license for a very long time, and eventually this was the idea of something that's going to help, and people have started saying that this helps. So it's kind of
Helped me a
therapy,
lot.
but
Well,
yeah,
they do need that is one field that is very demanding, or they always need people is, healthcare and stuff like that. They huge demand for, yeah. Um, I suppose a psychology degree could go towards that. I mean, uh,
but
I like the way you've kind of gone about doing it with the Zoom too, because everybody's kind of stuck at home and it's very accessible to everybody.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
but
actually pretty interesting because when my wife had breast cancer, we could find no support groups anywhere. And I'm like, ah, so there's these people and they do Zoom meetings. And she's like, where was that when I had cancer? And I'm like, I don't know. I guess we're better. So
They didn't have a Pookie.
exactly. They needed a Pookie to lead the charge.
hey, this all came from an idea of having a podcast, and then I seen something that said epilepsy, and I'm like, epilepsy on Reddit? And I found that, and I started talking to a bunch of people with epilepsy. And I was like, why don't I just interview people with epilepsy? So I got in one with a guy, and then someone else joined. Oh no, Kevin joined the first time I did it. And I was like, oh, I meant to do this with one person, not two. But I didn't tell Kevin. I was just like, oh, we got two people. And then someone else joined, and I was like, how are we going to do this? We got three people now. And then I was just like, let's just keep going. Then another person came and another person came. And I was just like, okay, yeah, I'm going to have to do sessions with a lot of people and not with just one person because this isn't going to work. And then the next day, and then I was like, I got to do planned days because I was like, just doing this every day with you guys. It's like, I got to set this up correctly.
Hey,
And
Chip could be your bringing back the one-on-ones.
yeah, because that's exactly what the first time was. It was for one person, and then I ended up posting the invite, and people just started coming, and I was like, oh, I shouldn't have posted the invite online because now people are seeing it and they're just joining. And
oh,
yeah, went from one day to doing it the next day because that day they're like, oh, we're gonna do this again tomorrow, and I'm like, sure, why not? The next day I was like, okay, yeah, doing this for that many hours, day and day and day. I was like, that's not going to work. And then I'll have no time to edit videos and post anything. But we're here now. And yeah, thank you guys for coming. Wouldn't be anything without you guys.
Glad
I've
we
been
found
trying to
you.
come forever, and I actually made it today. So,
Yeah, I'm glad to have you, man.
And thank you for the frequent posts. I like them.
oh yeah, I'm one of my goals this year. You have goals every year when you work in corporate America that are really important. And one of my goals this year is to stop over explaining things to upper management. And I'm like, but I want them to know what's going on. And they're like, no, don't tell them anything. They get confused easily. And I'm like, all right, cool. So yeah, it's actually a goal of mine. So, and the worst part is I use my phone for Reddit. So, and I can't type like kids can. I don't know what they do. It's like they type like 40 words a minute with their finger, and I'm like, I haven't been able to do that since I had a pager with a keyboard on it. But
You can do it
Blackberry.
with your keyboard.
oh, I could do it with my keyboard. Oh, I know
Right.
Reddit, but you know, I never carry because I have to deal with computers all day. I don't like dealing with them at night. So I'm even using my Chromebook for this. So, well, I'm using one of my kids' Chromebooks because apparently they don't work well. So I'm like, I'll take it. I don't have a tablet anymore.
Yeah, use
So,
it for this one task, and I think the Chromebook can handle it.
and then circling all the way back around. So yeah, apparently I talk a lot and type a lot. So,
You
but I
dumb
don't
it
know if
down for
that's been,
corporate America, you can type it out for us.
there you go. We all have to have goals.
Right. I got another post here. It says denial stage ends. I was diagnosed with epilepsy sometime in late June 2025 after my first seizure. At the time, I was in extreme denial, and to be honest, that feeling of denial didn't go away until recently this weekend when I have these seizures. I am completely blackout, like I'm sure everyone does, but does feeling guilty of forgetting everything go away. The episodes of definitely a lot more traumatizing for the people around me that see them are than they are for me. But on to my truth. Much more pressing question. I just had another seizure on Saturday evening, which reset my 3 month waiting period to drive. I'm newly 18 and starting college, about an hour and a half away from my home in Texas. Anyone who lives in Texas knows you pretty much need a vehicle to do anything. And this seizure has brought my entire world down. Not to mention the $1,200 I just uselessly spent on car parts. With this most recent seizure happening near November 22nd, the earliest I will be able to drive is late February, which is inconvenient at the very least. I apologize for the length of this post, but my practical question is there a car safety? Is there a car service I can utilize on a regular basis so that I'm not unlawfully and unsafely driving? I say you can use Uber and Lyft. I use Lyft. It's cheaper that I've noticed. And the denial, you'll have that for a while, especially in those early stages. Uh, yeah, in due time, it'll get better. And you're 18. So, yeah, it gets better with time, I can say that. But it's going to get worse before it gets better. So, you just got to prepare for the worst at this point. It will get better. If it gets worse at all for some people handle it pretty well. But I didn't, and like I said, it gets better with time. It just took a little bit. Well, I'm not even gonna say a little bit because I don't want you to think early. It took about 10 to 15 years. So I'm 20 years in now. It got better and better slowly with time. But other than that, the depression and guilt is there until you can have time to focus on that and you and get better. On denial, you guys.
I guess
I
this
think
is, are you
everybody
ready?
has
Yeah,
that.
go ahead.
I think everybody's got that for a while. I know I did.
Yeah, I think you said it best. It's going to be right there, right at the beginning, and then one day, poof, you're not denying it anymore.
See, I was mentally insane before I had epilepsy, but I'm also old, so it makes it easier for me. So I had my first seizure about an hour after I dropped my daughter off, driving like 70, 75 on the highway each way. Why is my phone ringing? I don't want to talk to people. Um, and then I got to work, 75 on the highway, dropping her off, 75 on the highway, getting to work. And then I woke up in the hospital. And I think to myself, man, if I had seized an hour earlier, I probably would be dead. My daughter probably would be dead. A whole bunch of other people probably would have been dead. So, being that I'm 50, well, 50 at the time, I'm like, I've been there, done that, and I'm not going to kill people. No offense, anybody could do whatever they want to do, but I don't want to actually seize in the car and kill people. And I understand the car part too, because during COVID, for the first time in my life, I bought a nice car, a fully loaded car, moonroof, heated seats. Then it sat there during COVID. And they're like, "Do you want to buy out your lease?" And I was like, "Cool, I definitely do. It has like 15,000 miles on it." And a month later, I had my first seizure. So, you know, and no one drove in my house. So it just sat there and I'd wave when I walked by and I'd blow it kisses and stuff. But, so yeah, it's a huge loss of money. But, personally, I don't want to kill people. Like I said, although other people can if they want to. My personal view is, and of course, my neurologist said most people who have seizures don't have a second one. And I'm like, cool. And then I had a second one and I'm like, cool. But yeah, it's horrible because I feel for you. It Uber's expensive, Lyft is expensive, and not being able to go anywhere is expensive. What I do too, though, is I have an electric bike and scooter, and I go everywhere on those. So it makes life more bearable. But 18's horrible to lose your ability to drive for even a short period of time. I don't mind because, like I said, I've done all this stuff. And on the whole acceptance deal, yeah, I accepted it immediately. I'm like, cool. So I have a new fun thing in my life. Hooray. But again, that still goes around to, I read all these posts, what can I do for a job? I can't go anywhere. Am I ever going to meet a spouse? All that stuff. I've already done all that stuff. So it's a little easier for me to say, hey, so I love walking 8 miles a day because, I'm old and that's healthy, as opposed to somebody who's young and hasn't done anything yet. It's like, I'm in university and I'm a freshman. I've done all that stuff. So, see, I told you I have long-winded answers for everything. And you can give me goals for here, and I'll stop talking as much.
No, love the stories. Somebody can relate. Yeah.
I feel the same way though. Once I finally accepted it, it's like I'm wasting money on car insurance and it's not being used. I need to sell my car. There's no point in having it. And obviously, I never know when I'm going to be having a seizure because they're unable to control them at this point in time. So if I don't feel comfortable getting in a car with my grandson, I certainly don't want to risk his life or anybody else's. Why would I want to drive? It's not worth it.
Yeah, I drove after having epilepsy and being diagnosed because I was diagnosed at 16. I was kind of hard headed. I just kind of was like, I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
drive.
have.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm gonna drive and I'm gonna get there, and I did that, and I got too comfortable just driving and went from just going down the street to down the freeway to next county. And then on Christmas Day, I had a seizure. Um, Unfortunately, I had my girlfriend's son in the car, which really made me stop driving. I was just like, I could have hurt that kid. Um, and I don't know how I would be able to live with myself if I was to hurt that kid or any kid or worse. Um, take someone's life would be the worst thing that could happen, and I don't know how my personality would deal with that. So I was just like, yeah, I don't want to kill anyone or anything or hurt anyone, so I just won't drive again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no fun, but at least you have time to relax and think, right?
Yeah.
Depending on who's driving.
Yeah.
That's the same feeling I have. Why I've only been on a bike for the last 14 years now. Is just, I mean, obviously, I've mentioned before working at the bicycle shop, knowing how to work on bikes, having electric bikes, that obviously helps out a lot. But yeah, exactly like you guys were saying, when it comes down to it in the end, you start to, think about the stuff. You're like, hey, I don't have car insurance this month. Oh, I don't have to buy gas. Oh,
Mm.
I don't have to, change my oil this month. Oh, I don't have to do this, blah, 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 blah. I don't have a car payment. You start realizing how much money you're saving and you're like, maybe this isn't the worst thing that could happen in my life right now. So yeah, you just kind of get used to it. You get along. And then I can't remember who it was. Somebody I was out and about and I was talking, to them, and they had said something to me. They're like, "Oh, you're always in here on your bike," and I'm like, "Well, yeah. Here's the reason. I don't have a choice. This and that." And then so I was telling them, all these same things, like you don't have to pay for this, you don't pay for that. It's not that bad. And then also I was saying too, like when it's something that you can't control, or something that's health medical related, it's so much easier to ask for a ride, when it's not just like, oh hey, I'm drunk right now, can you pick me up from the bar, or something like that. When it's like, hey dude, I need to go get you know uh orange juice from the grocery store, and I can't drive, can I bum a ride off you real quick? And they'll be like, oh yeah, sure, no problem, no problem, buddy. It's a lot easier to ask for a ride. It feels easier, at least personally, than if it was, I could drive, but I was being lazy, or I was, like I said, drunk, calling somebody at the bar or something like that. It just makes it so much easier. You can just ask for a ride. Person's like, oh yeah, no problem, you have epilepsy, yeah, I got you, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a different situation than if you, I don't know, yeah, we're younger. It like I believe Chip is your name. I believe, yeah, what you were saying earlier. It's definitely easier when you're a bit older, versus, I think the person that was asking the original question was 18. It's got to be a lot tougher, then. But now being almost, 40, people will, they know your situation. You've had it for a while. They'll be a little bit more forgiving or willing to help out, versus that high or drunk person that just doesn't want to drive. Versus somebody that has a medical situation, that has clearly been going on for a long, long time. So yeah, I agree with you guys. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I'm with you there on like having everything taken from you when you're much younger. Um, yeah, when, like I said, I was 16, and literally a few weeks later, after getting my um, permit, I had a seizure. So I'm not sure if it's just my thought process of like, oh, I got my permit. A few days, I'm gonna go turn into a license thing. Yeah, the build up to that, I was like, oh, now I can't get a license. When I was at the hospital, I was like, it was like, yeah, you have epilepsy, so it's gonna be some time before you see a doctor, and then the doctor will tell you how long and all that. And then the California thing for seizures was 3 months, and my doctor told me 2 years. So I got
When were you told that, or when was that for
I
you?
was told that like 15 years ago. So I don't know if it's changed since then, but I checked it
Okay.
this year and it said, I believe, 3 months. It maybe said 6 months, something.
I know it's definitely different now, because yeah, but yeah, mine when '05, when I had it, it was 6 months for me. that my license was pulled. So it was like 6 months. I had to like bum rides off of people. I was still in college at the time. And like I said, it was April, so it was like the last couple months of the school, the semester. So I had to like try and bum rides off of people. And like I said, this was '05, so there wasn't Uber, there wasn't Lyft, there wasn't that stuff, so it was having to bum rides off of either family members or friends, or like I ended up actually had a bonus out of it. I ended up becoming good friends with a female classmate because of it. She actually lived just a few blocks away from me. She was in two different classes. We were in the same subject, and we ended up becoming good friends. A little bit more than that for a while. So I guess that was a plus out of that, but it was still kind of tough for that. And then obviously I didn't have the license for the whole semester. And then once the next semester started in the fall, I still didn't have it back quite yet either. So bum some rides off of that person I was mentioning. But if it wasn't for that person, I think it would have been a really 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 tough for me for that bit to that was just to get to school, let alone work and everything else at the time. So
Yeah, public transportation became a priority really quick, especially in the early years. I was diagnosed at 16, same year I got my license. Got in enough accidents to lose the license a year or two after, yeah, like a year or two after that. And yeah, then the bus is cool, especially if you live a place where you can get to anywhere with a bus, then that's definitely something to be appreciated.
Are there also any programs for the disabled that you can
It's
they
another
come to your
depend on where you
house?
live kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, and I know certain states, probably. Uh, I don't want to get into that,
Not just the
but
counties too.
yeah, oh yeah, yes, yeah, that too, and but it's worth checking out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, with me, when I got diagnosed and they said I couldn't drive, it's like everything that I wanted to do to like help me get places wasn't happening because, like I said, I didn't say it, but I took the bus for a while, but then eventually I had a seizure before getting on the bus to go somewhere. And then they're just like, oh, yeah, you're not going to be able to take the bus alone. And yeah, that's where things got worse because I was like, okay, I'm still able to do this. And then it's like, no, you can't do that. You're going to have to end up going alone one day. And that could be bad. And yeah, but there is programs these days where I need help getting two doctor's appointments. And um, yeah, there's a program where they send you an Uber. And as long as you have a doctor's appointment or go to the pharmacy, then they can take you there. Which is very good because I don't go to a doctor in this county. Um, After my stroke, I don't live in the same county. So, yeah, that's been very helpful. Um, Getting around is going to be rough after taking your license because, yeah, I was in your area and headspace once I had epilepsy and told I can't drive. It sucks being told that. One comment here on the denial stage thing. It says, I think we can all relate to this. I'm currently serving a no driving sentence myself. I think your concern should be touching base with your neurologist to see if any medication adjustments or lifestyle changes, more importantly than you think, are in order. Transportation wise, I can only think of the obvious Uber, Lyft, etc. But you might call a local car service. Think airport limo here. to see what they can do. It's very much important to maintain a good attitude about your driving ban, as it is for the good of the community and as well as yourself, even if it's terribly frustrating. Sounds like you're doing well in that department. Best of luck. One thing I was gonna say is did not do the icebreaker for Chip or Angel. I'm not sure if Kevin was here either, but
Oh,
the
I got it.
icebreaker. Oh,
I just
Kevin got
didn't.
it.
I didn't give you my third one, but all right.
It's
So
cold in Philly. We don't eat ice.
um, well, things you would
Still got to
three
figure out
things
my
you would
last
put
two.
three things you put in a time capsule for 100 years away.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a hard one to answer. Three things. Can we put like people in there?
I thought of that, but I guess you could.
So I would put in Dominic Hasek, the best goalie who's ever lived in the entire world. I would put an Atari 2600 in there to show how good games used to be before 100 years from now when you're living in one of those.
Before the Matrix.
Yeah, I was going, yeah, before the Matrix, but there's that, what was it
Not
called?
not a,
Dark
not a
Matter.
ColecoVision.
Oh, I had all of them. So I had a Texas.
That was the
I had a
first. That was the first system I had too as a kid. My parents had it, before I was born, obviously. And then yeah, I grew up playing that. It had the controller with the telephone pad keyboard and the joystick on it, and the different each game would come with its own little cardboard little card you'd stick over um the buttons so you know what each button would do for that specific game. And that would be the one that if we're going to do video game systems, I would do that one.
It was a lot of
I
fun,
think
those
Angel.
games. But now I have to think of my third thing. Oh, how about putting a Fender Stratocaster in there? That's my third thing. A guitar, if you don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say I know what that is.
You'd go with the Fender Strat.
I was under a time pressure limit here, but it's been a long time since I've played guitar, and I have an Ibanez sitting on the other side of the room that I want to play, but uh, who has time to do anything? And then
Right.
I have bass sitting over on this side of the room, so I love music. It's good. So yeah,
Another
was that the
musician.
yeah, no, I need to start playing again, then I can. But I played when I was 30, or I played 30 years ago. So uh, long time. But that was the third. Was that the third question or the second question or the first question?
That was it. I think you got all three items.
Cool.
Angel, you did not.
I would definitely put in one of my Eagles jerseys.
Nobody wants that.
Everybody wants an Eagles jersey. I think I will put in Smitty because he's just awesome.
You don't want to put Gritty in there? That big orange weird thing from the Flyers? Sorry, go on.
He might scare people. I would put in the old Fanatic, but yeah.
When you said video games, that had me take back some of the things that I said, because I said people. I said Tom Brady and
No,
yeah,
I
and
would not put
Stephen
Tom
Curry,
Brady in.
and then Barney. It was like my childhood hero. Yeah.
Now, would you want to put Barney in there, or would you want to put the guy who played Barney in there, or both? I mean, you have a choice.
If I could do both, I'd do both.
There you go.
But
Going to be really shocking box to open up then, because
yeah, earlier I was saying we should send someone some Vaseline, but that was just sending someone
And
a joke.
flip-flops.
You open a bottle, you open a box, a time capsule, and there's some Vaseline there. You're just like, what do I do? Why is this the only thing they sent me?
Hey, include
Um,
Vaseline and Robitussin, and you could like do anything, right?
Ooh.
No, it's Benadryl.
If
I'm
food
I'm
didn't
talking
go
I'm talking
bad,
medicinally. People use Robitussin for like any and everything now. It's
Is
crazy.
it is this like a P Diddy's time capsule or?
if
Oh, wait, hold on. I want to change my answer.
if food didn't go bad, I will put a Philly cheesesteak in because there's nothing. I
Man,
mean,
if we're
here
gonna
we just
start
call
giving
it
those types of
cheesesteak.
answers, then I'm gonna change mine.
Gotta be something somebody want, not an Eagles jersey.
I would like to see pot now and in a century, like see how much that changes. Or any food that's not going to be around. A lot of food or you know plants are going to be extinct in 100 years. And
Mm.
What
All right,
else? What
we need to do this now, guys. We got to get like a
Oh my.
like a barrel drum, and each of us just put a few things that we want in there and bury it in the middle of fucking nowhere. And
I
then
think I
and
think
then
my human's going to be mad about that, but we'll see.
no, and then Pookie the third, who will still be running the podcast 100 years from now. He
I'll put
he
Pookie
can
in
open
there.
it up.
Mm-mm.
The
Be
third or
like,
the
this
fourth,
is the house
whatever
that Pookie
generation.
built.
Hey.
Like Pookie the Fifth. By then.
Yeah. Who knows by then, right? 100. Yeah.
I do have another
That's
post
too
here.
funny.
It says post brain seizure injury. Um, oh, it says I'm very new to epilepsy community and I'm still trying to understand where I fit. I'm not even sure if I technically qualify for the epilepsy diagnosis. I had a brain injury about 5 years ago, and I've had two unexpected seizures since then. After my most recent seizure 10 days ago, my doctor started me on Keppra, 250 milligrams twice a day. Since then, I've been dealing with intense brain fog, trouble walking at times, zero motivation, and pain attacks. Um, I think they wanted panic attacks. Um, about an hour after each dose, I saw my primary care provider, and she decided to switch me to lamotrigine, which is Lamictal. I'm nervous that I might experience the same side effects over and over again. I'm also worried that I won't even feel myself again, as if the last seizure might have caused some permanent damage. If anyone has any experience with similar symptoms or medications and is willing to share what they experience that would help with them or what to expect, I would really appreciate it. I know everyone's brain is still different, but right now it's tough getting through the day when everything feels like I'm spinning and finding the right words to struggle. Any insight would mean a lot, and thank you. Um,
Welcome to the community. You fit right in because doctors start everyone on Keppra.
right.
Yep. I was basically
And
about to say the exact same thing, AJ.
even us older ones that were around before Keppra have been on Keppra at one point or another.
So yeah, a support system is really good. I say, Keppra. I'm sorry they prescribed you that. It works for some. It doesn't work for others. Personally, I suggest Lamictal because I've been on that for 10 years and it's slowly gotten better. within 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, that's the insight I have. Just stay updated with your neurologist. Let them know if anything happens. Don't leave them in the dark, because when you leave doctors in the dark, things they don't know, they're possibly treating you for things they don't know, and they can't know if you don't tell them. But yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I fully agree with what Pookie's saying. If it's not working for you, don't try and push, quote unquote, push through it. Don't try and hide anything from your doctor. Let them know, what's going on immediately. There's, I'm saying this because you're saying this is your, first medication and it's just started for you. So you have plenty of other options. There's lots of other things you can take, lots of other things you can try. Your doctor can switch you. So if it's not working for you, get on something else. Just be fully open with them. It's it's your doctor. They're there to help. There's no reason to, hide anything or feel ashamed about anything that's happened. Let them know. Especially since it's, sounding like you're starting on this, this whole journey of epilepsy. Let them know. Just be open and honest.
yeah.
Right? I don't know. Do you guys feel that way? Like, I don't know. I felt like I kind of at first, like, I was scared about losing my license or scared about a certain diagnosis or something. So I kind of, I wasn't exactly as open. And, now today when I go to the doctor, I'm just like, yeah, I had a seizure 3 days ago. This is what happened. I bit my tongue. I fell down. This happened, blah, blah, blah. I was
Yeah.
100 times more open than I was when, this whole thing started for me personally, 20 something years ago. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta take notes and make sure you stay up on everything, because for a while I wasn't pointing anything out to my doctor. I was trying not to switch medications over and over again, because I kept thinking they were going to put me back on Keppra. So when he's like, "How many seizures are you having?" and I'm having 10 a year, I'm telling him 4, and nothing's changing for years because I wasn't letting them know what's actually going on. So if you don't let them know it's going on, you can't really expect things to change. And I was having focals for 10 years before I pointed it out to my neurologist, because I didn't know what a focal was. I just thought I was just like blanking out and losing time. And when I pointed it out to him, he was kind of disappointed. Like, "You did this for 10 years without letting me know?" And I just kind of let him know, it took me to go to Reddit to talk to people who had them, who explained it and understand it to me. And shortly after that, he retired. So it wasn't a big argument. It was just kind of one appointment, and then I didn't see him again.
That's not something to beat yourself over with, Pookie. Like, you wasn't intentionally hiding it. It was stuff we didn't know.
They gotta update us on more stuff, because, like I said, they just don't have places you can run to and ask for help for your epilepsy these days, or didn't have it much before today. Yeah, support system is really good. So find your support system before everything gets worse. One comment here says, "Kepper had the same exact effect on me, and then some. I never adjusted it and was switched to the Motrigine. The Motrigine changed my life. It's me again. Um, I have breakthrough seizures, but that's how it goes. Bear in mind, anticonvulsants take mine. Uh, you're likely to have side effects from anywhere from a week to a couple of months. This is normal. Log everything. Had a headache for an hour after taking meds, etc. If anything gets out of hand, call your doctor. Feeling that way after a seizure is incredibly common. I'll tell you this much: it will get easier. You will find yourself again. Give it time." It says seizure after eating an edible THC gummy. So last week I had a prescribed gummy, only a quarter, but I forgot to take my Keppra last night after taking the edible. Later, I was sitting in the couch with my partner and had a usual morning, coffee and tablets. After 5 minutes later, I thought about it. Was just a cramp in my hand, but it turns out I had a seizure. I woke up to my partner on the phone with the ambulance. I'm just wondering if anyone else has had any similar experiences happen to them after eating edibles and not taking Keppra. I've had days where I've missed a dose before and only ever had 2 seizures before this, but I'm thinking the THC gummies made it worse. Personally, I wouldn't say that the gummies made it worse. That's just me. I haven't really blamed anything on weed in particular. It might have did something better that I think sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. The gummies usually help me out. make me feel a little bit better. You know, if I'm super sore or something after I've had a seizure, I'll take one, and just other times just to chill or whatever, I'll take them. I've never had any issues with it, and I am on on Keppra, um, 2,000 milligrams in the evening, so a higher dosage of it too. And marijuana doesn't affect me. So
You take medication only once a day?
um the Keppra is just in the evening. The Vimpat is evening and morning.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I take that twice a day, and the Keppra just at night.
Yeah, I've taken edibles with my lamotrigine. It's helped me. I mean, lamotrigine has helped me. Yeah, it always like takes away a headache if I just take it like I got a headache and I was gonna take an edible anyway. It does help with headaches. Never had a seizure though after a gummy. That hasn't happened to me. Um,
Yeah, and
any
obviously I'll throw my 2 cents out there because I always do. But yeah, I'm on 3,000 milligrams of Keppra every day, and I'm on 600 milligrams of Lamictal every day, and I was also on 400 milligrams of Vinpat too. And if you know, regular gummies are like 10 milligrams each, um, and because I make my own, I usually take about 300 milligrams. I've never had a problem ever with it's crazy. I've never had a problem with anything related, and I vape, I dry vape, I smoke all kinds of everything. So I have to admit, my personal opinion is a anything could trigger epilepsy, a seizure. I mean, that's what my doctor's like. Coffee, no coffee, drinking, no drinking. But all I've ever heard is, yeah, the only time you can guarantee you'd have a seizure is by missing your medicine. So I doubt it would be uh, the edible. I'd assume it would be missing a dose. Sorry, should I keep going? You're eating.
No, you can keep going.
I'm busting your chops, man. You were eating, so I figured I'd just keep talking.
Up until like 6 months ago, Chip, I was on 3,000 of Keppra as well, and it was just screwing with me. I'm still trying to get my doctor to get me off of it, just period. Luckily, she stepped it down to 2,000 from the 3,000, but it's been a little bit better. But I'm still not enjoying.
You have to advocate for it yourself. My previous neurologist was the one that had me on Keppra, and it took he maxed me out at 4,000 milligrams along with 500 milligrams of Keppra. I mean, Lamictal. So it was 4,000 Keppra.
Damn, 4,000? Wow.
Yeah. and 500 milligrams at the same time, and
The main reason that they switched.
it was not stopping the seizures at all, and all they wanted to do was keep putting up the dose. It was just, the rage came out at that one point. Like, it's like, okay, I'm going to refer you to a colleague. That's how I got off of Keppra. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I've had that too with my doctor, because they switched me back to that, and I was just like, this is what I took, like, years and years ago when I first started taking medication for the epilepsy. And she was like, well, we need to put you on this, because I was on phenatonin and I was at the highest level, or according to them, the highest level that they could prescribe to somebody. And I was still having seizures, and I had a couple of pretty bad ones, where I ended up in the ER. And I would go into the ER, and obviously they, do blood tests, see what your medication is. And
Phenatonin is Dilatin, right?
yeah, that's the other name for it.
That was the one they started me off on.
Me too.
And it did nothing. It did
Yeah,
nothing.
it didn't. That was where I was going with the story. Is basically they had me on the highest level of it, which apparently I maybe I'm misremembering because it's been a couple of years now, but I think it was 2,000 milligrams of it per day. But either whatever the number is, it doesn't matter. Whatever. I the couple times I had gone into the ER after having pretty severe seizures still, they would draw my blood and they were like, when was the last time you took your medication? And I'm like, I took it this morning. What do you mean? They're like, oh, well, the levels are really, really low in your blood. Like, for some reason, my body wasn't metabolizing it properly. So I was on the highest dosage, but it wasn't absorbing into my blood system. So my doctor was like, well, we can't go any higher on the dosage. And apparently, this isn't metabolizing in your system properly. Like, we need to switch you to another one. And then that's when they switched me back to the Keppra. And I was like, fuck, no. I was like, I don't know. I don't want to go back to the Keppra. Please,
You
no.
have to tell them it doesn't work.
Yeah. And they put me back on it. And because, as I mentioned before, there's certain ones that I can't take because of my pancreatic issues. So that narrows, that takes away a few different ones that I can take. And then there's other ones that I've already been on in the past that haven't worked. So it was just like, well, I guess we're going to try this one again. And then, they put me back on the Keppra, and I still haven't had any less seizures. I've had, the same amount, if not more, since I started the goddamn thing. So it's just, it's so frustrating, but I've tried most everything that's out there and don't know what else to kind of change to anymore at this point.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's something else now because I've been on Keppra for like 2 years. So there's something else new has probably come out within that time, or there's something else. I should be a little bit more active about it, I guess, but I've already been on so many, and in the ER and the hospital so many times between my seizures and my pancreas, that they've already done blood tests and they know what I'm on and all these things. I figure like they should have said something if there was a new one out there, but yeah, I guess I could be a little bit more proactive about it, but it just gets to a point sometimes. I'm sure you guys all feel it too. You're just like, fuck it, whatever.
Your situation definitely sounds similar to mine, and you're probably medication resistant. And I would say one of the better one. Well, I wouldn't say it's better, but for my
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
For my experiences was Depakote. The only reason my current neurologist couldn't put me on Depakote again was because I had liver issues, and it is very strong on the liver. In
I was
fact,
gonna say I think that was one that I wasn't able to take because there was a possibility of it messing with my pancreas.
yeah,
So I think
it
they
is.
wouldn't give that one to me. I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't take that
Yeah.
one. Because that name
So they,
sounds super familiar. Yeah.
yeah, they had to go a different route, and I think eventually, and the 6 hour cluster is what put me on benzos,
Mm.
and still getting breakthroughs through there. That's what led to Excopri.
When you said drug resistant, um, I looked it up and come to find out I'm actually drug resistant. That's one person has failed to become and stay seizure free with adequate trials of 2 anti-seizure medications. And since I'm on my
Sometimes at the
second
same time.
medication, yeah, I am drug resistant.
So is Andrea. She's on 4 right now at the same time. That's automatic drug resistant.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know I was drug resistant. Learn something every time I come here. That's something interesting to know, especially to get down the line, 20 years down the line now, figuring out that I'm drug resistant.
It was something that my mom wondered for a long time. Like, she wondered when I was a teen, when I was first diagnosed with epilepsy, because here I am getting, like, the first thing they started me off with was Dilan. It was doing nothing. It wasn't stopping the seizures. They were still coming through. And, eventually that's when I got on to Tegatrol XR. And, like, that helped. And then that worked for maybe a little bit. But then my body was pushing, like it was nothing again. Then they did 2 at the same time. I think that was my first time being on Lamictal. This was back like 90s. Like, it was all through basically my childhood. I was going through medications too fast. Like, I will get immune to them, and I will build up my tolerance to them, and the seizures would just break through.
Yeah, I'm definitely like that now. I feel like that's part of my issues. Like I said, I was on the higher dosage of Keppra basically until I begged my doctor to lower it down. I was on the highest dosage of the phenytonin. Um, this I don't know how to say this without it sounding like bad. Whenever I go to the like the hospital or the ER, or I have to take it at home, like whenever my pancreas is acting up, like I was saying, throwing up completely for a couple of days straight, but I wasn't in any pain. It was just kind of a internal type of thing. It's hard to explain without going off for a while, but when it really really acts up, it inflames, and that's an organ in your body, so it then kind of not only does it back up your digestive system, but it kind of pushes up against other organs that are inside of you, and it can get really 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 painful. So when I'm at home or when I go to the ER, I need pain medication, and so I can take morphine, even Dilaudid, and other ones that they'll give me there, and they'll give me higher dosages, and they won't do shit. It literally feels like they have not given me anything. Like I have to either, like when I'm there, I'll like sneak my vape in, like go to the bathroom, take a couple of hits, or I'll have to, they'll give me whatever there, through the IV, and then I'll, kind of pop a couple of extra, pills on top of it, and it still really does not do much. Like my body is, I just I don't feel it. Like, I'll sit there and, most people will be like, I don't know if anybody here has taken any, pain medication. You take like, one or two morphine pills or something, and you're just like, okay,
I
yeah,
have
that's enough to,
taken many of them. I haven't taken morphine pills. I've been given morphine in the hospital, but I have taken stuff like naproxen and all
but
stronger
okay,
ones.
okay. So then when you get that through the IV, how do you feel after they give it to you?
Morphine through the IV, the amount they gave me was, yeah, I'm having a good time. So,
Yeah, see, for me, they'll give me like, a higher dosage of it, and I'll, take other stuff. And because I'm in pain, I've gone to the, hospital after I've already, smoked and, taken some at home and everything. And still while I'm there, I'm like, this is not doing anything for me. Like nothing is helping out.
yeah, GABA,
So
what is it?
yeah,
GABA.
I'm just like so like I've stopped for like the last like, year or so. I've basically stopped going there because I know whatever they give me is not going to help. And while I'm there, obviously I can't just, sit there and light up a joint. Like I know I can sit at home. I can sit at home and I can do that and that'll help out. So I'm better off just staying at home and, self medicating rather than
Yeah,
actually going there. Now it's just, yeah, it's frustrating. And then, yeah, the more, we talk about like these stories like this, it's just, yeah, drug resistant. And that's what I'm starting to
GABA
feel like.
definitely.
My body is like that. It's just I've unfortunately been through these, things so many times that my body is just used to it all now. I just don't know what to do. Like I'm obviously, if something, serious happens, I'm not just gonna sit at home and just be like, well, I guess this is the end. I'm done. Whatever. Like
Right.
Oh yeah,
like,
I had to go to the
I'll go if,
ER because
you know, I'll yeah, I'll go if something is serious. I'm not an idiot. But at the
that
same
was a
time, like
dislocated
if it's
shoulder.
just, to take a medication or something, then I'm not going to waste my time and, whoever is driving me their time, to get over there and everything. It's a weird, yeah, it's a weird situation, man. It's a weird situation.
One of the comments here on the question of seizure after eating an edible THC gummy. The first comment says, not with Keppra, but one time when I missed my meds, Vimpat and Zonisamide, I smoked and then took an edible after not having consumed THC for a while. I used to be a heavy smoker when I was young. I had a seizure. I said when I was young, and then it says slash, I had a seizure. I was alone, didn't tell anyone, but I knew this was the life, but I knew this was the cause. I had been consistent with my meds for so long, and in a very low stress time of my life, I wasn't sick, on my cycle, I hadn't been traveling, so there wasn't any other reason for me to have a seizure. Our bodies are a lot more sensitive to missing meds than we sometimes want to believe, even if it's just one dose. Another comment here says, I'm very sorry about the seizure. It sucks when they pop back up. As far as the THC, everyone's body handles it differently, similar to some meds work for a person, but not a person B. I would have to have a convo with your doctor since you say it's prescribed and get their thoughts. Sending healing love vibes. One last comment says, if I miss a single dose within 12 hours, I'm going to have a seizure again. I'm not a doctor, but it was because you missed your dose, not because of the gummy. Makes sense. You guys think the gummy is gonna make you have a seizure or missing the dose? I think it's the dose missing.
I agree.
Yeah, it's missing the dose. I've taken plenty of gummies and it's done nothing. But the times when I even like I posted, earlier in the thread, it was I had one, last week, and that was because my other issues were acting up and I wasn't able to keep my meds down. So I had missed a couple of doses, and then that's when I had one. It was smoking and having a couple of gummies in the meantime to try and, help kind of calm everything down within my body. Um, and yeah, it wasn't definitely wasn't the gummy. It was missing the meds. That's the bigger issue. I feel like they should focus on that more than
Yeah, take your meds every day and don't blame it on the gummies if you're not gonna take your meds. Um, but I got an interesting one here. It says, "Can anyone smell seizures?" I can literally smell seizures while they're happening. I can't describe anything besides umami. Anyone else smell them? I pray for everyone who has them, and you're in my heart. I've been around seizures my whole life, and I'm curious if anyone else has experienced this. Personally, never in my life have I smelled a seizure. That is a one of a kind smell, and I couldn't imagine smelling a seizure coming on. Um, that's like something a dog would do or something, right? Your mic is off.
yeah. How do dogs know?
Dogs have that sense.
I don't
Some
know,
I
but
dogs are trained for it, but some dogs naturally have that sense.
I mean, yeah, I know they're trained. It was crazy. I went like on a family vacation to I was at Disneyland in like, I don't know, like August or September or something like that. And I saw this one employee, and she was walking through like the downtown Disney area, and she had a medical dog with her. So I was looking at it, and I can't remember how. I ended up saying something to her, and she mentioned it was hers because she had epilepsy, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I was like, "Oh my god, it's perfect to meet you." She was around my age. She was very cute. So we ended up talking for like at I don't know, like 45 minutes or so, right? And then I asked her, where she was working at, which place there, and I ended up going and seeing her the next day, and we talked, again for quite a while. But she had a support dog with her, and the whole time I was thinking, I don't know why I didn't ask her, but I was just thinking, I was like, how do these dogs know? Like how do you train them, or like what do they smell it? Do they feel it? Like how do they know that it's coming on? Like it was, yeah, it just was crazy to me.
It, I think
And
it's. Kate would know better. She has one, but
she does?
I
yeah,
have a
she has a support
dog.
dog.
Technically, the only service task she's trained to do is get me a water bottle. But so far,
uh,
she sticks with
no,
right after it happens.
Hmm.
okay, no, I just didn't know you had one. That's
Yeah, she
cool.
must
That
have
is
known we were
Dog.
talking about it. She wandered over. But yeah, I don't think she would ever pass any like true service dog thing because of public access. She's still a little too nervous around some people, some places. But
Oh, yeah,
overall, we'll
but
see if she ever comes up with the alert part of telling us before a seizure happens.
Mm. This person's that had the full medical, I don't know, like vest or whatever you want to call it, on them, and she had it in the shop, um, with her while she was working and everything. So yeah, her and I, yeah, struck up a conversation, and we talked a while. Obviously, she lived down there in Southern California. I'm in Northern California, so didn't really strike up a conversation or a long term type thing for her. Maybe if I go down there again and see her, maybe I'll ask her for a number or something. but yeah, I just talked to her for a couple of days there while we were down there. But yeah, it was just instantly. It wasn't even like a flirting type of thing. It was just like we connected. We had so much in common. Like it could have been,
You might
the
not know
could
just
have
because
been
you
like
didn't try.
yeah. I
Love
mean
at
that's true. But I
first
mean,
sight.
like it could have been a guy, and I still would have had that long of a conversation. Or I mean, no disrespect to anybody. I'm a male. I'm interested in females, so
No,
that's why I'm
bro.
saying
I
that.
know what's
But
up. I know what's up. I just put YOLO
yeah, I
in the
know. I just don't want
comments.
to. I don't want to offend anybody. But yeah. So I just it was super super nice to actually finally meet somebody in person, because this was before I had even met all of you guys and jumped on the chat and everything. It was just super nice to meet somebody out in person, because like if again, I don't want to be disrespectful, but if you let's say for example you don't have a leg, you know when you meet somebody else that doesn't have a leg, you can easily tell that they have that disability. Whereas with us, having epilepsy and seizures, you can't tell that by just looking at somebody, by just meeting them once in a while. It's kind of like we were talking about earlier. Like, should you let somebody know when you're dating them right away? This and that. You can't
And I
tell
think that
if
was the
somebody
magic.
has it. Whereas most other disabilities, you can tell that that person has it. So for this to be able to talk to somebody and then and everything,
I
it
think
was
that was
just,
the
yeah, it was
magic
something
that
really really
started
nice to, yeah.
this whole thing that Pookie started, because we're all meeting each other and we never met other people with epilepsy. And look at me and Kevin. We live right in Philadelphia. Right
Right.
there with each other. And we never met other people with epilepsy. And we get on here and it's like magic. It's like, wow, we all know what each other's been through and stuff, and we all face some of the same things.
Same with
Yeah.
same with Pookie. And I know he's moved up now after his stroke and everything, but so I don't know where he's at exactly now. But yeah, where he was at before, I mean, we were probably what, 15 miles away or so, Pookie. Like
We
only,
were like, me and you were like 2 miles apart.
yeah, yeah, like super close to
Like
each other.
15 minutes, like one freeway exit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was super crazy that we were that close to each other. But yeah, you just never know. It's something that you can never tell about somebody, so it was nice, and it's, yeah, nice to meet and talk to all y'all.
And I have to admit, I'm really sorry for the people who live in Philly coming from New Jersey, you know? Oh, that was horrible to say. Anyway, poor Philly people. Uh, you had
Well,
good cheesesteaks, though.
I just got
Kevin's
back
like,
on
what's wrong
and
with
I'm
Philly?
like, what? Walking into this?
We got a Jersey guy making fun of us, Kev.
Ah, okay.
I
All right.
haven't lived in New Jersey for like 25 years, but I miss the food. So,
So
East Coast
you
food's
guys
better.
from Philly must love Bill Burr then, right?
Who?
Bill Burr, the stand-up comedian, Bill Burr.
No,
You got
Oh,
not everybody likes him.
I am aware of him.
yeah.
you haven't seen his like epic Philly rant?
No.
Okay. Well, if you get some time, look it up on YouTube. But yeah.
It's the same thing about Kevin Hart. He does everything about Philly, and it's not everything's great about him.
Yeah.
I try to avoid Kevin Hart as much as possible. He's just
I think a lot of
not.
Philly does.
Understandable. You guys are from Philly. He's from Philly. You're like it's played out. Okay. Yeah. Um,
Yes, Katie, thank you.
to the post where they asked, "Can people smell seizures?" I was just saying that would be very interesting to know how a dog knows when a seizure is coming. Um, my little dog, it just sit at the foot of the bed when I have a seizure on the bed, or at my feet when I'm having a seizure on the floor, or whatever the case. Um, he was little. He was a Chihuahua, so he wasn't really gonna help turn me over or anything. But it was just good to see him on video when I'm watching back videos, and I'm like, he's kind of right there. He's kind of just there, just watching, and not warning anybody. But yeah, um, there was one animal, and that's when we started talking about animals. And I seen Chip's cat. We veered left when we seen the kitty. Um,
Yeah, that cat appears on many work videos. She yells at the door, so I have to open the door up, and then she jumps up on the table when she walks in front of the camera. And then she yells at the door, and I have to get up and open the door so she can leave. So she's standing at the door now, just looking at me, but she's not yelling yet.
he's
But
like,
yeah, she
"Hey,
was
you still on
right
video? Can
up
I
here.
join?"
Her little head appeared. So come on, Orange Kitty, you gonna come back? Nah, she's over there, and you can't make a cat do anything.
Right.
Are we still on that service animal question?
I was going to go back to the question. It wasn't about service animals. I was just asking. It was a question about people smelling seizures. Um, yeah, can you smell a seizure coming on?
I don't think people can, but an animal definitely can.
That's
And
what I
Yeah.
that's
was
only
saying.
if you have a certain kind of seizure. Some seizures are more likely to, for the person to, I guess, broadcast, I don't know, like release that smell, that scent, especially if they're, I want to say like hormonal type or
Hmm.
yeah, it's certain kinds of seizures. Like obviously tonic-clonics are more, I don't want to say like visible, but whatever the, not auditory, whatever that word is for scent, um for an animal than a focal or a partial.
I know dogs, well, some dogs that are real close to their owners can definitely sense it.
Yeah, there's that loyalty thing too.
Yeah, I was watching videos of people who were like with their service animals, and there was one that was really good, and I was like, that dog's really nice, and like made sure the lady like sit down. She was like washing dishes, and the
Yeah,
dog
they're not even service animals. They're just real close to their owners and they know.
yeah, they had she had the video from her being on camera in her kitchen. The dog like runs up behind her, like jumps up and puts their hands on her back. And she's like turning around, like trying to play with him. And then it's like trying to like go between her legs and like go around her and stuff like that, trying to like let her know that something is going on. That's why I'm jumping all over you. And then she like laid down on the kitchen floor and watched her had the seizure, and then the dog was there the whole time. And I was like, that's nice. That's why they're so expensive, because the dog knew everything to do to lay her on her side, and um, like as it was like she was having the seizure, the dog was like right there, just making sure she doesn't hit her head, and having her on her side. It knowing to do that was like amazing to see. Um,
The training process takes 2 years at least. You're never gonna get a puppy doing that kind of stuff.
mm,
And you have to send scents. Like you have to after you have a seizure, they ask you to, rub a cotton ball on underarms or like base of your neck or something like that. And they're supposed to train the dog to, hone in on that scent. And that's supposed to be something like right after you had a seizure. And then they're trained to do all that alerting. And that's supposed to be way different than playing with you. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah,
yeah,
the person I was mentioning that I met that had the dog with her, um, she mentioned that her her mother trained like medical dogs. So it was like and like, you know, like since she was a little child, so even before she had epilepsy, so it was like already like something that like her mom did was, you know, train these dogs. So it was basically just like something super easy, you know, for her to get and to have. It was like she was very lucky with her, you know, situation. She, you know, obviously it could have been a lot worse, you know, so she had that. I didn't ask her like how much they cost or like how much they sold them for or anything like that, but you know, but yeah, she just, it was, you know, something that was already in her family, and so that's why she, you know, she had one. And
They cost a
And
pretty penny.
and
I
I
think
have to.
we
Sorry, go on.
tried to get one for me, and I think it was like $1,400. And then I said, nope, we're going down to the SPCA.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that doesn't sound that expensive for what it is, like in today's world, you know? I mean, I don't know what time frame you know you were mentioning that number from, but I was honestly expecting like, I don't know, it like several $1,000s or something for something like that.
Yeah, I think I seen them for around $6,000 to $7,000. Um,
Breeds and stuff matter too, I think, too.
yeah, there was one that was he was a shepherd, and he was like a little over $7,000. Big dog, and I was just wondering like how long is he gonna live for the size that he is? But they said they should live like 5 to 8 years or something like that, which is very good. And the program that they had to get the dog, that the guy like put me in touch with the program, and that program was so confusing to where I just gave up on trying. It was like a program, they were like, you got to be referred by this company, and this company is going to be the one to give you the dog. So I
Yeah.
called the people who give you the dog, and then they're like, oh, you know, you need to have this company call for you after you give them a note from your neurologist. And I was just like, it's so much work. I can handle these seizures myself.
Yeah, it's like it's a ton of work to get an actual service dog on top of, even if you do have the money to pay for it right up front.
Yeah, this was one my insurance could cover, so I already figured it would send
That's
me through the loop to loop for all kinds of different paperwork, and that's how it was. It was just a lot.
But my Bowie and his dominant part, like he's mixed. He's mixed, but his dominant part is German Shepherd. And I got him when he was like 2 months old. He was a rescue from when they had the hurricane in Tennessee or something like that. That area, Louisiana area.
So I do got some comments from this smell post that I will read before I change. One says, to me, they're very strong, strange chemical like smell, hard to describe, pungent, unpleasant. Never encountered a smell like that. I've only had 2 seizures, and that smell was how they started. Another one says, I got a metallic taste and a scent followed by an intense feeling of deja vu. One more. It says, it may not be what you're asking for, but my dog can. When I would feel a seizure coming on, I would breathe on my dog. After a while, he would warn me of a seizure. I can smell a tin smell.
another tough thing too about dogs is allergies. I am highly allergic to dogs. I can't even like be in like a house with one without just s- coughing, sneezing, sniffling, nose running, eyes watering, like within like 15, 20 minutes.
Well, there's another thing about dogs
So
is
that's
that
yeah, so that's a whole nother issue about
they're highly
having
sensitive to weed.
a dog. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's different for everybody, obviously, just like our seizures are. But yeah, that's just another thing for certain people out there too.
I'll read the rest of these comments because they were kind of interesting just reading them, the different things that people are saying they can smell. One here says, I smelled chlorine once before going into a focal, sometimes a sweet smell, or the smell of spices, which is very strange. Another one here says, I smell and taste of ammonia before and after. Smell and taste of ammonia. That's different. Another one says, before a seizure, sometimes I smell garlic. One more here says, I don't know if you mean you have personally have seizures, but I get olfactory hallucinations if I have focal seizures. The smells don't smell a specific way, I don't think. I always have just linked it to anxiety and fear that accompanies it. The way brain has made sense of it, that it's just like smelling the anxiety or fear itself, if somehow that makes sense. I got one here. It says lower back kidney pain after Keppra increase. I just had a Keppra dosage increase due to breakthrough TC seizures, and I was most likely related to HRT. I'm off the HRT now, but my doctor wants to ensure that I don't have another one. So he increased my dosage from 1,000 milligrams twice a day, which was working for 5 years because I added the HRT, to 1,500 milligrams twice a day. For the last week, I've had cold symptoms like aches and pains, especially in my lower back and kidneys area. Should I call my neuro, or is it most likely just a cold? With things like that, personally, I call my neuro, call and get some type of advice from an advice nurse. I don't know what HRT is.
Hormone replacement therapy,
There we go. Um,
probably for going through menopause or something.
I was going to say that, so could it be a woman? Um, yeah, you should call your neuro and let them know something feels wrong with the kidneys. Um, yeah, I got a lot of other problems going on. So, like things that I feel like could be a long term problem if I don't take care of it, I kind of try to take care of those right then and there, um, or at least write a mental note. I mean, give someone a note or something that you need to remind your neuro. Because if you don't write it down, you can't have it as a note or a sign that something happened. Yeah, you just got to remember everything. And Keppra, I haven't heard anything about it messing with your kidneys. Um, I haven't read anything about that.
Another
Correctly.
thing to think of is staying hydrated.
Yes, that could be
Contributing factor, but still call your doctor.
something on kidneys and Keppra. It says very few cases reports have been published in the literature of Keppra causing acute kidney injury. We present a case of a 26-year-old male with a seizure disorder on Keppra. Oh yeah, it says dot dot dot, and then it has a whole lot down there. So there is some reports of it. So this isn't uncommon. Um, got a post here. A comment here. One says kidneys are more mid back. I have some muscle stiffness from Keppra, but it could be my furniture. Another one here says I'm on Keppra. Last week I had a cold or flu with pain where you were describing. I think it was just due to illnesses, but on Keppra for years and it's fine. I don't remember any of the signs that Keppra gave me anything during those times.
I just always say better safe than sorry. Call your doctor.
Yeah,
Trust them when they tell you that it's no big deal over some stranger on the internet.
correct. I have another post here. It says, what maybe caused my focal seizure? So last night I had a focal seizure, maybe. I felt bad aura and deja vu as well as some twitching in my arm. So I rushed to lay down just in case anything happened. Eventually I calmed down. Maybe I was just scaring myself, but it felt so much like I was going to have an episode. I was wondering if you guys can help me identify what maybe caused this. I have some ideas. I was extremely exhausted and watching TV with my sister after I had a busy day at work, a 9 to 5, and my period is coming in over a week. And I've been eating a bit more sugar than I usually do. I already took my meds and I have a good sleep schedule. What could have caused the focal seizure? A lot of things can cause seizures, and I'm no neurologist or doctor, uh, but a busy day, I get exhausted. That could be a reason for a focal. Yeah, my body's just been tired time to time, and I just have like a really relaxed feeling. And then I look up, like, oh, I just missed this amount of time. Was I having a seizure? Um,
I've had seizures in times of great stress. I've had seizures when I was fully rested or when I was really tired, when I was highly caffeinated, when I wasn't caffeinated. I mean, the closest thing I can figure out to a trigger for myself is stress. The best thing you can do is just document and pay attention to things and try and figure out what your triggers are.
yes, Andrea, you're amazing. Um,
I try.
you don't have to try hard. You're amazing without trying. Um,
I'm just amazed that my brain still puts shit together most days.
I'm surprised that my brain even works these days. For some reason, when I'm alone, it acts like it doesn't work at all.
The
Angel said,
book club has made me realize that I wanted to start reading books again, and I'm trying an audiobook, and I've learned that my attention span is worse than a gnat. So
oh,
that
yeah.
is my new meditation is paying attention to my audiobook.
Or my podcast.
That too. But see, this is more I can pay attention to this easier than I can a book. If I'm trying to listen to a book, my brain goes off over here. If I'm listening to you guys, I don't know why my brain doesn't wander like it does when I'm just trying to listen to a book.
It just seems like I'm able to pay attention when it's the podcast or something. But it seems like other things, they maybe don't grab my attention as much. I don't know if my attention span has become maybe not there, because sometimes my attention span just feels like it's not there.
I can't concentrate.
Yeah, it's like when someone's talking to me, for instance. I was thinking of a situation a few seconds ago when my mom was talking. Um, wasn't sure if I wanted to say that situation, but she'll hear it one day or she'll see it on the podcast. Um, yeah, one day my mom was talking and I was listening to her, but then at the same time I started listening to TV, and then my attention just wanders. It's like now I'm paying attention to my mom and TV, but now the channel changes, so I'm paying attention to something on the floor, and then I'm like, oh yeah, she's still talking. Um, so yeah, my attention span is horrible when it comes to paying
I refer to those as squirrels. The squirrels got me. The squirrels grabbed my thought and took it somewhere else.
um so yeah, there's that. Like I said, it just feels like my attention span is just not there with me at places, because it might be something that I want to hear, but I could never like keep myself on a small conversation, like staring at a person for a while they're talking about what they're talking about. Staring at them is easier, But if I don't stare at that person, I might hear something, and then that gets my attention. Then I hear something else, and then I'm thinking about something. You're still talking to me, and I'm just looking around, and my mind just jumps from thing to thing. My attention span is gone.
My
There's
problem is I'll be like on my phone with the TV on in the background, and I'm always trying to do like three things at once, but I'm only half paying attention to any of them because my full attention is like floating between all of them at the same time and never really on any one thing.
That's what I said. I don't know if I even have an attention span anymore because seems like I can pay attention to nothing a lot of times.
Do
Uh,
you guys know the movie with Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler, 50 First Dates?
yes.
You remember 10 Second Tom?
I love that movie.
No, I don't remember 10 Second Tom.
I do.
Go back and watch it. I feel like I'm 10 Second Tom.
I'm gonna put you in that girl's shoes.
So, I mean, this attention span stuff, is it just stuff that bores you that you can't pay attention to?
No,
No,
it's not things that bore me because it's sometimes a conversation that might be a little necessary, and then it's like we're having that conversation, and then for some reason something crosses my mind. Now I can't get that off of my mind, and I'm worrying about keeping up with that in my mind or keeping that on my mind while I'm talking to you. So now I'm going through two different thought processes because my brain's thinking about this thing while I'm supposed to be listening to this conversation, and it's like volume up and down on each. Like turn the TV up, it's like that. Turn it down on this one and turn it up on that one, and I can never.
that's a very good analogy.
Yeah, it's like I can't pay attention as much as I really, really want to. Like I'm really trying to pay attention to it, and it seems like the more you try to pay attention to it, it's like turn the TV up and down. It's like now someone else is turning the TV up and down, and I'm trying to do it better. So it's either I,
It's like you want to say, like, what was happening to me this morning is say, I'm trying to listen to this audiobook, but then I kept thinking of like something that was going on with my kids. So then I would start thinking about what's going on with my kids, or my brain just kept wandering off to all this other stuff. And I'd be like, no, I want to listen to the book. Trying to listen to the book. I don't want to think about all that. I want to listen to the book.
yeah, my mind is going through that conversation when I'm thinking about stuff. My mind is usually telling me I want to read the book, so then I'm thinking about my mind. I want to read this book, and yeah, it's
Yeah,
really confusing headspace, and it's
it's
funny at times.
annoying.
Yeah,
It's so annoying.
I'm sometimes thinking this is what I want to think about, but I want to remember this. And yeah, my thoughts are usually all over the place. I'm trying to remember this conversation and the conversation that's going on aloud. Someone else is talking to me, but then I'm thinking about what's in my head. Yeah. So usually I'm like, can you repeat that? Because, yeah. Hey, Mark.
How's it going?
So
I
far, so good.
I really want to know what his answers to the icebreaker will be.
Uh-oh.
Mm, very interesting. Yeah. Everyone loves Mark's answers. So we'll just get to Mark then. Um,
Low
if you could
pressure.
put
We
three
were
things,
kind of off on a tangent. Sorry.
you could put three
I
things
love
into a
tangents.
time capsule for someone 100 years away. What would it be?
Three things for 100 years from now.
Yes, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah, three things in a time capsule that they're going to open in 100 years.
Okay, this is interesting because is it like a time capsule with an intent or something to
Whatever you
say
want.
something? Or
It's had everything from like Tom Brady and Barney going in it to Vaseline and flip-flops.
okay, well,
So whatever you want. There's been much more profound things than that, but those are just, it can be whatever you like.
Uh, um, damn, I wish I had some time to think about this before having to give an answer.
I know. It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, 100 years from now. What was interesting to people 100 years ago that we would find insightful or something if from a time capsule that we opened.
I think that we should put in things that like kind of represent now.
I
Just for the
considered how's the world going to change in 100 years?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, can I necessarily rely on them having a means to use whatever I would send? Like, those Edison wax cylinders or something, they can hardly play any of those recordings that were made in the early 20th century now. Um, that's why when they made the Voyager probes, the um, the discs that they put on the probes to like send a message out and stuff had uh, vinyl records on them that were plated in gold and etched on the one side of the vinyl records was kind of a pictograph of how to assemble a sort of uh, vinyl record player in order to reproduce the sounds that were recorded on those discs. So, how would we necessarily need to ensure that, because we can't put a TikTok video or something in a box or something, nor would I personally necessarily want to. But that would certainly represent the aspect of the current era.
society.
Yeah, I
We
don't know.
talked about some cannabis seeds.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long those seeds would be viable. I wonder. I mean, there's those seed banks over in the like Norway or something, Greenland, Norway, Iceland, something that are storing
The
storing.
ark that's going to save this world.
Yeah, something like that. Um, so it might actually be viable to send some cannabis seeds forward. But then that would beg the question, which strains are you gonna send? Because, as I am working on my what is this? Fruit pops here.
Fruit pops, huh?
Yeah. I don't know if that makes it on YouTube safe, mentioning a specific strain or something, or explicitly saying that I have something. Um,
There was
some
some discussion of some medical cannabis earlier and dispensaries and which strains we liked and if we preferred indica or sativa and things like that at the dispensary, so I don't know why that would be a problem.
Displaying it, I guess. Oh, probably wouldn't be.
All I
Anyway,
saw was a white jar.
yes, by Florida law, all containers must be opaque and as um like not exciting, not interesting as possible, I guess.
Don't want the little kitties to look at it and be
Yes, to
want
save
some.
the kids. Yeah, and there's got to be big warning signs on the sides that say THC for the kids and pets. We gotta have THC written on the side so the pets know. Um, okay, so
Yeah,
answer,
because they can read really well.
right, yeah.
But that was my problem. I said in 100 years we're not going to be able to read. So that's why I chose a book.
Will they, yeah, how much will English have changed in 100 years? Like,
Good point.
that's that's kind of interesting. It would be a pretty, which
Put the Terminator series in there to warn people about AI.
100 years from now it'll be too late already. We're gonna either be like transcendent, disembodied energy beings, or we will be extinct. And it will all be because of AI.
Dude, well, even if they can read it, honestly, dude, like, do you think that like an 8-year-old is gonna look at it and be like, "Oh, THC, I know exactly what that means. I should put this down." They
Right?
have no, they have no fucking clue what that means. Like, it's just, yeah, it's just a bullshit, legal thing that they have to put on there so they can save their asses from lawsuits. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I work around 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 year olds all day long, every day. They're fucking stupid when it comes to like basic shit. They know exactly how to, play, Roblox or do something in what's the other game with the pickaxe? Whatever. They know how to
Minecraft?
do what? What is it?
Minecraft?
Yeah, Minecraft. There we go. There we go. I was blank in my mind. So yeah, they know how to play like Roblox, they know how to play Minecraft, they know all that shit, but God forbid they actually like know how to read, a fucking, you know, a letter or like how to like send a piece of mail to somebody else or something. Like
Yeah,
the
is the
warning
mail
labels are
even
just to
used
cover
for
the company's
anything
asses.
except delivering Amazon packages anymore? I
Oh
don't,
yeah, and that's only because it's done by scanning a barcode, not actually
uh,
having to write down a label and put a stamp on it or something. I know I sound like a grumpy old man right now, but
I mean,
It's all
there's
right.
like you guys,
there's a lot
you
of
guys semi agree with me? Come on, I hope so.
yeah, there's a lot of validity to all of that.
To my
Uh,
grumpy old man ranting.
yeah,
Back in my day.
the school system is a joke. Um,
Oh yeah, you have no clue. I've probably already ranted about this before, but you guys, yeah, you have no clue how much food gets wasted every single day
oh,
because
really?
At your
oh yeah,
house or on our? over the world.
At the schools.
No, at the
Um,
schools. At the schools.
I can already imagine.
At least here in California, because it's required to give free breakfast and free lunch, which is perfectly fine. That I am perfectly fine with that. There are people struggling everywhere. If that helps the kids out and everything, they can get through school. You know, the parents aren't sending them out the door without food.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with that. But when it comes to certain days and it's something where the kids don't like it, or it's, you know, their religion that they can't eat it, you know, like it's something beef and they're Muslim. Just, you know, there's certain things where there's a lot of days where they can't eat the food or they don't like it, but they still take the entire meal because they have to take the entire meal. They can't just take the milk carton. So say they're thirsty and they want the milk carton, they have to take the entire meal. So then they have to take, you know, that, you know, cheese pizza with the broccoli on the side and the carrots and the french fries and all of this. And they're not hungry, they're just thirsty. They just wanted the milk. So they take the entire meal, drink the milk carton, and then they just dump the rest of the food out, and that's it. Every single day, every single day. I need to start taking pictures and like show you guys like every single day the trash. The you know it's your normal like plastic, you know, your big trash bin,
Yeah.
and it's at least half full. At least it depends on which day it is, but at least half full of just food, because the kids just want like they're like, oh, I just want the carrots, I just want the milk, I just want this one, you know, item out of it, whatever, and then they dump and throw the rest away. So much food gets wasted, and I'm sitting there like I'm hungry, it's like, like 12 o'clock or something. I'm like, oh, I'm kind of hungry, that looks, something good sounds, right now, and I'm just watching kids just literally dump, like kid after kid just dump their food into the trash can, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
they waste a lot of food. Yeah.
yeah, I'm just like, there's somebody like 15 minutes, down the road that's, homeless and needs a meal, and you're just dumping this out. Like, part of me just wants to like pick the food up, like take it with me and like go give it away or something. Or it frustrates me every day, and I'm sorry I'm ranting about it. I like when I'm actually there, I've gotten over it because I'm just like, okay, I've been here for a few years, and I know that's how this works out. But at the same time, it's still frustrating. Like, I ride my bike home and I see like one, a couple of homeless people or something, and I'm like, fuck, I just watched like 15 pounds of food get thrown away, and you're right here, starving. Like, oh, it it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I'll
Gotcha.
stop. I'll stop now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I went way too far off on that tangent.
Man,
So
don't be sorry. Somebody's gonna hear that needs to hear that.
yeah, I mean, if anybody can like help out and, donate, or, rather than like, you have a couple of bites,
Gotcha.
of French fries or something left, like at the end of your meal that you got from a fast food place, like don't throw it away. Like, go and find somebody and give it to them.
Yeah,
That
there's a lot of homeless people around here. I mean,
yeah, that
around there, because I was there once upon a time. There's a lot of homeless people.
yeah. So yeah. You know for sure, but yeah, yeah. That's my rant. Sorry.
It's all right. You're allowed to rant. I have a post here. It says, does anyone send messages make no sense when having a seizure? Every time, without fail, I have a seizure, I send messages like this, and it's always to my sister. The message would be, yep, especially Egypt and Syria. It's hard to use them as an excuse, though. Why is that? Epilepsy is a curse, honestly. I just saw a selfie I took during a seizure where I'm grimacing. It's a face of extreme disgust. It's really freaking me out. The question was, does anybody send messages when you have a seizure, or take pictures? I'm assuming. I have not sent messages. I've made calls to where people have asked me, "Are you all right?" Because you're calling me and you don't sound all right. Forgot that, but no text. Amen.
I've I've sent some messages, and actually, I want to say like about 2 or 3 months ago or so. I'm just sitting here at home watching something on on TV, and my dad comes in and he's like, "Oh, here you got a package," and I was like, "Oh, okay, thanks." And I get it. I look at it. I look at like the address on it, and I'm like, "What the is this?" I end up looking it up, and apparently I ordered some stuff off of. I made a order on Etsy that I don't remember making whatsoever. It was
Yeah,
ended up being
I said
about,
this earlier, and someone said they buy stuff and not make text.
yeah, it was about $170 I spent, and no clue. I don't remember it. There were items I didn't necessarily need. It was yeah, it was weird. So I had to like, yeah, explain it and try and figure it out with my credit card. But yeah, it was just money, money I didn't really exactly have or need to spend or anything. And it was the day after I had one of my seizures, so it was weird. Am I the only one that's done that? Anybody else bought
Uh,
random shit? No? Oh,
I
good.
have not texted anyone. Um,
I just I just want somebody else to make me feel better. No, I'm just kidding.
I can't unfortunately this time because I've not sent any text messages out because I don't send text messages out on a regular
I would
daily.
have been cool. I would have been cool with text messages because at least that's not spending money.
Yeah,
You know? So I
I
mean, yeah.
I heard Jeff earlier. He said that he um I think he said he buys stuff. You know, put stuff in your Amazon cart. I mean, I don't know if he puts stuff in the Amazon cart, but he just says that he has a purchasing thing. Um,
Okay. Yeah, at least there's somebody close. Yeah, it was really I've never done that before. The whole time I've been having seizures and everything. I've never done it before. It was just super weird. It was completely out of character even for, weird stuff I do while having seizures. So I didn't know what else to, think about it.
but have not purchased things. That's what I was going to say. Um, I think, like I said, I think I've maybe called someone. And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And they call people where I'm at, and they're like, "He's calling me, acting weird. Can you go check on him?" Stuff like that. But I'm lucky not send any weird text messages out. I mean, not that I do it on a regular anyway. One comment here says, often during absent seizures or after smaller myoclonic seizures, my head is just soup and nothing I say or write down will make sense. Thinking becomes so hard. Another one says, nope, I just do floppy fish, but the next day I can't remember what I do. So goodness knows what I do. Have you ever been told that you did something weird?
I crashed through my bathroom shower. I mean, like I fell and hit the toilet and the shower doors and all that, and I have no memory of it whatsoever.
Wow. Um, I have not hurt myself in the shower. Luckily, I have hurt myself in the bathroom. I've been like stuck in between the toilet and the wall, which was at that time it was a very slim space. And then I'm bigger than everybody else I know, so
It's not a good place.
they would have really had to like drag me out from in between the wall and the toilet. But I'm not sure how the situation went. I was just told you were pinned in between the wall and the toilet, and I've had that story on my mind for years. Like, what really happened? I don't know. I know I've been stuck in between the toilet and the wall, and I have not, like a lot of people, have not had one in the shower, luckily.
Vague
That sounds like
memory. A few years ago, or not a few years ago, I've had a vague memory a few days ago. Just it's been passing through my head of me remembering of like uh this anticipation of like this is gonna hurt really bad. Like me like falling down, looking, and I'm thinking this is gonna hurt when I land. And I don't know if it was from epilepsy or um, I used to, play a lot of sports, and uh, yeah, I think it was, you know, back
I have
with
one of
my,
those.
yeah, you get the oh
It was
crap,
oh fuck, this is gonna hurt right as the floor came at my face.
yeah.
For that
And,
seizure, were you awake?
yeah,
Not after
myoclonic,
that.
the myoclonic seizures, I'm always awake, fully awake.
Oh, but yeah, mine was like a tonic clonic where I was awake, and that's when I told myself this is gonna hurt when you hit this ground.
Right. Yeah.
Um, but like I said, mine was awake when that was happening, and I was just
Oh, that's awful.
yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. For the first time that it happened, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna fall. I'm about to knock myself out, and it didn't. So then I was just like, what do I do now? And since there's nothing I could do, I was just like lost for words. I cried. I cried from confusion and, of course, from hitting my head on things or whatever I was hitting at that point in time. I think maybe my head and shoulder that time, something were hitting something. And I just passed out eventually from the pain deprivation. Um, yeah, just not being able to do anything else. Can't do anything. I can feel myself gritting my teeth. Um, and yeah, just feel yourself crying. Can feel the tears going down my face is how it felt, but I couldn't react. A lot of these stories I've told a lot, but go ahead, Angel.
I was just saying the same. I know that experience, no control of anything. You're just watching.
You guys had any seizures where you're awake or not awake but conscious? Wait, I don't know if that's the word either. Any seizures where you're, I guess that
Aware.
would, yeah, where you're kind of there and you're watching it go down. We're not watching it, but you're just
Yeah.
there.
I've had it some where I'm like I have a weird period where it's like I know like the one where I fell, I was really out of it and confused, but I didn't know what was going on. Like I was so out of it, didn't know that I was out of it and confused. And then it was all of a sudden the floor was coming at my face and it was, oh fuck, this is gonna hurt, crunch. And then the next thing I remember was I'm on the floor and my nose is bleeding and there's blood on the floor and I gotta find my phone and call and tell someone I had a seizure because that's gotta be what happened.
And to answer your question, yes, Pookie. And
I'm
like I said,
sorry, did I interrupt you? I'm so sorry.
no, no, you didn't. And you don't it was like a full tonic-clonic. I described it to my doctor, and he didn't call it a myoclonic or anything. He just called it clusters. And it's like you're feeling it and everything, and you're feeling the zaps and everything, the jolts.
A few more comments from this last post of sending messages. One says, "Man, I don't even think I could text if I wanted to. Even with it just being a focal, it's too hard to think or do anything, any task." Another one says, "Yes, I was on Discord and they all thought I was drunk." Another one says, "I remember texting my boss. It was the equivalent to drunk text, and I believe he assumed I had had too much to drink as it was the middle of the night. I believe I was texting something to the effect of, in quote, 'not gonna make it. This is not good.' I think I was string of words that made logical sense, but I couldn't really loop him in on what was going on because, to be honest, I had no idea what was going on."
You wanted to throw in there kind of a side note, since you were talking about it earlier. Um, four seizures that I've had were in the shower. One of them, the bathroom that I have, it's a shower um, bathtub combo, so it
Yeah.
has the bath spout sticking out of the wall. One of them, I fell down so hard, my head broke the bath spout off of the wall. Like the water was like gushing out. Like had no one else been home, the whole thing would have flooded and I probably would have drowned. Um, we had to we had to turn the water off to the house because the water was just gushing out. So we had to shut off the main water to the house. We had to have a plumber come and fix it and everything that morning. So I've had a couple of interesting ones in the shower as well. So I definitely understand what those people were asking about. It was really weird because it was one of the first few that I had, so I didn't really have much experience of having seizures at that point yet. And then so obviously I fell down, hit my head on that enough to break it off of the wall. My Like I said, it was still new. My parents were pretty concerned, so they called the paramedics. I just remember stepping into the shower, and then the next thing I know, I'm laying in a hospital bed in an ER. I remember nothing in between. This was when I was about 20, I think. So yeah, literally half my lifetime ago now. It was just such a crazy experience. Like now I would wake up and look around and be like, oh, okay, I'm in a hospital bed, I guess I had a seizure or whatever. But back then it was just something super weird. And I felt bad too because of my parents. Like I said, my parents had to shut the water to the house off. They had to call a plumber and pay to have it fixed, and had to drive me to the hospital, all that stuff. Like I felt terrible. I felt like just such a terrible person because I wasn't completely used to that stuff. But now I kind of realize that it is what it is. I don't have any control over it, so I'm a little bit easier with it. But back then, yeah, it was a really tough day back then. So yeah, I don't know. I hope I I hope nobody else had a certain day like that. But yeah, if you know what it feels like, then yeah, Hard day, hard day.
Plenty of days like that, unfortunately. I do have another post here. It says, "Are seizure meds forever? I just got diagnosed with absent seizures, and they put me on Keppra. The doctor said if it eliminates my seizures for the next 6 months, I can lower the dose and stop taking it. Is there any way this is true, or was she giving me false hope? Has anybody been able to stop taking their seizure meds after some time?"
I'll be off the Kepra soon,
Um,
without a doubt.
would that be all of them?
Yes, I've been titrating for since September, and now I'm down to taking a quarter of the 250 milligram one, I think. I'm down to taking a quarter of that once a day, and I'm gonna finish out this month and start December 2nd with nothing.
So
Wow.
so you say your surgery is a complete success then?
No medical team is on board, but I'm not taking that into account. Just going on my own notes for now.
Do your AWOL
And yeah,
from your
I'm given
doctors?
yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm still giving the RNS, all the credit for working, and I'll definitely get back to transferring data when I can find anything with an Ethernet cable.
I
So
love
yeah.
you enough that I'll believe you.
What is not believable about that? Come on, I can't tell any not truths
No,
because
no,
I'll
no. I'm not.
forget.
I'm not saying you're purposely lying. I'm just saying it's tough for any of us to be off meds.
You can tell how carefully I'm choosing my words, not to sound
Yeah,
like a total
exactly,
fuck up.
exactly. Yeah, exactly,
Yeah, that's where we're
exactly.
at.
Yeah. I'm just joking around. I honestly do hope that you can do it without any meds. It's just it. Yeah, it's tough for any of us in any of our situations to be completely without meds anymore. So
Well, this year, so far, I've only had 4 tonic-clonics, and I can make my goal to not have any more than 5. I think having less than 5 in a year would be a success for sure.
Yep.
How
So
many were you having
we'll keep it
before?
chill. Before this, it was tonic-clonic every month.
That was before this year.
No, before the RNS. Like when it was just medication resistant, try this one, up the dose, try the next one, that whole cycle from I don't know, probably 2021 to, I mean, 2011 to 2020. Yeah. Yeah. So for that like decade, it was just the medication cycle. And then we started the RNS process from 2018 to 2020, got that turned on. And I think for those 2 years, it was still pretty average, like once a month. I don't think anything changed with the seizures until RNS had been on for a year. Yeah, and then I started noticing a difference, and just over the last year, I got, I guess, enough confidence to start titrating the meds myself.
I do got some comments here. Um, I think personally, seizure meds, they are not forever, depending on your epilepsy. Um, but I do think you might be taking them for some time once you're given them, prescribed them is the words. Um, but a few comments here. The first one says, in quote, if you truly have epilepsy, it is rare that you'll be able to come off of the meds. It does happen, but reality is that you, in quote, may think you don't need them, and you may find a doctor who will agree. However, that is far too many doctors who should be, but aren't experts regarding epilepsy. I would have a lot more faith in the assessment of epileptologists, which is a neurologist who has 2 years of specialized training in epilepsy. If you were working with an epileptologist then maybe. History is if you have epilepsy and then go off of the meds at any point, seizures will come back, and often they will be back with more severe and frequent than what was in the past. Maybe you will. Maybe you will be one of the truly lucky ones. Don't give up. Hope you don't disregard my reality if it is what happens that you have to go back on them. I know this is not what you want to hear. Some will downvote this because they they don't agree. Sadly, more will counter the upvotes because they do agree from their own experience. I think that person is someone I know, but I'm not sure. But on to the next.
My own experience, I agree with that person. They do come back with a vengeance.
Yes.
I was gonna say it wasn't me posting, but that basically is just what I said a few minutes ago. Is yeah, you get once they're there, they're not going away. So
And if you go off the meds and have to start on them again, you're just going to be back at square one.
That sucks. And I'm trying to get to the next year. I can do it, you guys. Have hope for me.
You can do it, so can I.
You only got like 5 more weeks.
Yeah.
We just got to get through the hellish holidays.
Yeah. No more tobacco or alcohol.
Anybody else have to take out their trash tonight?
I already did.
No, I just got
That
caught
was
with that.
I had that done at 11:30.
I had heard the garbage truck earlier. I think I took out the garbage like 2 days ago. I can't really remember, but I know it just went out because I just heard the truck a little while ago. And it's odd that this one comes at nighttime, but that's kind of unique for this part of the town or state. That the garbage truck comes at nighttime.
I
yeah,
usually do
I
pretty
was
good
thinking.
about putting it out. It's bringing the trash can back in that I have a problem with. It usually sits out there for like 3 days. Then I'm like, oh yeah,
It's a
because I
holiday.
never leave the house.
Yeah, it's usually like that. It's usually like, oh yeah, forgot to pull the garbage can back in. When I was in apartments, it was much easier. Back then, it was more like I forgot to take the bag out. But I do have something here. One of the comments from that post, after veering left a little bit, one comment says, "Yes, this is if seizures are forever." That post. It says usually yes, they're forever. But if you get lucky and either outgrow your seizures or usually something or other, it's fine. I've been seizure free and off meds for over 2 years. Just have to be monitored pretty closely, so it's possible. Another one here says if meds work and you truly become seizure free, it is possible. Just be aware that does not quite mean you're cured. Seizures can be fully controlled for years and come back. Mine did. Fully controlled and on meds from ages 4 to 12. Got an annual EEG and kept improving. Never had any more seizures. Finally, at age 12, doctor said my EEG was essentially normal and tapered me off of meds. Seizure came back in my early 20s, and it's far worse this time. Sorry to hear that. Another comment here says, even after epilepsy surgery, such as temporal lobectomy, you could potentially be on medications for life. Epilepsy affects epilepsy affects a person's brain is unique. For many people with epilepsy, the root cause is never found out. I've only had 3 seizures and I am aware of and tried to stop having the second being seizure free for a few years. A deep vein blood clot in my brain started having my seizures. Then 1 year after stopping medication, I had another. Terrified my wife. Not worth risk losing my license or something worse. So I've decided to go see my doctor. My doctor's input to stay on a low dose of lamotrigine indefinitely. One says, I'm 55, been on various epilepsy medications since I was 4. Coming off of them now, it can and does happen. I reduced them from 150 milligrams of Topamax twice a day to 100 milligrams twice a day over a period of 2 months. No adverse effects, only positive brain fog gone, focus improved radically, and mental capacity increased significantly. I'll be reducing further in the new year and fully believe I'll be off meds soon. Applause to you, whoever you are out there. I pray you're off those meds. One of us. One person's a success. Got one here. I don't know if you guys were this bad, but it says just had 4 seizures in one day. So I had 2 seizures at my fiance's house, and it's usually the end of it. And IG, because what's IG? Know that as an Instagram. Okay, got to start over then. So I had 2 seizures at my fiance's house, and usually that's the end of it. And IG because I was carrying my now 1-year-old niece when I went to my house that put a strain on my body. And was laying when I was laying down next to my fiance, I had another 2. My fiance called the ambulance, even though my mom didn't want him to because I have a hospital to go to. I bit both sides of my tongue, and it hurts like he'll just never talk. And I can barely eat shit, and it's annoying, especially since those Thanksgiving is in 2 days. Any tips for my tongue to heal? Try
Keep
to
it
not,
clean.
yeah, keep it clean. Um, Try to not bite it again, because that's what I do after seizures. Sometimes I bite my tongue again. Like, um, it feels sometimes like maybe you guys wouldn't know what it'd be like to have a stroke. But when I did have the stroke, I still can't feel some of my right foot and some of my right shoulder and along my right side. Some of my left is like that, but it's more on the right. Um, that's what my tongue is like after a seizure. Sometimes I won't feel it, so I'll just bite it again, and then I notice once I bite it. And I know you can't not use your mouth as much because you got to eat, but that sucks for Thanksgiving to be right here, and there's gonna be food all around you, and then you just can't eat. I mean, I don't celebrate,
I
but I eat.
I had a dentist tell me actually before that some things that can help if you have something like sores in your mouth or a bitten tongue is to like rinse your mouth out with warm salt water, which is kind of gross, but it does help. It helps clean it out and disinfect it and helps get the swelling down. And peroxide also will help with infection, I believe, if it starts to get infected.
Never done the peroxide, but I definitely done the salt water.
I've never done the peroxide either, but I know my dad had to do it once for something. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, the salt water is what is recommended for uh, tongue piercings also. And
Is it warm salt
you,
water?
yeah, like warm salt
Yeah.
water. And also to rinse with mouthwash after 4 times a day after every meal or anytime you eat anything or anytime you smoke anything, anything that goes into your mouth that um, provides any like organic matter or whatever to any sort of microbes in your mouth. You rinse out with mouthwash afterwards with the tongue piercing like all the way through the tongue. Um, so then that works really well. I've had my tongue pierced twice and yeah, both times. They recommended to do that for 2 full weeks. For that, I've never had any sort of swelling or sore in my mouth that lasted longer than that. So, um, yeah, that's how I've treated any sort of tongue chomp.
I want to go scuba diving.
Where did that come from?
I don't
That's
know.
the news.
I don't know where that came from, but I had to say it because it was like right there at the tip of the mind. It's like I had to
Okay.
get it off. Had to, yeah. I'm not sure why, but I need to do that one day.
Well, I
Uh,
want to tell Kate I have not had a monster today.
Good.
So proud of you.
No caffeine? How many days you been without caffeine?
Oh, I still have had some caffeine. I just said I haven't had a monster.
Okay. How many hours without? Is that taurine it has in it?
No, I had like a cup and a half of coffee this morning and I had one Dr. Pepper, which is way less than I normally have. So,
Titrate
Uh,
gradually, and this addiction will release its hold on you.
well, I'm drinking
celery.
hot tea right now because my throat hurts really bad because of sinus problems, which is also why I have the humidifier running behind me and everyone thought I left the pot boiling earlier.
I did not know what taurine is, but now it looks no more interesting than it did when I was thinking about it. Um, yeah. Uh, about the 4 seizures in one day, this is the one. The first comment says, tongue just needs a little bit of time. I don't know any way to speed time. I don't know any way to speed the time process. 4 seizures before going to the hospital is not a good thing. It said the traumatic aren't working, and at least the hospital can give you a rescue medicine before seeing your neurologist. Another comment says, I found an old post here with a decent number of suggestions. I hope you can still enjoy your Thanksgiving. A couple more comments. One says, I bit my lip really hard and I can't even really properly speak for the last 2 days. Another one says, I use Colgate Peroxyl to help my tongue heal faster. Maybe you can try it. I gotta look that up. The last comment says, I'm so sorry. Try to rest. Hopefully your tongue starts feeling better. I hate that. Sometimes ice helps me. Ice does not help me. Ice keeps the pain there for some reason. But yeah, I've heard peroxide quite a few times. Um, but then from the same people that I heard about peroxide, I heard that it's disgusting. They just told me it works, but they also did say it's disgusting.
Well, the deal with the Colgate Peroxyl is that it is 1.5% hydrogen peroxide. So maybe they're advertising the benefits of the peroxide without the taste because they're marketing this product specifically for mouth sores and as antiseptic. So
It tastes sour. I tried it once. It tastes sour.
That doesn't sound good.
I don't know. Like I think I remember that if the cut was too deep on my tongue, I would not use it. You know, like if like the laceration was like there was, just a if it was so far, like almost like an inch, I wouldn't use peroxide for some reason. I don't know why, but it would burn too much, and that's what I remember. But I did use peroxide, and it did seem effective for smaller cuts.
How did it taste?
Fine. Didn't really have much of a taste. Maybe a little sour, but because I do still use it occasionally for like, if you get like a canker sore or something. But yeah, um, no real taste.
I have a post here, and it says long lasting auras triggered by playing guitar. I have started in the last couple of months to have auras that last a long time. By a long time, I mean a long time for me, which usually lasts around 5 to 10 minutes. I have had 4 of these. 3 of them have been while I was playing my guitar. 2 have been while I was practicing in my basement on Two have been while practicing in my basement. One was actually at a show my band did. I was lucid during all of them. During the show, I actually continued singing as normal. I was doing a song where I was just singing. The feeling I get is similar to somewhat. The feeling I get is similar to somewhat similar to the auras I get before my focal absence seizures, but those only last around 30 seconds or less. This goes on for around 5 to 10 minutes. The one I had did not really subside until I took my backup rescue medication. During them, I get the feeling and realization of my life and will like just be like this from now on, having an aura forever. I am surprised that I realize that I remember this, as I usually do not remember the thoughts I have during auras. These are just the odds. So new to me in all these years I have had seizures. Anybody experience anything like this? The music thing has me wondering if it is any coincidence or a real trigger. I hope it is not a real trigger.
Um, well, we do know auras are seizures, and
And then they got musicogenic seizures, what are from
yeah,
not necessarily from the music, but like the bass and stuff like that, different treble and bass. I've heard from a different person that they said it could be all kinds of things to do with the music, not just music in particular.
but what it does sound like is like a little bit from the what you read. It sounds like maybe this person's seizures might be changing, and that is a quick call your neurologist and inform them that, because obviously we got to keep them up in touch.
I'm going to read some of the comments from here. Um, I don't know about a guitar causing seizures, but musicogenic. I don't know 100% about it, but I know you can have seizures because of music. So
Did
I
they
mean,
mention
it
it was
could.
in? Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it could be musicogenic, but um, many of the seizures I had around that age were because I was focusing on something so much, like schoolwork or uh, just other things. Just if I exerted my brain too much, it could cause auras. That was a very, very common thing. The stress of focusing or other stress in my brain, um, that would cause auras, absolutely 100%. And if I don't know this person, but if they're, I don't know, if the act of playing guitar is stressing him instead of him enjoying it, is causing stress that could induce sorrows, I suppose.
That could be what helps, or another reason that having, a third party or somebody around helps, because a lot of times we're not going to pick up on how, I don't want to say we can't pick up on what we're really doing, but at that age, especially when you're actually like having a seizure, that like disorientation right before, you might not really remember what you were thinking or how you were like feeling at that time. And at that age, that could definitely be when seizures are changing. I was thinking too, did it say he was in the garage every time?
no, it didn't specify where he was at every time.
Oh, I don't know where I got that, but that could be it too. If you're in like the garage, in some of the places that I stayed was like hotter or more humid or something like that could be an issue.
I do have one comment here. It is very long, but musicogenic is in it, so I think they explain it. So I was going to read the comment. It says, first of all, I'm sorry to hear what you're going through. It's always difficult to wonder whether seizures can be caused by activities we love. I am responding to your post because for me, music is my main trigger and was the only trigger for a while. My seizure started about 7 years ago. I just I was just listening to music while getting ready to go out when I had my partial seizure. My epilepsy has effects on my temporal lobe, so the symptoms of my partial seizures are mainly strong feelings of deja vu, difficulty understanding language and expressing myself in the minute following the seizure, and varying degrees of fatigue afterwards. But during my music induced seizures, I always remain fully conscious and retain my ability to react. Over time, the seizure becomes more frequent, and we're no longer triggered solely based on music. I started to have random partial seizures during the night and day. I began treatment in July after having two nocturnal convulsive seizures. For now, the treatment seems to be working on the nocturnal seizures, partial and convulsive, but I have some spontaneous seizures, particularly those related to music. I'm currently on Kepler and I started Lamicta 1 month ago. So I'm still increasing the dosage right now. Over the years, I have learned to adapt and understand what type of music and musical practices there are likely to trigger seizures, singing in a choir, going to church concerts, etc. For now, I am limiting my music related activities in the hope that the medication will eventually work. Musicogenic epilepsy, for instance, epilepsy triggered by music, is a very rare, but it does exist. So what your experiences may not be a coincidence. However, you may want to consider whether you were exposed to other risk factors that are known triggers for you when you had these seizures. Also, I am not a doctor, but 5 to 10 minutes does seem like a long time for auras. I think it would be necessary to speak with a neurologist in your situation to take appropriate measures. I am available if you would like to discuss the link between music and epilepsy some more. As for the length of the seizures, I don't think they ever lasted longer than a minute for me, so I can't help you on that subject. And there we go. Someone explained musicogenic, and that was a good explanation.
Yeah, that was really thorough. Another one too that's kind of relating, not relating, but this person is ranting about hearing things in seizures, saying drives me nuts. In one of my seizure types, I detach a bit from reality and hear noises. Obviously, they don't actually exist, it's all in my head. If I had to describe it, it'd be like if a toddler was having a conversation with someone speaking one of those languages made entirely of clicks and pops. Yeah, I don't know about that. And what drives me crazy is that my brain tries to convince me that these nonsensical imaginary sounds are words that I just don't understand. And regardless of knowing this, I try to understand it. Figured somebody else could relate. Okay, so they're saying they hear noises that don't exist. Clicks and pops, though, I've just never had auras. So if I did get any of those kind of hallucinations, auditory or visual, I just don't even remember. Anybody else get auditory stuff like this? One of the comments is first one saying, I sort of relate. I've been waking up extremely seisurey, and sometimes I swear I'm hearing voices, and it subtly, shortly brings me into some TV watching like vision. It's like I see an, no, it's like, yeah, they meant to say, I see an episode or something really familiar for a couple of seconds, and it fades back to normal. Episodes of my life or another life, it seems to be. I never can fully recognize what I just saw, but it's eerily familiar. Jamais vu. But yeah, auditory stuff has been pretty recent. Really, really odd shit that I thought could only happen by taking shrooms. Somebody else, what you're describing is something I feel, but have always struggled to describe. Okay, so the one that said it's like taking shrooms got a lot of likes. Yeah, that's got to be really frustrating to have some kind of symptom or something going on that you just can't explain. If you can't even put it into words, you know the doctor's not going to try hard enough to understand or have a way to treat it.
Imagine having a seizure while on shrooms. Those are going to be some very interesting hallucinations.
Not to mention, you probably wouldn't even remember.
Really. I've heard of people who didn't have epilepsy who had seizure while on shrooms. No, I mean, had trips on shrooms who did really bad things like taking off their clothes and running down the street. So I could imagine like having epilepsy doing that. Like you can go to jail for that, running down the street naked. Um, this person did not go to jail because we found him in time, but it happened. And yeah, you don't want to be chasing anybody when you're trying to deal with your shrooms. I do got something that says figuring out diagnosis. Figuring out diagnosis. Hi, I suppose I'm just looking for a bit of input of others' experiences and maybe some advice. I started having seizures earlier this year, like May time. I have POTS and originally thought it was just that, but as time progressed, my POTS was very well controlled, but I continue to have seizures. They are mixed in nature and have been since then. I can definitely see they're made worse by stress and fatigue. Generally, work as I work 12 and a half hour nights in healthcare. Last Monday, I went into work after 3 night shifts and minimal sleep with horrific chest pain, and I have an existing cardiac concern. So I want to get checked, and whilst in started having seizures. Overnight, I had 8 seizures spread out with varying levels of awareness, but typically including convulsions. After that, it spread into around 1 to 2 a day and remained for that for a week. I've been kept in the hospital for the full thing and ruled out cardiac cause of the seizures, but feedback from doctors has been really inconsistent and frustrating. I've had doctors saying they think it was a non epileptic, then I did seem epileptic and back again. I've sent several videos to neuros who won't really actually come see me, and they've now been requested an MRI and EEG, but I'm worried they didn't pick up anything, as I know things may not always seem to be on an EEG, but I have a feeling that I do, in fact, have epilepsy, and it's making it so unsafe for me to work as I work with really vulnerable women and babies. Has anyone had this experience before, or was your diagnosis straightforward? How do you push for anything further if your tests are initially normal? How do you manage seizures if without medication? I really appreciate any help as it's causing me so much stress and overwhelm, not helping the seizures. LOL. Um,
This sounds like one of those difficult ones where POTS is seizure-like episodes due to a
mhm.
lack of blood flow to the brain cause fainting, shaking, or jerking movements. They still call it convulsive syncope, and they're different from epileptic seizures. So obviously they're not going to be getting the right kind of treatment if they don't have the right diagnosis. And it sounds like if this patient is struggling with getting diagnosed, then time to switch it up. If they're not believing that you want to get an EEG that will finally get it on record, then anybody in the medical field's got to know that epilepsy is like rarely diagnosed easily. You have to have a seizure on time for
Yeah.
these electrodes to pick it up. So if somebody's not listening to you about getting a diagnosis, then get with somebody else.
Yeah, I for the diagnosis being straightforward, mine was straightforward. Um They were just like, "You got epilepsy." They didn't really throw out like any pamphlets on what to do. It was earlier in the 2000s, so it wasn't like wasn't much, I would say, known about it. They were just like, "You have epilepsy." Gave us like things to do and not to do. Like I said, there were really like no pamphlets hanging out or anything. Uh, yeah, um, yeah. I was told take this medication, and I just took that medication until I was old enough to pay attention to my own medical history and everything else. Um, so yeah, mine was straightforward. They already knew what was happening because I had the car accident. They were just like, "You have encephalomalacia on the right side of your head, soft brain tissue, basically. It's not going anywhere. You have epilepsy. We know why and how." Unfortunately, it's not that easy for everyone, the whys and hows. And yeah, it can be overwhelming not knowing the what ifs and what hows. And that's what happened my first, well, actually, it was considered my second seizure. Um, but yeah. And another question says, how do you push for anything further on your tests? Uh, I love just going to get more opinions. I'll talk to a doctor for however long I need to. Um, and yeah, that's like what I was thinking now is because I don't have a neurologist, but the neurologist that I just talked to, he prescribed me medication for a year. So I do have enough medication to where I don't have a neurologist and I have no rush to go get one. Um, yeah, so I would like you guys' thoughts on that. Since I don't have a neurologist, would that be prescribed? Since I don't have a neurologist dedicated to me at the moment, should I go get one or should I wait until I need medication? I haven't had any seizures in 4 months. Um, what would you do? Would you go find a neurologist or would you wait until you need medication? Because, like I said, I have medication for a year and I don't necessarily need to go find anyone at the moment. But thoughts on that, you guys?
Find a doctor before you need a doctor.
Mm.
Then you have time to weed them out before you and maybe, pick out one that you like or don't like and find one that you do like by the time you actually need one.
It's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, have you had all the post stroke tests and everything to clear you for make sure
That's what
you
I was gonna do. I was thinking take care of this first, and my epilepsy isn't that bad for me right now. Um, I mean, some people might be looking at me like, "What do you mean bad for you?" Um, my seizures aren't as bothersome right now to where I can worry about. I've been trying to worry about the stroke stuff and the aftercare because I don't get aftercare from. I don't get aftercare. I just follow what I see on the internet. So yeah, after I get the feeling back in my toes and my shoulder and some of my right side, then I was thinking, then you focus again back on your epilepsy, or if it gets, or if I get a seizure in the meantime, the next few months, then worry about checking on one. But I wasn't necessarily in a rush to go find a new neurologist, and I was wondering how other people felt about me not having a neurologist and not going to go find one right now.
I think that should always be priority, especially when you're an epileptic. To have one, you never. I mean, we've been through it, Pookie. We
I like
know
it better for the
when
records. Okay, go.
we know when they come on by surprise. Like there's no knowing when they're going to come sometimes. So you'll have a neurologist then to report it to. You know? And that is like, even if you have medicine now, it's like, you know, you learned today that you're medical resistant too. What happens when if the meds suddenly stop giving up? You know, you're going to have to go work with your neurologist.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, what do you mean the meds start giving up? I think you just worded it wrong. You said, what if the meds start giving up? Um, no, you said if they stop giving up.
Yeah,
If they
like
start
they
giving
stop
up.
working. They stop
Yeah.
working.
If they start to do that, then yeah, I'm going to go to my primary and be like, hey, man, can you refer me to somebody? Because you don't know what you're doing. I mean, you don't know what he's doing in that department. Because it
Yeah.
seems like every time I try to get my neurologist to do something, I mean, my primary to do something, he does it really, really fast. And he's like, okay, we're going to get you here, here, and here. We're going to set these appointments. And luckily, that's how mine's been. It's been pretty easy to get a new doctor for anything that happens. But like I said, I got this stroke stuff going on. So I wanted to kind of take care of it a little bit because these appointments have been every other week to every week.
Yeah, I understand when you got a lot of things going on, but I think when in terms of an epileptic, I think that's basically more important than a primary.
Well, that's exactly why you want to be prepared too. Having this neurologist, this regular neurologist is kind of a go-to for your primary, or for an ER team, or anybody who needs records on what this condition is that's maybe affecting you, because that records being at, like, having one neurologist is when they ask for some kind of medical history, you'll that they're getting like your whole record of the meds you take, the meds you they can't give you, and history on everything. It's more reliable. To me, I've had better experiences with more reliable history when they've gone to a neurologist that I've seen for longer.
You got Kate too. She can school you on how to interview a neurologist.
Mm.
And if anybody could just tell me how to fucking potty train.
I
Anyway,
can't
be
help
right
you
back.
there.
I tried that for years.
Oh, I got a potty train angel. Um, anyhow, the only comment here, one says it's possible to have more than one type of epilepsy. I have myoclonic and focals that can last many hours. They're difficult to catch, so we do a 72-hour EEG. I know this sounds terrible, but maybe you can schedule an EEG to be put on after your night shifts in a row, or try and ask for an at-home EEG. Better to get triggers triggered to try and catch one. I have a lot of times they may not catch one in the first try, and we usually don't get a diagnosis on the first try, but it's part of the game, unfortunately. I'm not sure if you stayed in the EMU, but that's a bit more pleasant to be able to stay home with your EEG on with some freedom if you have support at home. Anyone else get impending doom, deep loneliness, or sad feelings during an aura? As I wait for an EEG for what my doc suspects might be focal partial seizures, during these attacks, I get typical deja vu sensations that rises and weird tummy feelings and a very weirdly disturbing and deep feeling of being alone. And it makes me feel sad in a way that feels out of my control, alongside the feeling of impending doom. Then the weird metallic, sweet, chemical-ish taste and smell slams into my senses. I get nauseous, and then an unstable need to sleep. Got one of those today, and it put me down for 40 minutes of sleep. The deja vu and wacky feelings last about 2 to 7 minutes. max without fail. I always try to ignore it and power through, but it takes over my whole being in a way that I cannot shake it off until it's done. I hate it so much. Can anyone relate to this? I feel like I'm going crazy. Could this just be anxiety? Maybe it's nothing. Someone help. I say that sounds like seizures, but if you're waiting for the person to your doc to diagnose you, just going along with me with what I'm telling you, that does sound like seizures. And um, I just say prepare for bad situations. You got to be prepared because a seizure might happen. And then not knowing that they're seizures when this is happening to you, you could be having a focal in the middle of a grocery store or something. Um, so you don't want to have that. And I don't. It says a focal and partial seizures. What's a partial seizure?
It's similar to like
Grandma?
no, it's like similar to focals and stuff like that. Petite mouths and stuff.
Okay. Uh, yeah. So it's kind of like a focal, basically, right? Okay. Um, yeah. The person is asking, could this be anxiety? Um, a lot of things. That sounds like it could be, but the sweet metallic taste and all of that, and getting nauseous, I got that in different situations. Like the metallic taste, I've got it just after a focal. I've got the metallic taste waking up, and I just like, oh, I think I had a seizure last night. Just a weird and confusing sensation, I could say. That's there, like the sensation of smelling something chemical ish, and you don't know what it is, and tasting some metallic smell. I mean, metallic taste. Yeah, those were signs for me that that might have been a seizure. Yeah, it's very much possible that that's a seizure. One comment here says this just happened to me Friday morning and Saturday morning. First, I smell my brain burning, deja vu, nausea wave. I go into a deep fog. I get real hot, have a feeling of doom. I power through it as well. They are auras. You should get some rescue meds like nasalium. Just have them by your bedside. I just started carrying them around just in case. Ask your doctor for them ASAP. Another comment here says, I think I got the same feeling. My whole body was seizure, just the aura. And it felt like I had deja vu and Jamas vu at the same time. And during that, I started to feel so incredibly lonely sometimes. There could be people who love me and who love who I love around me, and I still felt so alone. I wanted to start crying. It's a horrible feeling. That sounded like I didn't understand what I was saying, but I was reading it as it was saying it. So some of that might have sounded like jumbled words, but I read it as it was wrote there, just in case it sounds like what the.
Get the impression from that post that they need therapy. Maybe this is beyond neurologist at this point.
Um,
Because that's how they're feeling before they have a seizure.
yes.
It sounded like. Okay, so, maybe aura related,
Wait,
but
it actually says during an aura, not after or before. During.
so if they're dying, I mean, the patient might think that this is part of an aura, but if it's not like a undeniable tonic-clonic seizure every time, then maybe this is more of a, you know, psychological episode situation.
Very much
Or it
possible.
should at least be, at least get the psychiatrist opinion on it.
Yeah.
But as always, take note when a medical professional hears something that gives them an idea, then hopefully they're willing to work with you on it.
Yeah. Another comment here says, I have focal aware seizures. My auras are first tightness across my upper abdomen, which progresses to nausea. At the same time, an intense feeling of impending doom, feeling alone, and just general illness, feeling lousy. The last one says, my husband has auras that, from what I can observe, seem to be similar to, in that he feels deeply alone and sad. They pass fairly quickly, but it appears to be super intense feeling and incredibly scary. Just so you know, you're not alone. This is something that can happen, and hope they pass quickly for you.
That's encouraging, but it still feels like pressure. If somebody else is writing this as like a caregiver, seeing that their
Yeah.
husband experiences this, but I, basically saying I can be there for him, like, I don't know. As a patient, taking advice from a caregiver is never most welcome, I guess. And I don't know the right way to say it,
Hmm.
but yeah, it can end up just like adding to the pressure of figuring it out. This post says hard to read books. With TLE, brain surgery, my memory, concentration, and other cognitive functions are worse and worse. So I can't even read books anymore, and I've read enthusiastically all my life. Has anyone experienced this and worked on it? I think I hear of someone suggesting reading a book while listening to the audiobook at the same time. Not tried, but I can imagine it working. That sounds like the best advice. I think Andrea tried that strategy and said it worked, but yeah, if you can get all your senses about what you're, focused on what you're doing, then it might not help with the memory as much, but it would definitely help with being able to like make it to the next page, I would think.
I
So
forgot the question.
they were just asking for suggestions on reading. Do you have any strategies of
Yes,
how to get through reading now?
that's what I was on. Yeah, like the person, they had me a little lost when they said read the audiobook and listen to it. Um, that's a little much. Um, that's a personal opinion. Um, but reading pretty much these days, I mean, Siri, you just hold on to it, then she reads what you tell her to read, which can be pretty good. I mean, I use it only because sometimes it helps me read stuff that's on a screen phone. And
Another popular suggestion is reading short things, short essays, stories, articles. Listening to an audiobook is an option, but that is still time consuming and might not be able to keep track of what the story is telling you chapter to chapter when it's long.
I got another post here. It says,
Okay.
I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I was diagnosed with epilepsy. Okay, I'm sorry. The post is named I was diagnosed with epilepsy. And then the description starts off with I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I had my second epileptic seizure. My first one happened in August this summer. I don't really know how to cope with it at all, or what's considered normal. I have more tests scheduled for next week, but it shouldn't be anything too serious. My biggest fear is how to live with the fear of it itself. It is terrifying to wake up after a seizure and feel like I wasn't in my own home, like everything is wrong. How do you live with that? Is it normal that day? The is it normal that the day after the seizure, when I wake up, my head feels really strange and like very light? No, that is not strange that the aura feels, I mean, that your head feels like that afterwards, because I think I've explained it today. Just like the bowling ball feeling, it just feels like my brain is just in there, but not necessarily connected to anything. And it just seems like you got to sit up straight just to feel good. Like if I'm leaning to the right a little bit, then my brain's kind of rolling to the right, and then it's sitting on the right side of my head. And then it's like that when I lean to my left, and yeah, it goes to the side that I can feel like maybe it's just very delicate after a seizure, but
I have a really bad one. I just want to sleep.
Yeah.
Like if I have a tonic-clonic, I just want to sleep.
Does it
The
ever
post
happen when
it's
you wake
so
up from that first post-seizure nap and you still just feel like shit, like you didn't even get any sleep?
Yeah.
hmm
Then I go back to sleep.
the
I
post
go
it's
pee.
so
I
it
go pee and I
varies.
drink some water and I go back to sleep. Sorry. Go ahead, Angel.
I was just saying it varies, and it varies upon every person. It can be quick, and it can last a day or two, maybe longer for some. Um, yeah, you're gonna feel like shit, and things are gonna seem weird. And that's just like I consider that's just normal for people with epilepsy, in terms of like how we all described ours. It's a normal thing. So don't feel like it's odd because we all
Your
go through this.
your brain's rebooting. Give it a
It
minute.
is. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, that's what it did. It got
Yeah,
restarted. It's got to reload.
everything crashed.
Kind of like when you see the little circle on the TV and it's buffering.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's just a really tiny little blip in the matrix seizure. Whereas if like it's a big tonic clonic, it's like the whole internet went down and the power grid went out for the neighborhood.
The stronger the seizure, the more rest you need and everything. Yeah, confusion is probably one of the biggest, most common things throughout, probably even for some people during and after.
When you were saying restart like a computer, it just made me think of like a seizure is like when you unplug your Wi-Fi router. It's like when you plug it back in, it takes a few minutes, gets a little
Right.
wacky early in. It's like, what's going on? You're like, okay, let me give it a few minutes to warm up. It just came back on. That's how a seizure feels. It's like, I'm back, but just give me a second to get all the way right.
Everything's got to load.
There we go. Perfect. Yeah, you got to give it a little few minutes to load. Yeah, it's back on, but it is running slow because it's been out of it for a few minutes. Give it a few
Especially as
minutes.
old models.
Definitely.
The older the model, the longer it takes to load.
You need no upgrades or updates. Never.
Right. I need to update.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, my iOSs need to be updated.
I definitely need some patches.
My iOS is way back some generations. But other,
iOS, what are you talking about? I got that old like DOS blinky green screen.
mm, mm, mm. The only comment here says, I'm really sorry to hear that, but welcome to the family. I just want to ask, is all this a feeling where everything aside, you start to feel strange? 1 second it's fine, the other moment it feels life threatening, brain totally fogged, and feels somewhat like a maniac holding onto the screens and crying till the seizure subsides. Would hope that I'm wrong here, but but this person is asking that person, is this what happened? Um, and there's a but. And I have another post here. It says, "Am I getting worse? What does this mean? I just increased my seizure meds to the highest dose I've ever had them, and to the highest dose and the highest dose I've ever had. 2,000 milligrams, not high compared to others in this group, but still, I had a full day of focal aware seizures on Saturday. I'm talking from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep. I probably had one about every hour. I was exhausted and felt so messed up. At the end of the day, my doctor says those were cluster seizures, which can happen sometimes even with medication. I've had random focal seizures where seizures here and there throughout the years, but never that many in one day. A month ago, I had a similar day like that where I had multiple focal aware seizures in one day and had to leave work, but it wasn't as many as this past Saturday. That incident last month was what caused me to increase my meds up to 200 milligrams. Usually, my seizures are spaced further apart than this. I typically only have one focal seizure every few months and a tonic clonic seizure every 6 months or so. I'm at a loss as what to do and why this has happened or what this means for my health in the future. Does this mean I steadily getting worse? Does this mean my epilepsy is becoming resistant to medications? I eventually want to get pregnant and have a family, and I feel I am running out of time to do that. So, so before my condition potentially gets worse, I do not know what to think, and I'm scared and devastated. I never wanted this to be my life. None of us wanted it to be our life. We just had to live with it once it was here.
Adapt,
There you go.
survive, and overcome.
Epilepsy chose us. We didn't choose it.
Because we're awesome.
Yeah, we are awesome. One of the comments here says if you're taking lamotrigine, then 200 milligrams is still on the low dose of a typical dose. Typical ranges from 200 to 400 milligrams per day, can go as high as 1,000 milligrams. When pregnant, lamotrigine is one of the meds that are giving. It's it's one of the in quote safe meds for pregnancy. Of course, the in quote safety decision about drugs taken during pregnancy is to be determined by your doctor. Um, Another one says, unfortunately, no one here will be able to confidently tell you what that means. If you don't have a follow up with your doctor in the next few months, it's worth working to get that on the books. If these become regular, get the appointments ASAP. It sounds like there's room to up the meds. There's also several medications out there, so your doctor might try to prescribe more than one at a time. Unfortunately, epilepsy is complex and it's not always easy or fast to find the right blend of medication, being complex, but also having a lot of prescriptions and surgical options often means this is a long game. I wish you the best. I always get the hiccups. I'm still wondering if that has something to do with the epilepsy.
Drink water. It's airflow. Get more
Does it
oxygen.
happen more when you're on the podcast?
Yeah,
It's probably because you're talking.
I said that one time that it might be because I'm talking. Personally, I don't know.
You
I'm
can
not a
talk
doctor.
and you can beat the hiccups by taking a sip. Try it.
Also, don't eat very fast. If you eat too fast, it'll bring.
I get the hiccups all the time because of some of my GI stuff. Ugh, hate them.
Annoying.
Yes.
So what that person was conveying on that last post was I got all like overwhelming or overwhelmed vibes of just what
Yeah.
do I do now? I have this diagnosis and how am I going to live with it?
Mm.
It's something we all have to adapt. I mean, I still think Andrea just said it best.
Yeah. One of the question was, am I steadily getting worse? I wouldn't say you're getting worse, but I'd say if you don't take care of your seizures early in, then they could get worse, meaning more violent and meaning more.
My biggest suggestion would be to make sure you communicate with your doctor really well because I feel like I didn't have very good communication with my doctor at the beginning. And if I would have had better communication, I think that I would have made bigger steps along my progress sooner.
And if the doctor is your only reliable resource and they're not reliable, like you feel like you just can't talk to them, or if you do talk to them, reaching out with some life-altering event and they just kind of dismiss you, then that's not going to work. So keep in mind that
Well,
you deserve something, somebody that can actually give you reliable information, especially in a post-seizure state. Accept that this is different as soon as possible so that you can actually make changes to accommodate the changes, the differences and that you have to live with. I kind of like this post saying the meaning of epilepsy. Wondering if any of you have found a silver lining of having epilepsy? For example, I know children of alcoholic parents tend to be more empathetic. Horrible experience, but something positive came of it. Has epilepsy made you more appreciative of life because you know how fragile it is, live in the moment because of the unpredictability, learned how to not sweat the small stuff, etc.? I mean, those are good examples.
So yeah, you just gotta take precautions and take more precautions than the usual person because bad things could happen to you, especially if you don't pay attention to it and you do things like driving per se. Yeah.
So would you call that finding the silver lining in it?
Um, yeah,
Like what
knowing,
good has come of your epilepsy?
yeah, me knowing what could happen, I was just like, you got to do so much things different, and yeah, doing things different, and that's the silver lining. You find good things to do. You find things to do to safely do things and keep you happy.
Yeah. So kind of like how they describe being more appreciative of life because you know how fragile it is. I think that's pretty
Mhm.
accurate.
Yeah, you see everything else from the outside looking in because we have that holds us back and makes us think, what could happen if I do this and do that? So
One of
yeah,
the posts here is saying that my mom was an alcoholic. My family's riddled with alcoholism on both sides. I was headed down the same path, then epilepsy. Haven't had a drink since, and just like that, the cycle was broken. So that person definitely found a blessing in their epilepsy.
yeah, mine didn't come from like causes of anything. Um, Mine was being run over by a car, so um, there's no silver lining exactly into that. And I don't think there was anything like in particular uh, that was gonna happen to me in the life that I was living because I could say that I was doing good in my childhood in school. And once I got epilepsy was when I didn't care about anything. It just is like, okay, yeah, let's join a gang. Yeah.
But I mean, you could even see that as like the test, the ultimate test, this life-altering condition that definitely tested your strength and resilience in every aspect of life.
I failed.
And you may, no, you're here, you're helping others and succeeding.
You
I
definitely
failed the
don't get to
test.
say that.
Don't give me that shit that you failed. You're alive
Yeah,
and
I just
succeeding.
mean like, just like you said, it was just a test for us. Um, yeah, I got mines from trauma. So I mean, once I gave up on things, I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna have epilepsy and this is my life and everything is over. And then I was just like, wow, nothing I can do about it. I failed that test. I gave up on everything
It
until
ain't
I'm
over
like, this
till
is
it's
gonna get me
over,
better.
Boogie.
Hey, you fail the test, but you still get the diploma. That one section of, life does not speak for your legacy at all.
It ain't over till
Somebody here
it's
says my
over.
auras are fun.
You save people.
Glad I'm here now and made to this point, but it wasn't a smooth ride overall.
A lot of people
Uh,
are saying it made them humble. Having it at a younger age, I grew up around people who needed accommodations, physically helped others. However, the battle for invisible disability was a whole different level. I think I would have been a mean person. So this person is saying they had epilepsy, but still had to be a caretaker for others. And if they hadn't had to deal with the epilepsy, then they're saying maybe that they would have been a mean person, like spiteful or whatever. But since they had a disability themselves, maybe it somehow made being a caretaker easier or more understandable or something. Wow, that's really amazing that they're seeing that that is a silver lining.
There was something that you said that just slipped my mind. Oh, I forgot what it was.
I was talking about the book club a little while ago.
No, it was along with the
Silver lining of epilepsy.
yeah.
There was that alcoholic thing.
No, it was along with the last comment that you read. I forgot what it was.
Humbled greatly at a young age.
There you go. It does humble you because it will. Because I was 16 when I got it, and it is very humbling. You think you're um, the best at certain things. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was just like I'm the best at this and the best at that, and then epilepsy, and then I was like, oh man, I was just like, this is what life is gonna be like. Yeah, I just knew epilepsy was gonna be forever, and it is very humbling. It will let you know that
Humble
epilepsy
you.
will humble you. Indeed, it will. Um, Seizure and anxiety. Are the two related in any way? I've had seizures since I was 2. I am now 30. I have tried a ton of medications, but recently at my hospital stay, they put me on propanol. It says, but recently at my hospital stay, they put me on propanol for my anxiety, and suddenly my absence seizures stopped. It's been a few days. I usually have 2 to 3 staring episodes a day. I'm beyond confused, lol. I have a follow up in a few days. Oh no, I have a follow up in a few weeks, and they wanted me to keep a log of the episodes, but now I may show up empty handed. It just says, are these two related in any way? I've had seizures since I was 2. Now I'm 30 and tried a ton of medications. Recently, at my hospital stay, I was on propanol for my anxiety, and suddenly my absence seizure stopped. It's been a few days. I usually have 2 to 3 staring episodes a day. I'm beyond confused. I have a follow up in a few weeks, and they wanted me to keep a log of the episodes, but now I may show up empty handed. Um,
Okay. So, not prepared, but you're not, there's no consequence for that. I mean, talk to your doctor. If that's not working, they've got to be able to give you ideas on how to integrate these treatment plans. If part of your treatment plan is taking notes, but you don't know where to start, then tell the doctor, I haven't been able to do my homework basically because I don't know where to start. And they should be able to give you ideas on, how to set reminders, how often, what app to use or other strategies. Yeah, feeling empty-handed might not entirely be your fault.
one of the comments here says, stress and anxiety are my triggers. Being in an EMU for weeks is the best way to relieve my stress. No stress, no anxiety, no complexity. Unfortunately, no seizures. Another comment here says anxiety and stress can absolutely be triggers for seizures, speaking from experience. Stress is my King Kong of triggers. So, yes, but unfortunately, the science is so fractured about stress triggers and epilepsy, it's really hard to get a good understanding. One says, myself, I've had short periods of respite, seizure free. Um, there's a comma after periods, respite, seizure, and free, um, which was a little confusing. I was incorrectly diagnosed as having ADD and chronic daydreamer until my 40s. Hopefully for you, a little last.
So that guy was taking, okay, so into his 40s is when it got under control, or were they just describing how their treatment plan didn't work all those years?
I have no idea. Some of those
Yeah,
people's
that got
posts make me
confusing.
feel like I had a seizure. Like the spelling
Seriously.
was wrong. The
How do you feel about self-driving cars? Husband is driving down the highway, saw a self-driving Tesla for the first time. If you don't drive because you're epilepsy and could afford it, would you consider self-driving car? I've truly never thought about it until seeing it in person. If you could afford it, self-driving car.
I do it.
It's very interesting. Yeah, yeah, I would do it. I mean, would we be legally allowed to get a self-driving car?
I
I would
don't
need to
think
learn a
so.
lot more about it because if you're still in like operation of the vehicle and something goes that I mean I don't think we could even get away with it. I don't see
Yeah,
Yeah.
how they could make it legal.
I think that having a self-driving car in California, they're different because they're actually self-driving cars and they don't have a steering wheel. They have cars that'll come get you and all that. Um, but then when you talk about a Tesla, you still have to get behind the wheel. You have
Ah,
to literally like get this car onto the road. It's not going to back out of the driveway and drive down the street for you. You have to essentially get in the car, start it, look in your peripheral and all that. Yeah, we couldn't do those. Um,
The taxis, though, like the Ubers and the little, you know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah,
Those I think that they would let us have, but that's just scary as hell to me. Don't think I would do that.
So do those go to like designated destinations or something?
you pick the location. I'm not sure if it's like on an app or anything, but I
It's
know that
probably on an app.
yeah, most likely it's on an app. Um, but
Drop your
yeah,
pin.
the car comes to get you. You get in it. Um, everything's pretty much see through. So I mean, like everything you're doing can be seen by this person. You're not gonna be in there like have something on your lap doing whatever you're doing in your lap or whatever. The doors are see through. Um, reminds me of a golf cart with windows. Um, yeah,
Yeah, other
yeah.
people
So
are saying that Tesla would be their last choice. Waymo and Cruise are way more advanced, better safety records. So I guess if this stuff has been out for over a decade, then I would just have to learn more about it before I actually feel comfortable.
I
but it
mean, like,
seems
well,
possible. It seems like this technology is this is the way it's going, and
This could actually give us independence.
no,
yeah, very very interesting. Yeah,
I doubt it'll give us our independence back.
yeah.
Because yeah, that's like it's like I get the medical Uber to get me places, like to my appointments and stuff. That's essentially what the car would be. I mean, like you're gonna go hang out with friends. I can't imagine you just using that car to get anywhere. But uh,
Well,
yeah,
let me put it this way. 25 years ago, did anyone think iPhones would be so advanced? I mean, did you think you would be able to, yeah, basically do everything on a computer that you can do on a phone? So,
nope.
I mean, uh, in the next 25 years, yeah, the cars could be extremely advanced, and with AI uh, becoming so advanced, yeah, um, I would say absolutely.
I
Yeah, that's what a
remember
lot of
when
people are saying, just more testing.
I hope I'm dead before the robots take over the world.
You don't want to see the singularity uh, merging of AI and humans.
I think it's already happened.
hey, there was
Well,
some research they did on people where they rather have a relationship with AI or a person, and AI won.
yeah, right.
That's
did see
already
that.
happened.
Who gave him the answers? Who are they asking?
Oh yeah, they already had somebody marry an AI. That happened most recently. That was the first time. A lady was literally, she was really at a screen. She created an AI character to marry, like had a ring and the whole thing, and the guy's on a screen. It's something she created from. The world's going insane.
Yeah, you have like I heard stories of like Chinese guys like buying bots to marry
Yeah,
instead.
no, I would not. I don't care how good of a looking person you can create. I would not marry an AI. I'm afraid not. There are no good things that I could see coming from this. Like, you're not going to have a child. Um,
Thank God.
yeah, that's the only thing I could see happening. Like, what are you going to do with this AI character besides it tell you that yes to everything? And yeah, you're going to have a yes man. Go ahead,
But
Kevin.
here's the thing. It's linked to AI and ChatGPT, which kisses your ass so much. And you're not having a real conversation with it, but
Tells you what you want to hear.
So people
yeah.
are being groomed for that already.
So people are, they got their whatever you want to call it, their their monstrosity,
Ego
and
stroking.
they talk to it. Oh my God. I don't want to think about this anymore. Oh,
Like I said, AI is scary. I hope I'm dead before the robots take over the world.
So I got the ad here. It says Rosanna Ramos and Aaron Cartel. Rosanna Ramos is a 36-year-old from New York, has made headlines for her marriage to a virtual AI partner named Aaron, created using the Replica AI app. To each his own. I am not judgmental. It just seems a little far out.
I think that wasn't it Tom Brady who just cloned his fucking dog too? I think that's a little far out, but to each his own.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. To each his own. If you'd like to marry, I don't even know what to call it. Would that be considered a computer? Would that be like you're marrying a computer?
well, depending on how smart the AI technology, you could almost call it a Android. Yes. If it gets completely self-aware, it would be an Android. It would be like like a robot over with living tissue, or not living, but with tissue over it, with that is self-aware. So that's an Android.
Andrea looks like she wants to puke right now.
Yeah, this was 9 days ago. Um, Created using virtual reality. She had a virtual reality ceremony.
I'll take a real
Um,
man
um, yeah, I'll take a real woman too, because this
or
uh,
woman, you know,
something to touch. I mean,
human
someone.
being, live person.
Yeah, I do have a post here. It said side effects of epilepsy medication. I'm 21. I'm a 21-year-old male. I've been on Keppra and Mazitol, carbamazepine, for more than 8 years. I've never had a seizure after the first week of taking these, and have stopped the afternoon dose of carbamazepine since a few years. I was diagnosed with juvenile myoclonic epilepsy. I recently started browsing this sub and for the side effects that these drugs may have. And I saw people saying all kinds of wild stuff about them. I personally have never felt anything. Never felt anything much. I lost some weight. I was overweight. Um, I was overweight, which is normal, so that's a positive. In the first few years, and get skin rashes in the peak of the summer, which are somehow cured by drinking coconut water. It took some time to find out how to deal with them. I do not feel dumb and actually perform well academically and have been placed on a pretty good job out of college. I had gone for a routine checkup last year, and my EEG shows some minute abnormalities because of which my doctor has advised to continue the medication. Even though I feel no side effects, I wanted to ask, is this normal or are any of the effects present and I am not able to feel them because I started taking these at a young age? I have been thinking of reducing my dose because I will be starting with my corporate job from January and I will have to work 55 to 60 hours a week. So I was thinking about whether stopping or tapering these would help me. I do not like the physical activity that is from before I started taking meds, and my screen time is very high. The doctor says that's one of my reasons I have to continue taking meds. Um, has anyone else experienced seizures coming back from coming back after a very long time they stop their meds? And is it possible to have no side effects from this medication? I am okay with most other side effects, but I want to avoid any negative side effects on cognitive ability. They want to know side effects after stopping taking the medication. Um,
All they've done is add meds to me, and everything's gotten worse every time. All the side effects, they just continue to add up.
okay, yeah, the main question was, has anyone experienced seizures coming back after a long time when they stop their meds? And is it possible to have no side effects from these medications? I never stopped taking it for a long term. With Keppra, I did that. Um, and yeah, I wasn't paying attention to my health back then. And when I was told about that recently, I wasn't having a lot of seizures, and no one noticed I was taking several. Um, Nobody noticed I wasn't taking the medications, but I was having several seizures because I was also telling my friends at the time, don't tell my mom, don't do this, or I won't be able to hang out. So yeah, there was times where I just wasn't taking the medications and not home as much for people to point out I'm having seizures. Uh, and then the hours of being home and my mom's working schedule, it was like school. And other times we're home together, we barely communicated. I was a child. I wouldn't say we barely communicated, but those times where I was having seizures, I wasn't at home. They were at work and I was at school and on and off.
We have memory problems.
Oh yeah, I thought that was normal. I'm just kidding. Um, yeah, it's not normal.
I
And
have the
again,
balance problems too.
yeah, I get that too. And it's even worse now that I had the stroke because it's like my right foot, I can't feel all of it. So
I'll bet.
sometimes I'll take a step and I don't feel myself like landing my foot on the ground. So I'll take a step, another step, not knowing if my leg actually moved, and that's where I lose balance, and that's been a lot lately. So that cognitive ability it changed with the stroke, but what else was the other one you said? Balance and then loss of memory. So yeah, everything's pretty much there. Balance and my loss of memory, it's gone.
Or gone.
Yes,
It's not there, it's
I was gonna say
gone.
not there. It's gone. It's yeah, there was a delayed reaction. The first comment here says, every person reacts to different medications. You do suffer from side effects, just less or different from others. I have been on Keppra for 14 plus years and I have never experienced Keppra rage or depression. Lucky you. Another
No
person
kidding.
says, my son is 11, has been on Keppra since he was 1. High dosage, been on 5 meds at the same time. No problems with any except lamotrigine. You don't know that.
I was gonna say you don't even know what your son is like without meds.
Right. You don't even know what he's like with meds. It's always from the outside looking in.
Never know what he's trying to keep hidden or
Yeah.
hold back.
Or tell you it's not a big deal. Yeah. Okay. Another Keppra question. I take 600 milligrams and I take 600 milligrams of Lamictal and Neuro added 250 of Keppra twice a day. For now, he hasn't discussed titration or increasing dose unless it doesn't work. Anyone have behavioral issues at a low dose like this? I already lose patience sometimes. Anyone taking Lamictal and not effective and adding Keppra as an add-on was a game changer. They tried it, added Keppra to the Lamictal, but I told them I'm not gonna do that. I didn't feel like that was worth it because I was doing really bad on Keppra. And then there was another doctor. Basically, this was an emergency room doctor that told me Keppra works better with Lamictal, or they work better together, or something like that. Yeah, adding Keppra to my Lamictal, I didn't do because I had previous history with Keppra alone, and I didn't like how it was making me think, making me feel.
And it doesn't always work because
Um,
I had the Capra Lamictal cocktail and it didn't work.
I can only imagine.
And I had a very high dose.
To the Keppra questions, there are two comments here. One says Keppra is one of my many meds. I've never been a patient person, but the Keppra doesn't help. I'm also on much more than 250 to 2000. I'm much more than 250, 2000 two times a day. Another one says, yes, Keppra add on to Lamictal was a game changer for my daughter. Lamictal alone did not stop myoclonic seizures for her. Yeah, it's wild to find this information online and then change your opinions because the doctor already told me things like that and I disagreed. So, but hearing someone else say that it actually worked for them or someone else, that it kind of helps. The doctors don't know, so I don't take their opinions on this might work for you and this might work for this and that. I hate those opinions, especially from the doctors who didn't take it and they're just suggesting it because it worked with someone else. They don't take someone else's body can be different. They don't take that into account. Go ahead, Angel.
The reason Lamictal works with Capra most of the time, well, I wouldn't say most of the time, but the reason they say it works is because they use Lamictal to treat bipolar.
I do have another post here. It says, can a concussion cause more seizures? I have juvenile myoclonic epilepsy. Yesterday I got into a wreck. The wreck itself wasn't bad. I was just in the back laying down on my side, and the car hit the side where my head was. I went to the doctors and got told I have a grade 1 concussion. This morning I woke up at 6, and so far I've had 3 seizures when usually I only have 1 or 2 a day. I'm confused if my concussion is affecting my epilepsy. Can a concussion cause more seizures? I say, personally, I think yes. Every time I go and they do the concussion check, I usually don't have more seizures and I usually don't have a concussion. I think there was like one time that I fell, and they did take me, and they was like, you could have a concussion, and they just kept me there and watched me for like 4 hours, and then let me go, which is really annoying. How they guess 4 hours? We're gonna keep you here for a couple hours, and it's usually 3 to 4.
Yeah, head injuries definitely add to it.
Head injuries will affect your seizures.
Yeah, mine have gotten worse after the more head injuries that I've had, and yeah, that's what I've heard from other people. That's what I've been told from doctors. So those I mean, obviously, those aren't things that we, leave the house looking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't plan on them happening. We
Yeah.
don't look for them happening, so it's, something that we can't exactly stop or control or whatever, but do whatever you can to protect yourself from them. I excuse me. um I mentioned that I ride my bike all the time. I i don't get on my bike without a helmet. It's not even a second thought in my head any longer. I mean, my I have I have multiple helmets, depending if I'm going, just going for a ride to work, a commuter one like on the street, or if I'm going mountain biking. I have different helmets for each situation. But I do not leave my garage without a helmet on my head. Um, and even still, I'm kind of, like you guys have, some of you guys have mentioned too. I still do have, a little bit of paranoia in the back of my head. Like, what if I have a seizure while I'm, riding down the street and I'm in the bike lane and I fall over, blah, blah, blah. That can happen to anybody. It's just part of, the situation that we're in. But yeah, put a helmet on, use it, wear it, even if you're not riding a bike, even, if it's some other activity, wear a helmet. Um, just put one on. Yeah.
The one comment here says, yes, concussions and TBIs can cause seizures or epilepsy to form. You should go to an ER. Yeah, I think if you get in a car accident, you should go to the ER. This person did say they went, so that's good. But yeah,
So by sorry, as a cyclist, car accident to me has a different meaning. So was this person car accident to, does it mean that they were on the receiving end of the car
uh,
accident, or
they were on
were
the
they
receiving
driving at the
end. I
time?
believe this person says, "Oh, I found it." It says the wreck it bad wasn't self. The wreck itself wasn't bad. I was just
Mm,
laying down on my side in the car, and then hit the side where my head was. So I'm not sure who was at fault or how bad it was for this person, but
gotcha.
they said it wasn't that bad, and they went to the doctors and had a grade 1 concussion, and 3 seizures since they woke up. But he
Yeah,
did
yeah,
say,
they should at least, have an MRI.
but also the person did say they
Some
usually have 3 a day, and I mean they usually have 2 a day, but today they're
Oh,
up to 3. So could be a regular day and just a bad day. I mean,
yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
how do you know if it's just a regular day if yesterday is the day you got in the car
Exactly.
accident, and then today is a regular day you're having 3 seizures?
When I had gotten the first time, I had gotten hit by a car. It was completely the other person's fault. I put my hand out, made the hand signal and everything, and after everything had happened, uh, you know, the person at least had stopped and tried to talk to me, And I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like I waved my hand out like what else do you want me to do to signal that I'm moving? And the person literally, they said to me, all you did was wave your hand around. How am I supposed to know you're switching lanes? And I'm like, that's literally the legal definition of what you're supposed to do. Like it's in the California DMV handbook. Like this is what you know when you get your driver's license. Like how the fuck do you not know this? Like you almost killed me because you didn't know the law. Like the, you think this is okay? And then for months after, her um her car insurance company kept calling me, trying to say that I was at fault and that I needed to give them my insurance information and everything. And I'm like, I like do whatever you want. I don't have insurance. This person was at fault to begin with, for one, and secondly, I haven't had driver's insurance for years and years and years because I don't drive because I'm epileptic. It was the other person's fault, and they just kept going after me on and on and on. So it went on for about 4 years before finally they just gave up and stopped calling me and stopped harassing me. It was a long situation. It had to get to the point where I had to have my boss at the bicycle shop that I was working at the time. I had to have him get on the phone to talk to this insurance person or whatever that kept calling me every single day. I just got so frustrated. I was like, fuck you, here, fucking talk to him. Like like yeah, and like I gave the phone to my boss, and he was just like, yeah, dude, like I had already um sent them a I don't know what the exact like legal terminology is, but basically like a doctor's note. Signed off by my doctor saying that
What it
like I have
is.
epilepsy. Yeah, that I have epilepsy, and I have no car insurance, so there's no point in pursuing this. I had told them that, a bunch of times. I had tried to send in, all this legal work, and they still kept calling me over and over and over. And it was it was at the point where like if it was like an ex that I had been dating, like I would have called the police and like pressed charges for stalking. Like that's how often that they were calling me, just over and over and over again. It just it became absolutely ridiculous. And then yeah, even with the doctor's note, like I said, they still kept pursuing it. And then finally, I don't know exactly what the exact breaking point for them was, but different things that I kept sending them, and different medical stuff that I kept throwing to them, they finally gave it up and they finally let me go. And I ended up yeah, I didn't have to pay anything, which thankfully I shouldn't have. It was the other person's fault because, like I said, I had moved my hand off to the side. It was them that hit me, despite me signaling that I was moving lanes.
All right, I got one. This can be our last one. It says time lapses. How many of you guys have very long focal impaired awareness seizures? I just lost an entire hour to one. Still very fuzzy and slipping in and out right away. Um, it's just a disconcerting experience. Even stranger because they often happen when I'm just sitting in my computer chair or something, and no one around. No one around me even notices anything or realizes anything is wrong. It's really creepy when you realize you know. I'm just curious how many of you guys have long seizures like that? I know it's not uncommon. I'd just like to hear a few stories. It helps knowing I'm not alone. Um,
Oh, there was one time where basically I thought it was time to go to school, and it's 7 p.m. at night.
mm,
So tell me about that time lapse.
Uh, yeah, like I mentioned to you guys earlier, my weird ass Wednesday, last week. I I got up and my mom was there, so standing over me, so obviously I had a seizure, and I had looked at my phone and it was almost 10 o'clock, and I was like, wait, what the is it's 10? Oh, why are you, I'm thinking like multiple things at once. I'm thinking like, why are you here? Like, it's 10 o'clock, you should be at work, like where we work. And also, crap, it's almost 10 o'clock, like I'm running late, I need to get my ass in the shower and get ready and get going. And then she ends up telling me like it's 10 p.m. and I'm like, oh, f. Like, crap. Like, dude, no, it's 10 p.m., it's not 10 a.m. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so out of it. Okay, yeah, it's probably best that I don't go to work tomorrow. So so yeah, I've definitely had that type of feeling before. It just happens once in a while, especially like right now with. No, I'm sorry, that's the direction my window is there. But yeah, with the time change recently,
yeah.
at least here in the US, depends where everybody is, but it gets darker way earlier, and it gets lighter way earlier in the morning too. So and yeah, like it just happened. So nothing was going right in my head at that time. So it was a really weird feeling. um have you guys ever had that feeling? Like, am I just crazy?
No, right along with you.
Okay.
I was gonna be a smart ass, like, are you crazy?
No, it's fine if you say that. That's why I was asking, because I was like, damn, I've had this happen, like a few times to me. Like, I've just, sometimes I wake up and I look at my phone and I see the time and I'm like, oh, okay, like, not I'm just making up a number, like, oh, 9:48. Like, oh crap, okay, it's AM. And then like a few minutes go by, I get up and I look around, like I look at my house, I look out the window, and I'm like, oh shit, it's PM, it's not AM.
It's happened to
And
me
then I just
many
feel like
times.
a total idiot. But yeah, as as long as somebody else has that happen once in a while, I don't feel so stupid.
Yeah, I have the time lapses time to time where I miss a few moments, may miss a few minutes. Wait, I feel like that was off topic from what you were talking about. Did I go off topic?
No, I think that's still on the topic
Oh,
because
okay.
If I start talking, then we know it's off topic. So
It's all right. Yeah, I have the time lapses. That was worse before I started taking the B12 by Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made. Um,
hey, we finally got it in there tonight.
no, I said it already. See, you weren't paying attention, or you weren't here, or you just weren't paying attention.
Yeah, there was one time I had to leave because my daughter called, and
Yeah. See, see.
I was gonna say, Pookie, you have made that part of my regular,
Shout out to Nature's Made.
yeah, my regular stuff now, dude. I showed you guys I have that pill box. I think we talked about it. We have the same one, right? The
Yep,
AM PM,
yep.
I
the
have the
blue
same
and
one too.
purple one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, for my AM one, I have my Vimpat and I have my B12 Nature's Made pill in there.
Is it working?
I I don't know if it's made any difference, but I mean it it's obviously it's not hurting, right? Like something like that is not it's not gonna hurt. So
Do you have focals?
I don't have focals every like that's a good question. Um Maybe some
If
of the
you
smaller times when I have just weird feelings or whatever, but my main ones are the grand malls where
if you
yeah
get absent seizures, they're
have,
focals.
yeah I probably do have them. I just don't realize them. But
Yeah,
anyway, I take the B12 every morning with my Vimpat.
yeah. It's like, what's it hurting?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not gonna do any harm. It's not gonna do anything, negatively. So yeah, I take it every day. And honestly, the only reason is because, you mentioned it and you pushed it out there. So
Hey, I got people saying it worked, so I just kept to it, and it worked for me. And I just tried to be honest. I didn't want to tell
yeah.
people the first week or so. I was like, okay, it's working for me. I might not say nothing though. Then it was like the next week came, and then I told one person, and I was like, should I say something if it's been working for me 2 weeks?
Mhm.
And then she was like, yeah, perfect time to say it. And I was like, well, I'll let them know. And ever since I let people know, most people said it worked. There was one
I
girl.
mean, I'm still having like my regular 2 to 4 weeks um seizure, but 2 to 4 weeks between each one.
Yeah.
Um, they haven't like gotten any less frequent or anything, but it's not like me taking it has gotten any more frequent, and it's obviously a good thing for your body to have. So
Have you noticed any more or less fatigue?
I haven't, but like I said, on Wednesday when I was just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday when I was throwing up a lot and everything, I I have other health issues that are separate from
Yeah, James, I got
from
you. I know
from
you.
epilepsy. So yeah, it's always hard to tell what issue is hurting at the time or affecting me or whatever you want to, however you want to term it. So yeah, I don't want to say like one certain thing is doing one certain specific thing. Like it's hard to judge or hard to gauge what something's doing. So, but I mean, I'm definitely gonna keep it's in my pillbox, sitting right over there, right, right now for all the AM, parts of the pillbox. I'm definitely gonna keep taking it. I I have no reservations about taking it or anything like that. So I'm gonna keep taking it every morning, and I feel like it is it's something that's not hurting. So
I met one girl
yeah.
um on here, and I told her that I was taking the B12, and she's like, okay, I'll try it. And then next time I like talked to her, she's like, no, B12 didn't work for me. I stopped taking it, and she was like, it was making my stomach bad, and she was like, and it would give me bad diarrhea and a couple other things. And then she's like, well, the Nature's Made gummies, they weren't working the first week, like you said. And she was like, so I double dosed it, and I've been doing that. And she was like, I was doing that for a while. And then it started giving me bad stomach problems where she couldn't get any solids out. She said basically everything was the runs. And when she expressed to me how much B12 she was actually taking, I was like, that's why you're taking too much B12. And now you're having stomach problems and problems getting your stuff solid again. I was like, that's the B12. And she was like, I don't know. I think I'm just going to pass on the B12. She's like, I don't know what it was. And I was like, yeah. She was like, I stopped having myoclonics, but my stomach wasn't working. Um, yeah, she's basically like, I started taking it 2 weeks ago, and I've been having the runs ever since. That's basically what she was telling me. And she was
Oh
just,
no, not no. I haven't had that issue
she
at
was
all.
taking too much. She
So
went,
yeah,
I think,
what was you, I mean, I'm just taking the your the basic one in the morning
yeah,
with my I take it with my Vimpat
and one at
in the
night, right?
morning.
I don't
So
take the vitamin, but I get my B12 vitamins from like the fishes I eat. I eat flounder, I eat salmon and stuff like that. So
How often do you eat fish?
probably like once a week. Well, I make it once a week, but I might have leftovers.
oh shit, I was gonna say almost every day for me at least. Uh,
Nice.
Yeah,
some type of fish, either yeah, salmon or tuna.
and tuna is like my favorite sandwich.
That sounds
Well,
amazing right now.
sub.
I got a couple of these comments here from the time lapse ones. It said, my daughter does. They range from 10 to 30 minutes. She comes out of them. And the first question is usually, how long was I out? What's crazy is she'll automate some. So if she's had one at school where she was in class and come to in the hallway, she can present as distracted. So if no one is really knows what to look for, they may not realize she's mid seizure. Definitely can be disorientating. Um, One says I lost about 45 minutes the other day. Another one said I should probably take a rescue med, but I hate those things. Take a rescue med after blacking out? Um,
Depends on which rescue bed.
One here says I ran out of meds the other day and I couldn't get to the pharmacy. And man, I was sitting on my couch, just in and out of one for what must have been at least 2 hours. When I finally came out of it, I had opened like 5 cans of cat food. LOL. I guess I kept trying to fill her already full dish. LMAO. That is very funny. I'm glad you're laughing about it because I can laugh. Another one says, I've never experienced this length of time affected by seizures. Could it possibly be that it's several focal impaired awareness seizures in a cluster? It's exactly what it sounds like.
Yep.
Mine are about 20 to 25 minutes in total, 1 to 2 for seizure, and 15 to 20 minutes postictal, all with impaired awareness and no memory. Then several hours of feeling confused and groggy. If people didn't see the seizure, they might not realize anything is wrong looking at me. I do occasionally have longer than 25 minutes, and I have had some focal to bilateral tonic clonics too. Oh,
You will always notice that feeling afterwards when coming out of it because it definitely like I for us, we had seizures so long, we know what a seizure feels like when we come out of it.
yeah.
So
Well, I mean, I don't I don't know for you, Angel, but for me personally, at least, I I know the feeling of coming out of it, but I definitely don't know how long
go,
the seizure.
how long it lasted, how long it is. No.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, some sometimes I mean, or I'll have somebody. I'll wait. The first thing I remember is somebody waking up, or sorry, me waking up with somebody like kind of standing over me, you know, whether it's a family member or whatever, and they're like, you had a seizure, calm down. And, you know, sometimes it'll be like only 5 minutes before was when the seizure started, and it was just a super short one, and my body freaked out real quick and blah blah blah. And other times it'll be, you know, like you guys were describing, you know, it'll be you know, like 30 minutes ago when the seizure started. But either way, I remember none of that time, and the first thing I remember is just a family member standing over me, and the last thing I remember before that is, you know, just some random bullshit, you know, like, oh, I was eating a meal with you, or I, you know, was just about to
Yeah.
go to the bathroom, or, you know, something like that.
There's times where I got like I come out of it and I'm like, did I have a seizure? And they will tell me no, but my body will tell me like
Different.
you just been through a seizure. Like
Exact. Yeah. Your body knows. For me, it's my shoulders, my ribs, or my tongue.
Yeah, mine's is usually right here in my shoulders. It's just like now my body's just like, oh, I just want to do this and just be let my arms hang because everything else feels like I'm trying to hold them up doing something. So
Uh,
just laying there, just like a dead feeling, just laying there restless, just feels good. And I've had times where I felt like maybe I've been there. Well, I wouldn't know if I should label the blackouts as focal impaired, or should I? Should I put it in that category?
you
The time
should.
lapses.
I mean, they're still seizures, but
They're impaired awareness.
yeah,
Yeah.
not like not a grand mal. And those are the ones that I have, and that's why I feel
They're, yeah.
bad
You
about
still have to
like mentioning it, because it's just, I
Yeah,
know
I
that
was.
people
it,
have, yeah, others, you know, like you guys, you know, like just you guys, they're not, you know, the full ones, and you don't have the full, you know, soreness and all that stuff. So even still having one, I still I still feel off, like
Yeah,
yeah.
still feel
weird
off.
talking about it. Yeah, I did
But
it. Yeah.
I think you should, Pookie, because like me doing stuff like that and talking with my neurologist and stuff, it's like, okay, well, this was an absence seizure, you know. This is how you know the difference between that. Or this one, like if it happened at night while I'm in bed and I can see my camera and I didn't shake at all, but I can feel that feeling of a seizure, I knew that was a nocturnal one.
Yeah,
You know, they're still like grand mals are just like basically like when my doctor told me that he thought my absence seizures were probably happening far longer than probably before my I I got my first grand mal. And it's might have what led up to, you know, something goes unnoticed, untreated, it just gets worse.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, with a grand mal, it's pretty obvious, right? Like
yeah.
we've had them in it. Yeah, it's pretty obvious, you know, when you wake up after one, you know,
Yeah.
you're sore here, you're sore there, this, that, blah blah blah. You know,
People witnessed it.
But yeah, or or that. A lot of mine have been, you know, off to the side, or in the middle of the night, or whatever you want to call it. But even ones where I have started to think that it was a possibility, like where maybe I have like you know, I wake up in the morning and like I have a bite on my lip, or something like that. I still write it down. I keep a log of every time of when I have a full obvious seizure.
Yeah.
And then also keep write down all the times where it's like possible had one, uh woke up with lip bit, you know 10:23, or just whatever, just some random,
Yeah.
or the
whatever date. Yeah.
confusion,
So
that you get.
I write them down. I keep logs. I keep notes of it, and then that way, once I do have something that's kind of serious, or I do have an appointment with my doctor, I can be like, well, here we go. Here's
There was
everything that I've
this.
written down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, here's all the times of this and that. At least so I can be open and honest with my doctor, and can figure out what meds, what things need to be changed, and stuff like that. So it's yeah, I mean, maybe you don't want to tell this is to anybody out there. Maybe you don't want to tell your partner that you had one. You don't want to tell your you know parents, your children, whatever, that you've had them or something. But you still should write them down. Keep a log of them, and then make sure that your doctor knows, so that way, for future reference, your body can be taken care of, medication wise.
When I had some of my focals that were extended was the ones where like I'd be or actually there was a time where I explained that the seizure where it was like, I mean, I don't even know if I would call that a seizure. And I'm just going to, when I was going to say going to sleep somewhere and waking up another place, but I didn't go to sleep there. I think I had a seizure and ended up in my hometown. And I'm not sure if that was considered one seizure, or am I just clustering for like 3 hours, is what I was wondering. Like, do I put all
Could
those
be
together?
cluster.
But look, I don't know if it was just like in and out, because I wasn't in and out. When I came out, I was, like I said, three bus. I took three buses and a train that day, at least three buses and a train to get to the place where I was at. Um, so I'm not sure how long it was, but that's a very long time. And like I said, I took some buses and trains. So these bus stops, I'm trying to imagine what I was sitting there looking like just at the bus stop. I wasn't even post ictal. I'm just clustering at that time. Just always imagine what I was doing, or what am I looking like, or if they had camera
Yeah,
footage, anything. Um, but yeah, I've experienced that, and like I said, that could be hours on hours. It could have been 3 to 4 hours. I never know. It had to be
it,
at least three, because three buses and a train. They were at least, yeah. Usually when I
it,
go to my hometown, it was at least a 3 hour ride. Like I said, three buses and a train. Um,
it it's still worth noting. It's a time of you were not aware, you were not there. You know, like I
It
yeah.
said,
honestly, and yeah, honestly, Angel, like I get where you're coming from, and I know what you're saying, and I fully agree with you for sure.
But
But yeah, exactly. But sorry, I gotta say a but, in this one, is others on the other side don't understand that, and that's where the problem comes in.
yeah,
You Like, you know what I'm
I
saying?
know how
I'm
you
not trying to
feel.
go against. I'm not trying to go
No,
against you. I'm not trying to argue with you. I mean, you know, we're all good, man. But
I
but
know how
like
you feel. I know exactly how you feel, but this is
like we
not
yeah
for.
we all agree
This
with it.
is
We
for
all
your
feel this
doctor.
way and everything. But when it's like you know, your employer or something like that, they don't understand that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they won't. They won't.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Even you won't.
Yeah, you know, I completely agree with you, bro.
Mhm.
Even you won't understand it. Yeah, I understand it. It's like you're questioning it, like what what is happening here. But it's safe to note it for your doctor. That
Exactly. Like if you and I were coworkers and you had a seat, I would fully understand it, and I would be like, "Oh,
yeah,
we need to get the yeah, get this guy help, get this guy," you know, and then other people would be like, "What's wrong with him? What did he do? Why is he doing that? What's wrong with his body?" Blah blah, you know, and I would fully, you know, I would completely know what's going on, like that type of situation. That's kind of what I mean. Is that,
yeah, like
you know, like you and I would understand it, but others, yeah, wouldn't, and they would think something, you know, negative about the situation. That's all I'm saying about it.
I didn't know
It's easy
anything.
for us to talk about it and say, "Oh, well, I would do this or this should be this situation," but 90% of people don't
Yeah,
understand our plight or situation.
Right.
when it's
I
for your
hate
doctor.
saying that because it makes us, yeah, I don't know, it makes me feel like
Yeah,
it's such a
when it's for your
terrible
doctor
thing,
and
but
you're trying to figure out something, it's put it in there if it's like something like Pookie experience,
Mhm.
because that's a time loss. That's you don't know what happened. It's goes along with sounding every bit like an absence. Um, and it's just
yeah.
it's for the doctors. No, no one else is going to understand it. No, not even you. Like not even me.
Right.
If I've experienced it myself. You know, and they're like the way my absence seizures were caught were my ex-wife was she told the doctor like yeah he would be there and all of a sudden
It's
like
not.
she could look into my like she said it like he's awake but there's nobody home.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's nobody home.
yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, Angel. I'm laughing because
Yeah.
I'm in the same situation as you. I have an ex-wife that dealt with me having, yeah, seizures for a few years. I got divorced in
It's tough on you.
2017. So it's been a good bit for me, but yeah, I realized the plight, the situation.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
It's like
laughing.
hard.
I'm laughing in sympathy. I'm not laughing at you.
yeah, it's like absence is like what are you talking about? I've been right here. And it's like
Yeah,
that
and
much
now
that much
looking,
time passed. It might have
yeah,
been a little bit of time, but then more time started passing and more time started passing.
for me at least, to comfort myself, I guess. Looking back on the situations, I realized that, like, oh, maybe it was, you know, me having,
Yeah.
uh, you know, being out of it because of the epilepsy. That was, you know, maybe why some of the arguments started or something, you know, something like that. I don't know. At least That's what I want to tell myself.
I think we've been gaslit, all of
Yeah,
us, because
yeah,
we can't remember when we're in our episodes.
Definitely been gaslit before.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.